Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That is Chikoi the Maid. That is a new album. It came out 3 days ago. I have not heard it. That is my first time hearing the album. That is the opening track on it. Is the whole 48 minutes long. If you want to check it out, I'll probably add it to the playlist after I listen to the whole thing and get a feel for what it's got. The avatars. Oh yeah, that's right. VNyan had an update and I installed it, so I wanted to open the newest version. How you guys doing? What is up, ladies and skeletons? Let's start where it all ends. Let me close this first. Great. I'm so prepared. Close. Close. Crash. I don't care if you crash. Close. VNyan 1.5.3D. It'd be really nice if VNyan could learn how to have like a internal updater, so you don't have to go to a website and download a new exe for the entire program and install it. Anyways, you're not here to listen to complaints. You're here to listen to a complainer. Worse only today. No, it's coming. Give it a minute. Steve has been busy. I mean, Phil has been busy. Steve has been busy too. You look at all the banned words. DSP is allegedly in Connecticut right now. He's on his flight back to Renton. I don't know. It's gonna be a weird... Why isn't it opening? It's gonna be a weird day today. It's gonna be like really sleepy and tired. And he's gonna try and convince you that he's not. Gonna be weird. Look at all these. Look at all these band names. Undershirt sleeves too long, banned by DSP Gaming. Bamboo shirt soothes the tism. Mark my words, I'm bursting today. Happy birthday, Philly. Oh my god. The VTuber. Come on, load today. Would not be surprised if he cancels. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking he's just gonna cancel. Can the ship just like load or not? Give it time, I guess. Linda smoking but pregnant banned by DSP Gaming. Renton salt mine. Rainy day fund. Okay, we're back. Here we go. Let's test if this works. New costume.
Request!
Jamal on Kick Origins. Fat cat. Entire income is begging real. Unhappy narcissist real. Renton X for some reason. If he ain't banning, he flying. He's banning. So that's why he's banning, I guess, to make you think that he's not on a plane. Dent Cuntamaran. Happy May 1st burst. Beat it, piggy, beat it. Rich tomorrow real. KSHH, we have a 220 missing over. Over, I like the over. Only climb secure tree sissy. It's the final gout down. House full of pets, but no panda. Cat Jasper, who dies first, LOL. It's okay, boss man, cat is just fat. DSP Gaming jet lagged. Linda's funeral, ha ha ha. Cat's ovary and thyroid cancer. But that's by Dunsfelder, that's not by DSP. So that one you can forgive him for. But these are all the bands that he did yesterday. Yikes. Let's see. We got the Twitter here. Who else was watching the Hassan H3H3 debate last night? It was kind of interesting. It wasn't really entertaining, but it was just kind of eye-opening. And just watching two sort of disingenuous leftists try and argue points that they don't really fully understand. But this is where the left is at now, and you just have to enjoy it because they're completely they're just eating each other. They lost the election and now they're just cannibalizing each other. It sounded a little bit like this. This is a 2-minute clip. Try and bear it. Try and get through it. No audio. Unmute.
Didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
You're racist.
And the pan-Arabic nationalist movements.
I hate Jews, but you're racist.
You are out of your mind.
It's not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist?
You're racist.
Thanks, Hassan.
Do you think Iraq?
Do you
think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
is that what you think?
Were that Iraqi Jews?
This is a 2-minute clip. Come on, we can get through this.
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron?
That Arabs are
Hassan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the
movements
question. You're going to
that
call
were
me
sparking
racist,
up
but you won't
all around
answer.
the region,
Why
Ethan.
did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
Because of
reasons.
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out.
Shut up. Shut up. Stop talking, bro. You're weird.
Because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism?
Because you're dumb. That's why.
Because settler colonialism.
That has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Well, that was basically the entire debate. Hassan calling people racists because he lost. The only takeaway from normal people just like watching this is just like, how are these people fucking even famous? Why does any of these people have money? They're clearly like not set up for any of this. Like Hassan is just fucking dumb, and Ethan Klein is like neurotic to insane levels. He reminds me of like a fucking like grim fairy tale about like a vampire who lives way too long, and his mind is just starting to deteriorate and break down. He looks at his hand like he's a fucking stoner trying to figure out what his hand is. Like, he's like looking at his hand, just looking at it as it flops around, and just like, or he just like looks at his shoulder and is like his shoulder is about to attack him, and he's like, whoa. He like looks angry and confused at his shoulder, and it's like, what is wrong with this dude? But he's just a neurotic. I'm sure he has like a high IQ, but at what cost? That's the problem with having an above average IQ, is eventually you just go insane. That's cool. But yeah, no need to talk more about the Israeli-Palestine conflict. I mean, they're both leftists. They both like, I don't know. We don't have to get into it. That's off topic. Let's just start where it all ends. We're on Twitter. Thursday, Friday, we had a glorious 2 days of no Phil pre-stream. Now we're back on Saturday. I'm off from streaming till Saturday. I hope you all have a great couple of days away. And when I return, it's a 7-day streaming week. I doubt it. Join me for a chill return podcast featuring Borderlands 4 and more. Oblivion Remastered. Black Ops 6 returns on the late shift. I don't see anything related to Borderlands 4 in the schedule. I'm sorry, Phil. But sure, just throw out a game name, because you need that hype. Okay, let's start from the bottom. Actual link to the Positive Polygon article about me from 2012, long before the net turned against me. You turned against me because someone made one video making fun of me, and then that turned all the public opinion against me. That's how stupid people are, man. I know it makes no sense, but you just don't know how dumb people are, okay? Yeah, we went through all the banned lists. We went through all the banned words a little bit ago. Okay, I showed this tweet to Alfred, and I was like, can you, like, make sense of this? Does this make any sense to you? And he just like stared at the tweet, and like 20 seconds passed, and I'm just like, Yeah, it makes no sense, does it? He's like, no, I don't, I have no clue what he's even trying to say here. Let's try. The GTA 6 delay sucks, but maybe now other game developers will stop being cowards and actually give their games release dates in 2025. How drunk was he? This guy has autocorrect. He's got spell check and he still spells basic words wrong. So you gotta wonder, like, how drunk is he where the autocorrect and spell check just isn't enough? Like, how do his sentences work if you didn't have spell check? It would just be completely incoherent. It would sound like your average King Cobra post that he makes. Maybe now other game developers will stop being cowards and actually give their games release dates in 2025. So, like, apparently he thinks game developers are just, like, sitting on finished games and they just don't feel like releasing them because, I don't know, they're not secure enough in their masculinity and they can't handle what will happen when people see their games. So they're just like, I don't want to release it. I just want to, like, give me just, like, vacation and just, like, come to work and just like eat schnitzel until the release date we set, because I don't want to release it. We have a finished game here, but we just don't want to release it. It's like, is this what he thinks? Is this how he thinks it works? Okay, go away. God damn it. I love when browsers are completely inconsistent. Sometimes you click on it and the thing happens, but sometimes you click on it and the thing doesn't happen. I love it. I love it. Okay, maybe they'll stop being cowards and release their games. I don't get it, man. I don't think he knows. I think he's just drunk out of his fucking gourd. It's like what Theo says. He just says words. He just puts words together and he doesn't really care if they make sense or not. He just says things. He just says shit. Stop being cowards. Release the games. I know you're sitting on them. I know you're just not releasing them because you're just too scared. But stop it. Release the games. Make them good. I'm going to tell you also to make them meaningful and fun. And they're like, oh my god, this guy's a genius. I don't know, like, what could I say? It makes no fucking sense. The first week of June is going to be huge for game news now. Really. The first week of June is, like, literally just about the Switch. like, what are you talking about? The first week of June, I looked at the game release calendar. I don't have it anymore because I had to restart my computer. Which is fun. I looked at the game release calendar for June and it's literally just all Switch 2. Here it is. Like, what is he talking about? I have no clue what he's fucking even talking about. June. Switch 2, 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 Switch 2. The word has lost all meaning. It's literally all Switch 2 until June 13th, which is Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, Raido Remastered. Death Stranding 2 on June 26th, which is far after the first week of June, or Tamagotchi Plaza, June 27th. Everything in the first week of June is literally Switch 2. So I have no idea what he means by this. Because he's talking about Summer Games Fest. Okay. Whatever. I guess he'll explain it in excruciating detail. Saber and Archer are coming to Honkai Star Rail. Honey. I don't know if the sibling still plays Honkai. I don't know what she's playing nowadays. She's a senior now, so she's kind of like, she got to like focus on graduation. Excalibur! Pick up Saber. Saber just finding her way everywhere. Just ending up in all different dimensions. Well, that's it for the Twitter, I think. What else? See you all in the morning for the start of fun-packed, crazy long week of streams. Tons of progress in a combination of narrative, chill, and competitive games. And the viewer's choice marathon's gonna be a great one. Whee! What are the comments? Oh my god, I can't wait. When you're away, I feel like a young boy who just lost sight of his mother in a store. The panic sets in. I fear that I will never see your face again, but that lasts for just a brief second because, like a cockroach, you always come back. Never change, Phil.
He's gay! He's gay! He's gay! He's gay! He's gay!
Why do you let this... Anyone who clicks on your tweet, this is what they see. How was Linda's funeral feel? Did you cry for her like you did for T? Can't wait to hear what exciting things you did in your days off. River rejection. A black heart with a crown on it. Bro, you are gay. You're gay. Hope you enjoyed May 1st Burst, DSP. After watching closely, what? What the fuck? This is the fucking crypto post. Crypto bot. How's it feel that you are mom on her last legs, as you say, will pass away knowing her only son is a failure, disgusting human being, so lazy you can't even drag yourself out of the house to go see you are dying mother, you lazy, pathetic man baby. You really are a massive piece of shit. Hell yeah, let's get that viewer's choice, which is actually my choice, while my mother is dying. Let's hit those goals while I beg. You are an actual joke, Phil. All you do is beg and lie. There is nothing fun about your streams, and your channel is pretty much dead. 200,000 plus subs, and you struggle to break even 5k views on most of your videos. That is pathetic. You are a laughingstock, and always have been. Cool. I guess they didn't get the memo that the internet loves him now. Dick the Cock Johnson. This account doesn't exist. I don't know who that was. Dick the Cock. They call him the Cock. Well, we got videos. Check out that Chikoi the Maid album later. But Jersh was talking about Razor Fist suing people. I don't know about a whole lot about the Razor Fist drama. My initial impression is that suing people over internet shit is really dumb and lame and gay. And really stupid. You should probably deserve to lose. Like, are they accusing you of like actual crimes? No, they're just accusing you of being like a creep and kind of a predator. Okay, good luck suing people for calling you a creep. Whatever, man. Sounds like a lol suit to me. Atlas has been streaming for a while now, so we got that stream. Friday Night Tights, DSP versus Kino Casino. This is like a 3-minute clip.
Absolutely. Hang out with your fam.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Unless you're DSP, in which case, fuck them and let them die.
Okay.
Wait. Because some YouTube personality depends on the family.
Pretend.
How are you doing it?
Pretend that most of us don't hang on the whole DSP drama, like at all.
Like
Maybe a lead into that.
He did a member on the table. I got.
He said that he needed to go back and see his parents because his parents are and they're not doing well. They're just about to pretty much drop. They've been dying now for 7 years, and
so have I.
and so
we're dying for the rest of our lives. As
he had this holiday plan to go see them one last time.
Oh yeah.
But then Kino Casino fucking did him one, and now he's sticking it to Kino Casino by letting his parents die alone and not going to see them.
What? I'll teach him.
You know. That's just not a part of the internet I go to very much. You know?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I got gifted a membership to DSP Gaming.
You did?
which is wild because I have not which you were watching it. I am subscribed to him, but I haven't tuned into why. And every once in a while when he's going through something fucking wild, I might tune in just see his response. But I don't think I've watched that channel in a year. So that just tells you that sometimes those gifted memberships will just get handed out fucking candy to anyone that's subscribed.
Yeah. His Nintendo Switch journey was the greatest thing I've ever seen. He doxed himself.
Yes.
And his order number.
To be honest, everybody knows that out there that wants to know. Yeah.
No, I know, but it's just it's the thing of putting it on there and then showing you don't care and then having your order number, your full name. He got
the last 4 digits of your credit card.
The thing you don't want to fucking listen,
Ryan Kennel.
I don't care if your address is out there. The thing you don't want to bump.
The guy with the ridiculously large forehead, he's the guy who said he subbed to DSP.
Is your fucking address. It's a lot. If it gets out there and if time passes, don't remind everybody.
The thing is though, Ryan and Az could probably speak better to this than me but the thing about it's such a thing with him. All of his information is out there. It's been ran through more times than Disney Star Wars at this point.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
And the funny thing about it is the entire reason he showed it was to say, hey, I got it, but also because he probably knows so many people think he's lying about everything. He needs to show it and he's putting that money that he raised towards it.
This is DSP. I need that money. I have no money. This is DSP. The next stream, I can afford 2 switches.
He will outlive us all. That is just a fucking fact.
I don't know.
Well, cockroaches tend to do
He might
that.
have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew this time.
We keep saying that, and he's still around.
It is great. All right, I'm gonna take.
Casino always wins, dude. Casino always wins.
Casino always wins. I love Kino Casino. All right, you guys have a good night.
Let's see. I started up OBS and one of the gift sub notifications started playing all on its own. So I think it was just a delayed thing.
Dominic_Wu gifted a tier 1 sub to Pancakes Mix. They have given 289 gift subs in the channel.
Joe Dominic just dropped the sub, made his presence known. Now the chat's ablaze. 29 subs gifted, that's a hell of a lot. Makes me wanna dance, makes me wanna sing. This man's a legend, he's a star. Wanna make him rich, make him famous, make him a hero, make him a god, make him the king of the channel, the king of the world, the king of the universe, the king of everything, the king of nothing,
king of
the
nothing,
king of something,
king of something,
the king of whatever,
king of whatever,
the king of whoever, the king of whatever, the king of whatever, the king of however, the king of whatever.
Yeah, it's got a good beat. Reminder, if you gift 5 subs, he'll make a 2-minute song. I didn't even realize that happens, but we figured that one out yesterday. Looping like Cobra. The king of whoever, the king of whatever, the king of everything, the king of nothing, king of whoever. Taken House has made a number 2 to the autism deep dive.
Autism O Gaming. You might want to change that name. I'm just saying, so people might find that offensive. Even if you actually are autistic, that could be seen as offensive. I'm just throwing that out there. And by the way, I'm gonna say this outright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with people who are autistic. I know many people who are autistic. All right, and they're perfectly normal, fine, good, positive people. There's nothing wrong with this at all. I can guess if I'm autistic, of course. You didn't know? You can't tell?
Can I bring something into this as well that's quite pertinent?
Of course.
Think about Derek.
The chap is here.
And think about pebbling. What are Derek's pebbles to Phil?
They're chat comments, and Phil would call him a nice, positive guy constantly.
And so, let's be honest, the elephant in the room, the Derek thing. Where for years, Derek was on my streams and he was a nice guy. He was
always adding to the conversation. He chimed in on certain topics where he got excited. He was a frequent viewer.
Philip still maintains Derek is a nice, positive guy that left nice, positive messages.
Yes.
Philip doesn't understand the issues around having somebody like Derek in the community. He doesn't understand because he's mind blind. So he can't perceive how others will perceive Derek being in his community.
And I think, you know, that comes to a very, you know, a different concept of perspective shifting. You know, that comes quite naturally to neurotypical people. You know, you can sort of see, you know, for example, if you have, you know, somebody who is a pedophile in your community, you know, what about all those people who had some experience of being harmed in those ways? You know, they are gonna feel, you know, immediately threatened. And what sort of message, you know, are you sending? You know, are you somehow saying, you know, this is okay because you are inviting, you know, that person to your community and to just be kind of part, you know, of the group? If you are looking at it strictly speaking from Phil's perspective, it's, you know, like he hasn't, as far as we know, you know, done anything to Phil. You know, the only thing that Phil experiences from these guys is, you know, nice admiration, pebbles, you know, nice comments. So from Phil's, you know, very kind of self-centered perspective, you know, this is a nice person because he haven't really, you know, seen anything else from him other than that niceness. You know, to be able to then shift that actually, you know, other people are perceiving Derek in a very different way because of this or because of that. You know, it takes a certain cognitive ability and skill that a lot of autistic people are lacking. This is a really good example of that difficulty with perspective shifting. And there was a long sort of video of a conversation between Phil and, you know, somebody who was trying to give him very good advice.
I think that was the PPP and Josh interview.
Yes.
Yes.
That says he has no power whatsoever on my streams whatsoever.
But he's allowed in your streams, though.
Yes, he is.
But he has playlists of little kids on his YouTube channel.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we publicly address this formally? This is good. We can finally do this.
Let's talk about. Notice he was never like, "Wow, this is the first I'm hearing about that." He knew about it the entire time, and he didn't care because he liked the fact that people would show up in his chat, ask about Derek, and he would ban them. Because if you know about Derek, that must mean you're a detractor. So Derek was just like a fucking. He was just a beacon of just degeneracy. And if people pointed out that Derek was a beacon of degeneracy, DSP would be like, I found another person who doesn't like me, and he would ban the person who would point out that Derek is a fucking degenerate.
For real.
That's really what it was. That's literally what it was.
Sure.
Why is he allowed to be a member of your community when he's such a creep?
That's the one thing that's really fucked. Yeah.
Here's my philosophy. You guys can completely disagree as streamers yourselves, and everyone out there watching, you may also disagree as well. All right, but allow me to lay down my methodology here.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. I'm a content creator. Every day I put on a stream. I'm trying to entertain an audience.
You're failing.
I'm trying to make a living.
You're failing.
I got to chat. People come in. People come out. I see people from all walks of life. People from here, there, and everywhere.
People sure do come out.
And I don't judge anyone for anything, but
I don't basically judge anyone for anything
in my stream,
unless you make fun of me.
Okay. If I see someone in this stream doing something disgusting, having awful things said, or there's, you know, they're breaking the rules, they're out of it. I have rules laid out. Actually, my stream, I think, is a little bit more lax than others because I used to be known as like the moderator envy guy, and now I almost don't have any moderators anymore. I kind of handle it all myself. But anyway, my philosophy is what goes on in my stream is the extent of my responsibility as a streamer to take care of. Now, anyone out there who makes content, do you personally know every single person who's on your stream?
No, I don't have
to. What their life is like behind the scenes?
Nobody's
asking you.
asking
Do you know
you
what kind
to.
of stuff that they're into? What, you know,
Extreme
their
exaggeration
bullshit,
to avoid
what
the
they
point.
post on their social media? Of course not. How in holy hell would any of us ever know what all of our viewers are doing? Nor is it in our realm of responsibility to have to actually look into that. You understand? These people are just here to watch me. That's all I care about.
May I
and give you money.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. You don't know everyone's backstory. You can't control everyone. Makes sense. But we have verifiable evidence that Derek is a pedophile. He has playlists of kids, and it's really weird fucking shit. And this is the one thing Ashton and I are like, what the fuck is
what the
I get what you're saying.
And
I get
Josh
what you're saying.
looked into it yesterday. Let's let Josh. Josh, what do you think about what Phil just said?
Well, it's not just this. Like, I mean, knowing about it, like when you find out, like you have to do something about that. And
no, I have to
from what I
sip
understand,
my
the
sippy
big
cup
point of contention is
to make
not just
myself feel
that
better.
he's there. It's that other people, you know, who are in your community, who are in your chats, have pointed out that this guy is who he is, and he seems to be getting a layer of protection that people are able to observe.
Let's address that.
He seems to get away, according to the people that watch. He gets away with a lot more than other people would.
I'm laughing now for some reason.
Suspicious to them.
You pointing out the fact that I have a known pedophile in my chat, I find that funny.
I don't know. I've not seen this, but that's what they
So
say.
you don't even know what they're saying. You just think that somehow he's getting some kind of protections in my stream, is what you're saying.
Yeah, either from people in the chat calling it out or just in regards to his behavior. Like apparently he spams a lot and he gets a pass with that, and people suspect that there is some kind of association there where he gets a pass. Like for instance,
where'd your smile go, fucknut?
He has like a monthly vacation, and during that vacation the style of your thumbnails changes. And that is how they come to the conclusion that the thumbnails are being made by him, because they don't get made by him when he's gone.
Totally
he's
wrong.
Never made anything like that for me whatsoever. He's, like I said, the only thing he's ever made is 2 tier makers, I believe, over the last year.
So he has made stuff though.
He 2 tier makers. One that I used on a stream and one
totally
I did
wrong. But
brother Phil, like you can't have a pedophile making stuff for you and part of your community in a broad sense, right? Like
totally wrong.
You should
but
probably
sure,
just
yeah,
ban the fucking guy and send him packing. And I think he'd get a lot less shit if you did.
They were really trying to explain, why Derek should not be in this community, and they were very patient and, giving a lot of examples and repeating the message and trying their very best. And there was still zero evidence of Phil being able to shift his perspective and actually, kind of internalize what they were saying to him. So he was agreeing, but I don't think, in his mind, his kind of outlook was shifting at all.
And I'll give you an example, Logan.
Yes.
Right? Now, my background is a psychiatric nurse, dementia speciality. Now, a lot of people with dementia have very poor communication skills because of the dementia. So my skills were based on physical observations. So, as an example, it's like somebody who's 600 pounds in weight telling you adamantly that they go to the gym 3 times a day.
So this is me after about 3 hours of sleep. We're all super tired. We did not get much sleep, but Ricky is up, chipper as ever. But all 4 of us are about to go join the gym.
If you observe the situation as it arises, the person's bedbound, they've not been out of the house in 5 years. How are they going to the gym 3 times a day? Doesn't tally up. It's not congruent.
Right.
And like, if you think about it, I'll bring it down to what Anna's just said about Phil not mentally able to articulate the points that were being brought up from the interview about Derek. It's like asking a double amputee to pick up a cup of tea.
Right.
It's not going to happen. There's no evidence it's ever happened.
And I've tried to explain this to a lot of other either viewers or other detractor creators that have like sort of questioned on it. Sometimes Phil is just not equipped to understand certain things or do certain things. And whenever I say that, people say, oh, you're giving him a pass on something. And I'm like, no, I'm just being realistic. There are some things mentally, emotionally, and cognitively he just does not have the tools for. And I think it's a mistake to treat Phil as neurotypical or anything near it. And I think once you completely accept and operate on the notion that he is not neurotypical, and to be fair, none of us are. No one is neurotypical, but he is incredibly far from where normal limits are. I think perspectives will shift if you start looking at him in that way.
Well, mine certainly shifted when I started these videos. I mean, it shifted a lot. And that's just me personally. But yeah, I think there's some really good material that you've got there regarding the situation around transactional friendships and Derek, and you know what autistic people get out of it. I think got some good stuff there.
Yeah, I think transactional friendships is something that I definitely want to dive deeper on, because almost everything is a transaction, because he will constantly say, what do I get out of it? What do I get out of it? Whether he's talking about his viewers or someone he's trying to collaborate with, he'll say, I got nothing out of it. So everything is transactional for him.
Well, then I don't care about you. You're boring. Really, like, I'm trying to get interest, but I give up. I'd much rather have a show where we can have content where we laugh and we enjoy each other's company and we talk, rather than every night I have to fucking bust my ass trying to get people to be on this fucking show. I don't care. This wasn't, the whole idea was it was supposed to be DSP Asks It. Remember, this was a show I was going to do on my React channel a year and a half, 2 years ago. And it was going to be an interview series. And I really enjoyed doing it. Like, I wanted to do it. And I couldn't do it because of the bullshit side scroller stuff. So now that panned out and passed away.
What?
No, it passed by, I guess I should say. It kind of died out. No one cares about the side scroller
Take
shit
a moment
after I fucking felted Craig to shit.
Oh yeah, totally
so now,
felted him.
I
fucking felted him to
people
shit.
Actually want to do it or not? I guess not.
Huh?
So I don't care. All right. The king has much
So
better fucking things to
delusional,
do with his
man.
time than wasting time.
The king has
talking with these
more
people every night
important things.
and then getting nothing out of it because they're just fucking unprofessional bores, quite frankly.
Losers.
All right? So that's that.
I don't know. I think maybe that's not that different to what, how neurotypical people also operate. I think the big difference is that, the transactional element is a little bit more concrete, with autistic people. We kind of use tokens and things that are a little bit less abstract. But like, surely if you are in a relationship, you are getting something of it. Both people love each other, or, they are good friends. There is, some emotional connection that is pleasurable. Something is happening that is keeping this going, rather than just, two strangers and there is like zero chemistry. So, on some level, the relationships are always two-way street, and something is happening between people, whether it's kind of gonna be happening in that more abstract sphere, just around feelings and emotions, or whether there is, an exchange of more concrete stuff. That will be that difference between how neurotypicals and autistic, kind of do friendship. But I think friendship is always a two-way street on some level.
You could argue it, and I think it's wise to do so, that all relationships, if you really look at them, are transactional in some sort of way. Even if it's as simple as, spending time with this person makes me feel good, and I hope that they enjoy my company too. Ultimately, that's why we end up forming relationships with people, whether it just feels good to talk to someone, or we can collaborate on something like we're doing right now. This is pretty much a transaction in a way, not to come off as too cold, but I mean, we're people who have common interest in talking about a weird 42-year-old autist, and we're having
43.
fun talking about him, but also an interesting video will come out of this, and the two of you are enjoyable to talk to. I feel like everybody is getting something out of this conversation. So Phil's
dump on the subject of my special interest. So I'm having a very good time. I'm just talking about autism and, things that relate to my work, which is my special interest.
Right. But I think for a lot of more neurotypical people, what Phil doesn't understand is a lot of the transactions are sort of abstracted by other things. Meaning, I like doing crossovers with other collaborators. I have people come on my streams all the time. Everybody knows this, but I don't do it because I just want to get more views. I do it because I think some people are fun to talk to, and I think we can have a good time and make an entertaining thing. For Phil, he's looking either for a boost in his online clout or for money, and it's very, very naked. Whereas if you find someone you can collaborate with that is fun for you to talk to, you like spending time with them, and you can make something good out of it, everybody sort of wins out, but it's not nakedly transactional. That's I think the difference between the average person and Phil. For him, everything is about what return can he get out of it, and that is the easiest way to repel friends, in my opinion.
Is it a hobby or is it a job? Because, in many ways, I kind of look at his streaming, that kind of 10 hours a day, and, there is a lot of kind of monetary return. Maybe it's more, better defined as a job than a hobby. And, a job is going to be more transactional. You are providing a service to people, which in this case is sharing a content that they like, and they pay you back.
Right.
He calls it a job, doesn't he, Logan?
He calls it a job. Okay, so I want to pivot to something else and get both of your opinions on this, because he calls what he does 3 things at the same time. He calls it a job, he calls it his hobby, and he calls it his passion.
I gotta play stuff on my streams that people want to see me play, because this is both my business as well as my hobby. If I ever play Metaphor, maybe it's something I have to do in my private life if I ever have time, but no one really cared to see it on stream, okay? I have to do things that will work for an audience, because this is both my passion, but also my job. And that's the reality of it, okay?
Do you think that him saying it's my job and it's my hobby at the same time, do you feel like that is a form of misdirection or manipulation to make it seem less transactional when it is in fact transactional?
Can I come in on this one very quickly?
Of course.
Right. I think a lot of people give what Phil's saying too much attention.
Okay.
He's telling you it's his job. He's said that many times. Whether he uses the other 2 terms is neither here nor there, in my mind. If you notice, he doesn't say... Mostly, he doesn't say it's his job when he's having a meltdown. So when he's having a meltdown, that's when he says, oh, it's my passion, it's my hobby. Anytime Phil has a meltdown, I write off 95% of what he's saying. Because it's just white noise. It's just bullshit. Because he's so emotionally dysregulated at that moment in time. Whatever he says, whatever he's saying, cannot be accurate. It's not accurate. It's not happening.
Okay.
That's just my opinion anyway. I'll let Anna talk.
Well, I think those 2 things are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And when you kind of look at really successful autistic people, like autistic people who are making a lot of money and, are professionals in their fields, that's when our special interests, our passions are aligned with what we do for work. Medicine has been my special interest since I was about 5 or 6. I had one track mind, and the only thing I wanted to do in life is to become a doctor. I am a doctor. I'm living a dream.
Okay, great.
So, often working does not really feel like working. I kind of go and do, 8 hours nonstop, and it feels great because this is what I always wanted to do. It fits exactly with my special interest. It fits with my strengths. I'm very passionate about what I do. But it's also a job, like people pay me very good money for me to be doing what I do. And they pay me very good money because I'm actually, pretty good at what I do because, I'm so passionate about it and it aligns with my strengths. So, sometimes, you have this, perfect Venn diagram, when your passions and your job actually happen to converge. And that's when you have success. And I think that it's even more prominent for autistic people than your kind of population in general.
Okay.
So my wife just contradicted what I said. I am felted.
Get felted by your wife on someone else's channel. That was part 2 of Analyzing Autism. Thank you so much for watching if you made it this far. And as always, big ups to Anna and Who's Poppin' for giving me the time. And thank you so much. If you liked this one, you'll probably like part 1, so go ahead and watch it.
Shit, I was muted. Big ups. Yay. I wonder if he's gonna talk to more people about the situation. That would be interesting. Good video. Atlas still streaming. Let's take a quick detour and check out what this is about.
Ethan Ralph has smelled blood in the water, and he has called out the Cringe Casino. He's been here. We have Andy Worski, aka Bortsky, aka Cracksky. Coke ski, bro. He didn't do crackarooski crack rock. He did Coke. Being shook by Razor Fist. Well, what could that mean? Let's take a listen.
We read some tweets and like made some jokes. And then it's like, okay, well, that's it. Move on. You made your part, that's it. So I don't have anything else to say. Like, if there's going to be like a legal issue, like reach out to us with your fucking shit and we'll retract if we lied about anything or whatever. But honestly.
So, before I talk about this, I did reach out to both parties involved for more information. Neither of them have responded to me. So I tried to do my bit a little bit early, but let's just say, okay, so what did exactly the Kino Casino say about Razor Fist? Razor, because they spelled the O like Motorhead, which is wrong, and it doesn't make sense. But what does Razor Fist have to say about, or Kino Casino have to say about Razor Fist? Let's take a listen. These are apparently defamatory statements clipped by Jacob Murdoch in defense of Razor Fist.
Jerk-off tape that he uploaded to the internet in 2011. He uploaded it himself. This is him fucking jacking himself off there online. I'm not kidding.
What the fuck?
This is Razor Fist taking his little fucking pecker and rubbing it until full fucking completion. He filmed this and uploaded it, so far as I know, by himself. This is their domestic incident. And we have here abusive. Silent Ones doesn't know. A lot of people don't know about this lore, but it's all true. It's all true, and it gets crazier and crazier. This isn't even nothing. The next revelations will blow your mind. This is abusive. This is textbook abuse. Guys, if you want to see all of it, the whole sex tape, the whole nine, you can go to this Kiwi Farms thread. You can read through all of this. This is all like true.
This is all, like it's not made up. This is grimy.
So yeah, I will repeat. She dated Razor Fist from ages 15 to 20. But the idea that you're introducing a teen girl to Lolita when you're a 30-year-old man is very fucking troubling. It indicates that it's your fantasy to groom a teenage girl. Razor, this doesn't look good, Razor. This is the guy who's telling you what you can and can't jerk off to. This is the man who's such a moral Puritan that he's going to spurg in purity spiral over pixel tits in a game. And he's grooming a 15-year-old girl when he's 30. So when she was 15, she met him. And the internet dated for 3 years until she was 18. He groomed her. So
he was caught jerking off and then he pushes her?
Yeah. Razor Fist is on camera jerking off. He has his own fucking gooner tape. He got caught by his girlfriend jerking off, got fucking exposed.
Okay, so those are pretty heavy statements. The issue is that Razor Fist's response to this was incredibly fucking retarded. And before I even show that, I want to show something else. Let me just pull this up really quick. The other person being threatened by Razor Fist at this moment is this. This is Smash JT. I will save you this. This video is literally just Smash JT live reacting to the Kino Casino with almost absolutely no commentary whatsoever. Occasionally he cuts away to this. I didn't know this is what Smash JT looked like, by the way. It was not what I was expecting based on his picture of himself. And then he does like a little bit of commentary, but it's mostly just the Kino Casino. So he's attempting to threaten Smash JT and then also Kino Casino for these claims. And here's the issue from a legalistic standpoint. The issue is that what they're saying is based off of allegations made by Eve, who is the person claiming to be groomed. So they are simply reiterating and giving their opinions based off what was made public by his ex-girlfriend. Dude. So if those are defamatory statements, the defamatory claim originated with this person, and if Razorfist wants to sue anybody, he would have to sue the woman that originated the claims. If he tried to sue them, they would just get dismissed under anti-SLAPP because they were simply reacting to information that they had available, and the only information that they had available was the information originated by his ex-girlfriend. And do they have any reason to doubt her? At the time, no, not really. Razorfist's video response to this, which is this, is really bad. And I'm going to try to do my wishy-washy fin-sitter thing here. I don't dislike Razorfist. The only other time I've ever spoken about him on stream was his Twitter account got hijacked by his girlfriend, and I am almost certain that it was Eve that hijacked it because she was a spicy Latinx. And I think that Razorfist was kind of going down like a religious path at this time. I think now he's like fully out as like a born-again Christian or something. But at the time he was like going down the path and very anti-pornography publicly. And his girlfriend caught him gooning in the bathroom. So while he was in there jerking off, given the 21 gun salute, she took his phone or went to his computer and logged on to Zitter and said, "Hi, my name is Razorfist. I'm a fucking hypocrite. I talk to him about porn, but I masturbate to porn in the bathroom while my poor girlfriend is outside doing chores or whatever the fuck." And then he got his account back and he says, "Whoops, we didn't mean for you to see that. That's what happens when you don't have two-factor authentication, kids. Sometimes your account just gets hijacked." So he tried to like play it off as fake. And then that Eve woman completely fucking disappeared and he never spoke about her again until just recently. Which obviously is very, very funny, but you know, an audience is quick to forgive shit like that because it's just like silly. It doesn't really impact them at all. It's like whatever. I've seen a few of his videos and I think I like them. He has a very performative style where his name is the Rageaholic. So his videos are like, I think all in one take, and he reads a script in a really bombastic way that's like over the top, performative with lots of alliterations and rhyming and stuff. And it's supposed to be like a rant, and that's his trademark video. And in particular, he did a series of videos on Michael Jackson and how Michael Jackson was framed, and they were very, very persuasive. And I actually kind of, I lean to, I don't, based off what I've seen, which is just what the media reported and then also what he showed, I actually kind of believe him when he says Michael Jackson didn't do it and then Sony murdered him because he owned half their catalog. I actually kind of believe that. His video is good. So that is to say, I have a mostly positive opinion about this guy, and I'm willing to believe he is the victim of defamation if he can prove it. And his video attempts to debunk the two things. Number one is the jerking off video, and I think he does a pretty good job of that. The jerking off video came from Encyclopedia Dramatica, which sucked, and it was uploaded by somebody who was one of his early A-logs, like when he first started, so like 10 plus years ago when YouTube still had video replies. And this guy was obviously like obsessed with him, and the account that they pulled it off of was obviously like a parody, like troll account. So I'm willing to believe that some guy just looked at gay porn or went on 4chan to find like cum tribute videos and then found one of like a spindly white guy from the shoulders down that he could pass off his razor fist. I'm willing to believe that. The other one is the grooming thing. And his evidence that he did not groom Eve is not as convincing. At the time, because you know her age and you know how old she is now. So if she was 15 when they first started talking, he claims that would have gone all the way back to when he was already with a woman that was his first girlfriend when he started streaming, that was called Lady Fist. So his argument is that he could not possibly have met Eve and chatted her up and got into a relationship with her at 15 because he was already in a relationship. Now, I know some of you may be naive in my chat, but as an expert in e-celeb drama, I regret to inform you that many, many e-celebrities are not fully monogamous, and they often cheat. And sometimes they goon in the bathroom while their innocent girlfriend is outside doing work, okay? So that is not evidence. That is no, I can't even give it any kind of benefit of the doubt. Like, I need something better than that to just be like, yeah, okay, he didn't do that and she's just lying. Now, I'm willing to say that she might be lying. And actually, while I was doing this, I should have downloaded this video. I don't know if I did. Oh, you know what? I think I was smart enough to download this video this time. I was not. I'm a retard, chat. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking stupid, Yana. Let me try downloading it real fast. Because I want to scan through it and it would be much easier if I just had a copy of this video. Selling pretty fast. Okay, so she does seem to be fucking crazy. She seems to be mucho loco or mucha loca, okay? Because at a certain point, she just outright threatens to murder him by slitting his throat, which is not the behavior of a neurotypical person who is capable of making believable narratives, chat. So that's the only thing that he has going for him in this defense video. His other main issue, besides not being very particularly convincing that he was not with her when she was 15, is that he chose to make this a rant, like his regular videos. And that was a very bad idea. And once it's downloaded, I'll play a little bit of it so you can get an understanding of why I think that's a bad idea. But it's a bad idea because if you ever seen me talk on a different podcast or as a guest appearance, I'm pretty different in how I talk to people because I'm not familiar with them and they're not familiar with me. And I'm just trying to like say what I have to say and be convincing. Whereas I can be really weird and stupid on my podcast because I know that most of you guys listening to this like me already and are going to more generously interpret what I have to say in a way that you think is like the most flattering to either my take or my joke or whatever the fuck. So I can get away with a lot more when I'm talking to my audience than I can to strangers. His video was designed to rebuke accusations that are pretty serious, and he chose to do it in his whimsical rant format, which is just weird and off-putting. In particular, because he chooses to refer to like Smash JT as Gas JT and the Kino Casino as the Cringe Casino, and then he goes off for like 3 minutes about how fat PPP is, and it's just like, you know, some people listening to this video are going to like those people that you're talking about, and it would benefit you in your persuasive capacity to not immediately alienate the listeners of those podcasts. Because if you take that hostile stance, yeah, he's fat. He does it in his rant style, so he uses a lot of alliterations in calling him fat, but it's like, it's just not a good idea. It's not very flattering. And obviously I'm talking about it. So, and I'm talking about it in a way where it's like, well, I don't really fucking know if you groomed this girl or not, because the evidence that you showed me was very unconvincing. And I can't, I couldn't even get a hold of him. I was going to send him a message on the Kiwi Farms account, but he had blocked the Kiwi Farms account because when the Gooner thing happened, I tweeted about it and he blocked me. So I tried contacting him on my personal account now that I figured out I was not banned. But I only did that at 2 hours before the stream. So now, he hasn't had an opportunity to respond. And neither has Eve. I reached out to her as well, asking for more clarification about when they met and stuff. So now I think the video is downloaded. Let me see. If it is, it is. So I would like to play some videos of this. Before I do, let me read the tweets, because before this video or after this video he was threatening people. He's buddy with Melanie Mack, who is like a actual whore, and Melanie Mack was like a whore for Ricada as well. I think Melanie Mack is actively still a whore for Ricada. I think she was the one that wrote that letter to the courts, or was that Megan Fox? I can't remember. I just know that she was like a prostitute. She's like an actual OnlyFans whore that films videos of her sucking dick, and she's like 40 plus. And she's like a clinger on to every single retard. And it's just like, it's gross. Razorfist says, after years of foregoing drama due to the lies and libel of others, it appears I'll be ending. This is the other thing. He's acting like such a smug prick. I'll be ending a few YouTube careers this week. No one who doesn't deserve it. It's just a shame some people can't seem to hold a gun without putting it in their own mouth. Now back to the rants. And then he publishes his video. Melanie Mack down there trying to get on that D. He says, Smash JT says, Razorfist randomly crashing out today Spurging wasn't on my bingo card, but I shouldn't be surprised. He says, one DM to confirm the story before committing libel is all it would have taken to avoid this, you Frodo-looking fuck. And then I think he got back and forth with PPP as well on Twitter, but that's not the interesting part.
This will be the one.
Okay, so this is him Let's do a little bit of a room check. We got slop everywhere. By the way, one of the things that seems to have turned a lot of people against him in recent time is that he had this,
like, if you're so free speech and you call people cowards if they block you, then you shouldn't be blocking other people. Just like, there's no point in blocking people. It's really stupid and lame. Like, just stop responding. That's all you have to do. This is literally just stop responding. You don't have to block anyone.
truly awful take that nobody sane could ever have, where he said that the character in Stellar Blade was Gunnar Slop. And as we know, gamers just want to have sexy women in their games, and nobody could ever possibly have that opinion. So apparently that did unironically. Like, a lot of people talking about this are now like anti-Razor Fist and like, yeah, just call him a pedophile because he said that Stellar Blade was too sexualized. Yeah, he is a lot like Styx. There was a while where I kept confusing them, but Styx is now like, he's like decayed, so he's much more obvious which is which now. Okay, let's see. What was I gonna show you?
And these people like hold so much stock and like, oh my god, I'm showing my face. You're not showing your face on camera. What are you, a coward? What are you, like some fat incel? You're just afraid of showing your face. Meanwhile, they all just like wear sunglasses, they wear hats, they like wear costumes on stream. It's like, come on, dude.
I want to show you the clips of the audio. Is this it?
Channel's front page and
too. Hold on, there is actually my lady just hurt herself.
Oh, that's him proving that he had a girlfriend at the time, which with his oldest videos. Okay, here we go.
Thereafter,
we started streaming in 2015.
Yeah.
Oh, that's him getting his host to say that no, he was definitely in a relationship at this time, and it's just like, okay, as if that fucking means anything, bro. Okay, the voice of the accuser, so he can't even say Eve apparently.
Do you think that
Dude, just hold up. Oh, sorry, chat. There's a little bit of a delay here.
I cannot find a usable model of Boatsy the Rock. They're all either behind paywalls or they're not even posed in a fucking T-pose, so it's completely worthless. But I'm looking for one and I can't find one. I don't want to pay for one.
Okay, no, wait.
Oh, who? Okay, different one.
Hold on. I'm trying to pull it up. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is the actual clip.
coño, que tú me tienes harta, mamá huevo. Coño, tú te crees que soy lindo, coño, tú deberías ayer salir de tu casa, coño, y uno llamándote a ti como una maldita loca, coño, en la mañana, y tú ni contestas el maldito teléfono. ¿Ah? Y esta es la maldita hora, coño, que tú no le respondes a uno. Mamá huevazo.
Oh, sorry, that's a different monkey. Okay, this is the right one.
I cannot hurt you without the power of social media.
What?
Because I promise you I can. I have a bunch of shit that'll hurt you.
Okay, nice. Another threat. Very nice.
I'm just telling you the cold hard facts. I am aware of a bunch of shit that'll hurt your feelings. So, what the fuck do I need social media for if I want to hurt your feelings and make you hurt?
So that's... Wow. So we're up to threat number 3. I guess 6.
That's not a threat.
4, 5? 5 if we count the I will slit your throat or shoot you.
Yeah, because you were talking to me condescending, and I don't like that.
I was not trying to condescend. I was trying to get off the phone and calm things down.
What part you didn't understand? Like, I want you to deactivate your Twitter. You're not allowed to stream this week, and that's going to be the deal. Otherwise,
what?
You can hang up and we'll never
You're
talk
grounded.
again.
This is this must be after Gunnergate. This must be her she's saying you must deactivate your Twitter. It must be that she found that he was like following OnlyFans girls on Twitter or something. That I'm getting a sense that that's what this is now that I'm listening to it again.
What?
I'm making you a deal.
Took a turn, didn't it? What you've just heard was an admission to and justification of a murder threat. One that my ex, as a gun owner, actually possessed the means to carry out, might I add. On one occasion, she threatened...
So she's crazy. I got you. Is there like another one? Let's see what this is.
And after she attempted to make good on her threat to murder me, having already threatened...
You'll never be respected by me. That flew out the window, and I'll gladly slit your throat if you were ever off guard around me. I do not love you, and I never did. I cheated on you 4 times.
Cool.
Latinx bros. Latinx bros. I was told that this is the future of the white race. What's going on?
Threatened to invent a panoply of lies about me to embarrass me in public, as you just heard her admit to over a phone call. I finally resolved to do exactly that. But even after...
Dude, oh my God, chat, I didn't even realize. Like, okay, I'm just taking that as like, okay, she's probably just fucking with him because she's upset. But now chat is calling him a cuck. And now I'm seeing into the future. I'm seeing into the future. There's a fat Canadian, and he's saying, he's a cock! Really loudly, chat. And there's subs. I see the subs, chat. There's 100 subs coming in all at once. I just see this. I don't know. It's a vision. It's a premonition, chat, of what's of the future. Yeah, that's a thing to admit on the internet. Now, chat caught me slipping. I did not pick up on that, but yeah, that's a thing to admit for sure. Oof. Chino Bros paying off dividends over here. Okay, let's see what this is.
My ex actually refuted those allegations herself in other screenshots, which I posted as proof. So either she was lying on the first occasion, or she was lying on the second. In any case, a proven and inveterate liar. But the blackmail did exist, and here again...
The blackmail did exist after those last tweets? Oy vey. Oy, ay, papi, ay, Dios mío. Not the blackmail.
Again, on the subject of the entire underage narrative being nothing but a coordinated blackmail and smear campaign, indeed, an admission of the fact that all...
That's why he wears the glasses, so you can't see him reading.
All of my girlfriends, including her, were very much of age. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to believe her.
I haven't leaked anything. I haven't mentioned anything. I haven't messaged anyone. I haven't,
The word for that is blackmail. When you threaten to do it. And that was my entire point to begin with. This crap about me being a predator and a pedophile. How freaking dare you? My girlfriends have been my age or older.
I know.
He sounded hilarious when he talks to his girlfriend. How frickin' dare you? My girlfriend's been my age or older. He sounds so much like somebody. Like when he talks like that. I'm gonna listen to it again. Maybe I'll hear it.
Girlfriends have been about me being a predator and a pedophile. How freaking dare you? My girlfriends have been my age or older.
It's just the way that he says that. My age or older. I don't. It's really similar to somebody.
I know.
But here's the hilarious part. It's all irrelevant. Not only did we prove that the entire timeline's impossible without a flux capacitor and plutonium, not only did the abuser in question admit to death threats and blackmail, not only did they admit they were of age while publicly lying that they were not, but by the grace of God, I had only just begun to return to my faith at the beginning of this relationship. And so, after multiple live-in girlfriends and physical relationships, I finally felt the conviction to actually wait until marriage. I have no defense. I'm simply a sinner. Oh, I intended to marry her, at least the person she was pretending to be, through a BPD technique, mirroring, wherein they ask a lot of questions and they seem really curious and interested in your life, when in actuality they're assembling a composite personality of all of your likes and dislikes, which they then project back at you like some kind of mirror mask. A BPD abuser has no personality or empathy of their own.
I think we have the inverse opinion in chat. Cheeky Stinker says, never date white men with internet shows.
And they exploit yours. The victim of said manipulation is left to think they won the jackpot, at least initially. In my case, I thought I had a traditional Christian wife willing to wait until marriage, and then a month in, the mass...
I cannot find a Bochi model, like, unless I want to pay for it.
Why don't you kill yourself?
God fucking damn it, I hate the MMD community. They're such gatekeeping assholes.
Started to slip, and she
just make the model. It's not even yours. You don't own the character. Stop trying to make money off it.
Became openly abusive, both emotionally and physically. And so, for all the allegations of grooming and gooning, for all the dimwits and dipshits typing the words, he slept with a child in their thumbnails. Not only was she of age by her own admission, I never proposed marriage, and thus we...
This one right here. Tori Goto, VRM. It's even in VRM format. $7 or more. 3D VRM made with V. Oh God. It's not even just like, it's not even a custom one.
Never slept together, but once again, I do not want you to take my word for it. Instead, I want you to do exactly what you've already been doing. I want you to take her word for it without any proof or research of your own of any kind.
If anybody were to come up to ask me and say, hey, how's Razor? How's living with Razor? Oh, he's a lying piece of shit.
That's not true.
Are you still a virgin? Yeah, I'm still a virgin. Oh, but I thought you lived with your boyfriend. Yep. Still a virgin.
Weirdest groomer ever. A relationship that requires a time-traveling DeLorean to actually occur.
You already
culminating in
said that
no sex
joke.
whatsoever because we were both waiting until marriage. Saucy.
That is so strange because he's not a virgin.
Oh, this one.
I don't think she's a virgin either.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. That is really strange. I didn't even pick up on this the first time I listened to it. What a fucking strange dynamic.
Stuff, folks. I can see why you'd want to torpedo your entire YouTube career, attaching your credibility to it. But what about the most salacious allegation?
I guess his thought is that because he's a born-again Christian, that his slate has been wiped clean or whatever. So he's like a born-again virgin. Because I know that there are some women that do that. I've never heard of a man doing that, though, where he's like a born-again virgin trying to save himself, his chastity for marriage. Really strange.
Of all. The ones Blandy Worski and the Diabetosaurus next to him were shaking their talentless tits about for 20 minutes at a stretch, blissfully unaware it was the prologue to the end of their YouTube career. A decade
They're not on
long
YouTube,
discredited
retard.
screenshot from a porn website that no longer exists.
I already covered this. I believe him on this. I want to get to the end because he starts yelling about PPP, and I think that's funny.
It's like if Spoonie never fell off the wagon.
About a tweet!
Back to the Future, guys! Plutonium DeLorean!
In fact, you should attach the final remaining micrograms of credibility you still possess on your person to push in this piss-poor nonsense and accomplish precisely nothing in the process but utterly embarrassing yourself being caught, once again, lying about strangers on the internet. But we expect laziness and libel from these cum-burping bitches. No one whatsoever...
Again, that's why he wears the glasses. It's obvious he's reading, but he doesn't want you to know it. So he puts the glasses on so you can't see his eyes going left or right.
When Glandy Worski peers out from the coat cloud, flanked by an anonymous autistic asteroid who, if chins were...
Andy, more like Glandy. That took me like 5 minutes.
Brains would rule the fucking world, pauses momentarily to comb an e-drama website that openly admits to lying its dick off from dawn to damn dusk, all to tank the remaining relevance of the Diabeto Casino. And as for Gash, JT, the fart huffing hack who honestly confuses himself with an independent journalist, such that he's still spurging about stolen scoops that if his character in this instance is any indication, he likely stole from someone else. Also, he could slap white text on a wildly original thumbnail and express socially acceptable opinions on the 8 entire members of his imbecilic audience. Well.
Bro, it's not illegal to call you a creep. You can't sue someone just for calling you a creep. I guess you'll figure it out eventually. Good luck.
What you lack in talent, you make up for in chromosomes. Look at the bright side, bud. I've ended bigger careers of infinitely more talented individuals in a 5-minute rant. You only took me 30 seconds. Walk it off, asshole. I hear they're hiring.
I'm gonna end your entire
and
career.
The receipts you've heard today are only the tip of the iceberg. I'm holding the real goodies back,
iceberg,
just
more like
in case a crazy
iceberg,
person
bitch.
decides to be the latest Me Too accuser to lose in court. But publicly, outside of a courtroom, this is the first and last word I have said about this easily debunked bullshit. On with the rants.
I'm a little bit surprised by how much chat liked that, so I'm gonna do a poll. I'm a little bit curious. Kick. Poll. Did Razor Fist epically own the Diabeto Casino? Question mark. Vote 1 for yes or vote 2 for no. And I haven't done this in a while, so let me explain. You have to type exclamation point vote 1 as a second word or vote 2 for a second word. It's a little bit obtuse because it's across multiple platforms. So
I'm sorry, this one's even harder to find. I can't find a 3D model of this one at all. Anywhere. At least the one in the pink tracksuit was available at a price.
let's see. I'll let the votes roll in. See if there's anything else related to this. I'll skip ahead in the thread and see if maybe there's something I didn't see while that comes in. Boom. You haven't noticed, I've been working on the thread highlight mod. That's just me saying what I said. It invites back and forth drama. It's like, you really don't want to get into the shit with PPP. Razor famously does badly in public spats because he's prideful in a way that is easy to mock. His general strategy of not saying much or not engaging was the smart one. Yeah, that's for sure. False. He calls his docs false, but he was absolutely phone booked over whatever as Daniel Harris. He had that name linked to his accounts and deleted said accounts after they were found. No mention later White Pages research on his parents or sister. To this day, he will not utter Daniel Harris despite claiming it was just a fake name. So he's had two different stories apparently. He said that the jerk-off video was him underage and was hacked before, and now he says that it wasn't him. So I'll leave that up to you. If someone converts or not, that's like in the mind of the beholder. You can't really question that. Yeah, that's generally my opinion as well. Are there any more like zeets about this? Oh, he's having a fight with Gabe Hoffman too. I almost forgot about that. Speaking of Gabe, so this is Evie. This is the guy. This is the original tweet that set everything off. She says, I dated a pretty well-known right-leaning asshole from 15 to 20. Then I too became a right-leaning asshole. Then the asshole ruined my heart and hurt me. I left at 20 and went back to being me. I wasn't right-wing before him, and I'm not right-wing after him. This was in 2022, so she's, I guess, 22 now. An open secret is Gabe's like anti-sex predator Twitter account. He says, did you know that Daniel Harris, aka Razor Fist, groomed an underage teenager on the uppercase I internet? See, my positive influence seeping into the minds of my listeners and improving the internet for everybody, as intended. On the internet while in his 30s, as soon as she turned 18, she moved across the country to move in with him. After she left him, she began doing pornography. Oh boy. This is, I haven't seen this. I think this is what PPP was originally responding to, so let's listen.
It is.
Okay, then you need to go.
Well, how did you come to that conclusion? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because I am telling you, I don't want you to work that job.
Well, too fucking bad. I have the job and I'm not gonna quit.
Then fuck you. Get out.
No.
Yes.
No.
You realize I can just remove your name from the fucking lease. You don't pay rent.
I don't care. I'm going to go to sleep. I am tired. And that's how it's going to go down. Stare me down all you want. It's not going to work.
What? What is it going to work?
Staring me down and being verbally abusive.
What is it going to work?
Not going to work. It's not going to. Do you want me out tomorrow?
No!
I'm out.
You don't say how it ever fucking goes down. Shut the fuck up.
No!
I will not.
God, he sounds...
Not being verbally abusive.
That sounds really, really different from how he talks to her on the phone. When he talks to her on the phone and he knows he's recording her, he's like, hello, my little taco, my little burrito princess. Ooh. Have you considered not lying to me about the black males? Ooh. And then she's like, but then when she's recording him, he's like, you don't ever get to decide what happens in this household, you fucking harlot. I have told you many, many times, stalker child, to fucking not work that fucking job. Now you must get the fuck out. Fascinating how these dynamics work. She allegedly introduced him to things like the movie Lolita. As soon as she turned 18, she left home in Chicago to move in with him in Arizona. Then after she left him, she began doing pornography. I guess this is a message from her to him, to Gabe. I don't usually like to indulge internet drama, especially about my shitty and abusive ex, but yes, I was a teen girl when we started talking, which is how I got into right-wing politics. I was also introduced to things like the movie Lolita, which is why I often would wear dresses Internet dated all the way until I was 18. Then I visited Arizona, came back to Illinois, and moved to Arizona quickly after. Things were fine at first, and then he randomly started getting mean as fuck. It's burned into my brain, him calling me things like low IQ troglodyte. Yeah, you got to be careful not to whip out your epic own ranter personality on your young Latinx girlfriend. I have a sneaking suspicion women tend to remember shit like that when you break out the low IQ troglodyte shit on them. Was just very nasty towards me, and I did literally everything for him. Towards the end of the relationship, I started catching him being sneaky. He had a porn addiction. I actually caught him red-handed one night, and he was so pissed off. He ended up pushing me hard towards the door. For some reason, he wanted to kick me out. I fell to the ground, and then he pinned me down and didn't let me up until a minute later. The next day, I was gone back to Chicago, and I haven't been back since. This was damn near 3 years ago now. I'm my own woman now. That's all I'll say. And then she says, and the reason for me saying this is because I'm tired of protecting somebody who hurt me mentally and physically. Says he spit in her face. He's very much an insincere asshole. Have a good day.
Jeez.
And then Ray Ziafis responded to Gabe Hoffman and says,
"He can't sue us all.
Know, that you have just committed libel? That the accuser admitted to blackmail campaign? That I just annihilated these accusations and you by association? Did you know you just made yourself look like the clown you really are?" Well, sir, you're threatening a hedge fund manager, so I have a feeling he's going to out-Jew you when it comes to laying down the Jew cards on the table.
This guy needs to log off for a little while.
See, I have my pet theory for this. I have my pet theory, and I think you guys will agree with me. Before I give my pet theory, let's
He's a little
round out
too
the poll.
in the
150
character.
votes. 60% of people said that Razor Fist did not epically own the Diabeto Casino, but actually 55 people or 38% did say that they got epically owned, which is a higher positive reception than I anticipated, actually. Okay. My take. The reason why... So obviously, as I said before, if he's going to sue for defamation in this instance, he would have to sue the originator of the false claims, which would be Eve. However, he is threatening Smash JT, Kino Casino, and also Gabe Hoffman, who has the material resources to mount a vigorous defense against them. So these are not easy targets, and they're also not the actual allegers of the claim, which makes me think that he is frustrated and he is damaged by these accusations, regardless of if they're true or not. But even with the assumption that it is all lies, and she is just outright trying to destroy him for a sadistic reason, because you know how bitches is, chat. You keep telling me how bitches is. So with the assumption that bitches is like that, chat, I think that he's actually terrified of her. I feel like he is like extremely afraid of what would happen if he brought her under oath in any way. And he is literally terrified of ever having to deal with her again. So that is my opinion. And he's not saying that. He's very he's sidestepping her at all times. He doesn't even say her name. He says the accuser in the video for the subtitle. He never says the name Eve at all, but he's very happy that for whatever reason, he's very gung-ho to go after people talking about what she's saying, which just seems absolutely ridiculous to me. And the only thing I can think of is that he's fucking terrified of her. So a total BPD Latinx victory. Yeah, his response is like classic bad. Like, this is the exact kind of response that gets the internet drama muckrakers fucking gung-ho and happy as shit and, super, super ready to get on live the next day and be like, he's a cuck! He's got blackmail! That kind of shit. Like, this is how you, it's like touching a live electrical wire. There's an appropriate way to do that, and putting your dick and balls on it. It's not usually it's not, I'll say this is not the OSHA certified way to handle a live wire. Okay. It's very, very perplexing. I don't even know. I would love to see more concrete evidence from either of them that what they're saying is true. I'm willing to suspend disbelief because I don't really hate them. But what a colossal fuck up. What a colossal fuck up to just do this, to go from being one of the like more respectable commentators who avoids drama like the fucking plague to someone who's just like, all right, Asteroid Man, all right, Andy Kokski, it's time for your fucking beatdown. I got an 18-minute long rant that I've memorized so I can do it in one take. Your ass is fucking done. I'm ending your fucking careers. Like unironically doing like a Ralph Amell wrestling promo cut. Like sir, I don't think you realize what nest of wasp you just stuck your cock in, but I have a feeling that you're going to regret your decisions as time progresses. End clip. All right, next.
Thanks, Josh. I did find a Mia model. There we go. This one should work. This one looks pretty good. Pretty well done. The Monster Misumi MMD community is not as gatekeepy as the Bochi the Rock community, I guess. And of course, let's see how far it goes down. Keeps going. There it is. Whoa, buddy! Like a Sekiro snake. Okay, we got more tabs. Yeah, I don't need to animate the tail. I can just have it connected to the hip bone. What's the wing go up to?
Just knowing you're so boring, I don't think I'm ever going back to locale.
He may not ever be mentally ready.
Between Call of Duty and trolling, I don't get excited about anything.
My name.
Breaking Banquet.
You're goddamn right.
Now, do I think Rostov is half as good as you or half the man you are? Absolutely not.
I mean, but you don't know him either.
I know enough to know that he is insecure enough that he was trying to kick you while you were still down. That he hadn't been in his new role 15 minutes and he was still trying to act superior when he wasn't.
That's his job though. Like his job is to take jabs and make people laugh and be entertaining. You can't look at that without a professional lens over it. Like I don't.
Right, Venoms, but that's what I'm saying. Jordy wasn't ready to come back. They were ready. We weren't ready. Well, I say we, but I mean I wasn't ready. Jordy wasn't mentally ready, and that's okay. He may not ever be mentally ready for that life again. He might not even want to go. And that may be something y'all don't understand because y'all have never been in this, but...
Kelly's got that wing gnosis.
Wait till I start wing-splaining things.
Dog, she has to do an interview for her class, and I got on here and I showed her how to do it, and she realized that my actual skill set...
But no, the reason why I'm saying it is because I feel like Jordy sometimes he says things that sound one way, even though that's not how he means it, and then it drums a lot of drama, when really,
I think
it's not that dramatic.
I think a lot of my problem is I'm very cold on my delivery.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And the cold delivery makes it sound more dramatic than it is, because it's really not dramatic. Because honestly, I think even if Keem and them heard this is the thing, hey, you guys were ready to go, you guys were ready to move on, I wasn't ready yet, I think they would even understand that more. But in their head, it was you weren't responding, you were ignoring them.
Well, everybody
doing that because
everybody's like, I crashed out, but I was literally just arguing with somebody that called me dumb. Keem said I was using a local email on OnlyFans.
That's probably
you called me dumb.
I mean, you gotta have no room to talk about anything, okay?
Well, first off,
Like
I don't
a
watch
smart
porn.
person
Like the
would.
Coyote does it in like 3.5. Let's see. 2024
Called me
Mustang
dumb.
GT 0 to 60.
He's leveling up illusion by casting low-level illusion spells. So that's how you do it in those old Bethesda RPGs. You just do it over and over again.
24 Mustang GT.
It's like how in Cyberpunk you can level up your athletics, your shinobi skills by dodging everywhere or jumping. Just dodge on your way to a location. You could level up your athletics pretty quickly. You probably look like a complete weirdo. Just like dashing all over the streets, like woof, 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 woof. And people are like, "What are you doing?" It's like, I'm leveling up.
0 to 6.
BBC. Why are you looking up BBC blowjob porn videos? She-mailed. I was looking up like something Keemstar sent me. And he's on like page 5. He couldn't find anything BBC she-mail to his liking in page 1 through 4.
I mean, is there any porn on my computer?
No.
There's no. I don't watch porn at all.
Right.
I'm sure they would love to have, him as a guest one day, and Jordy may like to be a guest one day. He's just not ready yet. Am I saying anything about you that's incorrect? Have I said anything wrong yet?
I don't think I'm ever going back to Locale.
Okay. But it's not because you have any kind of strife against them. It's not something you mentally want to do, right?
Well,
I discovered I'm happier not doing it. Like, I don't like traveling.
I'm happier when I don't have a job.
You're not going back to Locale, but would you ever go on as a guest?
Probably not.
Okay.
And like, I say this, and I said the same thing about PKA. It's like, I don't want to be a guest. It's like, whatever. Like when I say I'm done with something, I'm usually done with it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like, I'm trying.
And he's been on PKA like what 4 or 5 times since saying that. Okay.
Just to help, so it's not like, because sometimes Jordy's delivery is so cold that it seems like he's meaning it another way than what it really is.
Well, what it is like, dude, like between Call of Duty and trolling, like all my like receptors been burned out. Like I could get like an 8-man spray in Call of Duty. I wouldn't give a shit. Like I don't get excited about anything.
I mean, money is great,
Really?
but it's not worth your mental health. And I'm going to tell you, your mental health leads right into your physical health. And I'm not 100% guaranteeing you that half of my issues right now are not coming from the mental health hell that this last month has put me through.
You could say one thing about like me streaming like 2 or 3 hours a day or some shit like that and sleeping a lot. It's less stressful. I like not having to be somewhere. I don't know. It just makes me happy.
I pretty much have been a shell of
He's
myself
just a
for the
lazy
last month. I was just
slob,
hoping
like-
this one doesn't last 4 years like the last time he got depressed. I can only hope I pass away in my sleep. I'm an overweight, wife-beating PDF. Breaking Banquet needs to have his channel taken down.
This makes me happy. Like one thing, like the money's nice, but at the same time, it's like money isn't everything. I don't try to leave the house unless I can make money. I hate leaving the house to go spend money. Like if you go like, hey, let's go to the aquarium and go out to eat. To me, that sounds like two times I get to spend money and do nothing. And I don't care what income I have. I could make $250,000 a month. I don't want to go to the movies and go out to eat without making money. It's just who I am as a person. I don't care how much money I make, as long as it's a net positive. I'd rather sit in house all day and make $5 than go out and spend 150. Like I've never been a person that's like super motivated by money. I just want enough that people leave me alone.
Right.
That's
And I mean,
not how it works, but go off.
I didn't sound happy last night. How would you know it was
Like the more money you have, the less likely people are to leave you alone. You ever heard more money, more problems?
text based?
I can only hope I pass away in my
I'm so happy.
What's Kelly's Discord? Kel the Southern Belle.
honestly, it's like I could just give you my YouTube, could I not? And you'd like find it from there, right?
Right.
Couldn't I just comment in YouTube in the chat here? Because it's linked now, right?
I have no clue.
It should be.
Now, I used to be a lot more passionate. I used to be a very fiery person, but like, I don't know. It's like between doing Call of Duty and like dealing with hate and everything. Like even before trolling, like I started with hate in my YouTube because like my YouTube popped off by like having a beef with Hutch that I didn't really want to have. Which I got plans for stuff in the works. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do Saturday for a video because like I was planning on doing the laptop video, but like Kelly's got finals this week. And like generally we've been trying to get Kelly through finals this entire week, so like I haven't had time to actually film anything. But I'm hoping to get something up this Saturday that's of some sort. It's not gonna be super high effort. I got 5 people that want to do a podcast right now. I got one of the old guys that first started trying to get Locale together,
just like Phil does.
Do something. I have 2 YouTubers that are smaller YouTubers. I guess I'm a smaller YouTuber too at this point, that want to do something. And also have a guy that's like his job is like he mentally profiles criminals for a living. He wants to do something. And I was like, I got 5 people that want to do a podcast.
That's probably a bad idea.
Like, how can I get this together and like make everybody happy, or at least put a product out there that's worth watching? How you exist knowing you're so boring? I don't think I'm boring. Like I work better off people than I do by myself. Like when I'm by myself, I have to compete with my brain, and my brain's too pragmatic. But when I have somebody to play off of, I'm very good in a podcast setting.
I'm too smart.
At least I think so. No, it's not Richie. When I say Locale Live, like it was one of the guys that was helping behind the scenes when it was just me, Boogie, and Tommy before Keem got back into the project. And it wasn't Boogie or Tommy.
He liked it because he could present himself as just like the straight man, like the audience proxy. He could just call himself the least weird person on the panel, and he could feel like he's just super normal. But that's just because you're surrounded by bigger lolcows. But okay, Richard, you liked it. It was a lot of fun.
It was one of our behind the scene managers. I am trying to fix my sleep schedule. Speaking of DSP, I heard he wanted like $1,500 to do like a marathon stream this weekend. What was that about? Maybe I should beg for like $1,500. I'm not gonna do that. Like I got generally like
it just shows you where his mind is. Oh, hey, Wingo, did you hear DSP is like a disgusting, repulsive, greedy beggar? And Wings is like, wow, maybe I should be that too. It's like, whoops, didn't really mean you to get that takeaway. Never mind, forget I said anything.
Donation goal is what
I should be a beggar too.
Because I'd like to make $100 a day, and that's $3,000 a month.
Bad
That's
takeaway.
$3,600 a year, $36,000 a year, which is poverty in most states in the world. But like, I live a life that has such a low overhead, so it's fine. I can go do other stuff to make up money. I do just enough to pay the bills. Dude, I think DSP makes a great product. I mean, you guys hate
Cringe.
How much for you to do a bungee jump or skydive? I wait.
Jordy, you're retarded. I don't know what else to tell you. I think DSP puts out a great product. You don't even watch it. You watch videos made by people who make fun of him. You don't even watch videos that are on his channel. You watch This Is How You Don't Play, you stupid fucking retard. He doesn't make the product that you watch, stupid.
Way too much for both of those. How many cars do I own currently? 3.
Moron.
I'm not cheesing. I'm just power leveling. I'm putting illusion up to 50, and I'm getting conjuration up to 25. I mean, if I knew it was going to take this long, I thought this was going to be like a 25-minute thing. I would have done this off stream. I mean, $1,500 is probably what it costs to go to Connecticut from Washington. That's probably where that number comes from. Because like Kelly was like, you should take me to the Backstreet
like
Boys for my graduation.
$300 a ticket,
and I'm
man.
like,
absolutely not.
And they're in like Las Vegas, and I'm like, dog, it's gonna be
a residency.
What does that mean?
Where they're doing like 18 shows at one place, like one hotel.
Are they really at that point in their career? I don't know why Phil doesn't have a savings. Phil's got a bachelor's in business. Like,
but do you think he just makes that stuff up?
No. I mean, if he made his bachelor in business up, people would be all over that shit.
Not having a savings.
I don't know.
Some people are better at knowing people's business now.
He filed for bankruptcy.
That's even more scummy than begging, right? If you're begging, but secretly you have more than enough money, that just makes you look like an even bigger scumbag.
See, so people
Which time?
And people also dug into his checking account that time, remember? That's how they found out he plays WWE Champions. He's only filed for bankruptcy once.
I feel nauseous.
So there's your Jordy update. He's still dumb as fuck. He's still one of the dumbest locals in the locale sphere. Big shocker. Still really, really incredibly dumb. Oh, wow. He put out the Devil May Cry video. It's up on members only. Yeah, you only file for bankruptcy once. And remember, people like dug into his bank account, and that's how they found out he played WWE Champions. It's like we knew beforehand. That's the bank leaks were just an addendum at the end of the exhibit A through fucking G of him still playing WWE Champions. But sure, we only knew for sure after the bank leaks. That's why it was why June the King had already decided that he was down from the Raptors before he even began his documentary. Cool, dude. Witcher 2. I wanted to play Witcher 2, but so many other games came out. I was having fun with it too. I was playing the GOG version, the enhanced edition, and I could like mod it. Don't think WWE Champions is in the bankruptcy. The PayPal, the PayPal transactions of very specific dollar amounts. That was the evidence. And that was just linked to the iTunes gift cards. It's like, how many iTunes gift cards are you buying for like $16.51 or like $99? Like, how much music are you buying, dude? iTunes gift card for $16.51, and then over and over and over again. But let's see. Atlas has been streaming.
Casting spells.
Hello, and thank you all for showing up again to the Atlas style Saturday morning stream. I hope you're all having fun on level 1. I hope you're all enjoying casting spells as much as the rest of us. Yo, the guy sucked this week, if I'm going to be honest with you. Bro actually did nothing but get rage baited into a bunch of different things. So that's the topic for today. We're literally going to watch the guy get baited a bunch, hence the title. And we're not talking about May 1st, believe it or not. I know, that's crazy. But before we do any of that even, I don't know if you guys heard, Polygon got bought out or something like that. And DSP, of course, as is always the case, is the most affected by everything. So this was DSP's original tweet about Polygon. He says, RIP to Polygon. Sadly, most of games media is going to go the way of the dinosaur very soon. Here is an actual... Jesus Christ. Here's an actually nice article that they wrote about me in 2012 before the internet ruined humanity. Because, of course, people not liking DSP in modern day means that the internet literally ruined humanity. Of course, he went on to edit this later on and change, internet ruined humanity to like something along the lines of like the internet turned on me or before everybody hated me or something like that, which really just goes to prove that what he said the first time is exactly how he views things. The internet ruined humanity because they don't like him anymore, because people were made privy to his shenanigans. And that obviously is unacceptable to DSP. So like I said, DSP always the most affected. It's always about him all of the time. It's his brand. It's who he is. He's just self-obsessed, and there's nothing he could do. You know how it is. I don't want to be here all day. Neither do you. And if I don't actually start it on the clips, then we're never going to make it through. So we're just going to go right into it. I titled this one, DSP is a lolcow. So that doesn't really provide me any sort of information. Trolled myself. Ack. We'll see what is actually in this. So I cut it a couple days ago.
Master just did our first super chat of the day, $5, and says, your rationale for putting Disco Elysium down, I like how he terms it, putting it down like a dog, geez, is totally valid and logical, but mentally ill outraged merchants will still cry about it. Of course, they'll say it's a wage quit, to which I'll...
Well, it is actually a wage quit. And I had to explain this to my skeleton style fiance the other day. She was listening into this bit while he was live, of course. And she asked me, she goes, is he saying wage quit? Or is he like having a spasm or something? Nah, babe, he's really saying wage quit. This is a thing. You might not know this. This is a thing in the community. It is a wage quit. He quit because he didn't make enough money. There's no other way to describe it.
Hey, good morning,
and now that a $2 super chat from Pastor Arthur Montgomery came in saying, working 12 hours today. Thanks for the content. Well, get through your shift, brother. I hope you make it. Thank you for the 2. I also have to shout out some real players. We're struggling already today. That's a rough one. Because before the stream even started, George Hard R. Martin, a fan favorite around here, gifted a $10 super chat. That's not what a gift means. I'll throw 10 your way because I can put this on for hours and listen to this absolute disaster that DSP is while I work on my cars. It's better than any garbage they're putting out in theaters anyway. I thank you for the 10. Of course, I thanked you earlier, and I'm glad you like the content so much. And there was somebody else who did as well, wasn't it? Yes, Joseph Moy with the 5 Australian saying, give us this day our daily beg. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. We're all begging every day. Every day we're begging.
I'll respond. Well, yeah, I said originally that it wasn't doing well at all.
But sorry, we wage quit. We're getting back on topic.
I was going to keep playing it because there was a small group of people, who wanted it and were supporting it. Like, again, it's like any other business. If something isn't working for your business, which is your livelihood, your way to make a living, do you keep doing the thing that doesn't work? Or do you try to find things to do? Why would you repeat the bad action that no one likes?
I'm a god.
Oh, thank you, Penitent Sane, for the gifted 5.
No one would understand that. People would call you an idiot. What do they say? What's the definition of madness? Keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome?
It's from a video game.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you want me to do? Just keep streaming it anyway and having everyone complain that the game is boring, don't play it, and have no one support?
Imagine getting the entirety of your
But it was only one stream that the one guy didn't show up and give him all his money, which, fun fact, later on in the week, he came by and gifted DSP the money anyway and said that it was a shame he wasn't able.
What is it, what they say? Nothing is real, everything is permitted. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's like, bro, that's from a video game. You really shouldn't apply that to real life.
To make the stream, and it got put down, which might even be fucking this one.
I am the, you know what they say, right? I am the storm that is approaching. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Honestly,
you're right.
I don't know these dents by name. It's not worth keeping track of them if you ask me. But it's literally one stream that he didn't hit the goal and the game's fucking gone. Yeah. Regardless of how he says that he felt about the game, regardless of how much he says that it was interesting and one of the, most unique games he's ever played, and it tackled a bunch of different topics. Yeah. Despite all of that, DSP will never finish the game, will never play the game again, simply because he didn't receive the money. It's the definition of a wage quit, boss.
But I'll be the villain here because these idiots aren't logical.
They'll say that,
oh, it's bad. He waged
Miha 18 asks, does he just complain every day? Yes, especially this week. This week has been nothing but complaining and begging. For real. Wesley H with the 5. Thank you so much. Saying Phil wants to square wage quitting with being a business, but his business is whale focused. A business that relies on one customer is built on sand. Absolutely. He also doesn't run a business in a normal brick and mortar style sense. He plays fucking video games. And one of the weird aspects to playing video games online is you have to enjoy it, or you should enjoy it, in order to make money because it actually makes for better content. Right? So if he enjoys the game as much as he was claiming that he would, he should just play the game because it should be showing through in the content and making him money. Obviously, that's not how his business works, but ideally that would be it, and it would nullify everything he says. But because he's built like a lol cow, that's not how it works over there. Thank you for the 5, Wesley H. And Movie Sign with the 10, saying getting ready for work as well here. Appreciate the entertainment and making it easier to do the first responder thing. Big ups. Well, I'm glad I could entertain a first style responder. That's very meaningful to me. All of you real life workers out there getting your grind set on. Big ups.
What is your point?
GTA 6 will save the business.
When they say that term,
not if it's delayed.
Actually analyze this now for a second, okay?
Oh, we're analyzing.
My job is to entertain an audience with public content.
Right.
To the extent where people will enjoy it and reciprocate with financial support so I can make a living and continue to finance all of this.
So his entire argument is the people who say that I wage quit games, they're stupid. I wage quit games and it's good, and it makes sense. Obviously, I rage quit games, but if you say I rage quit games, you're a dummy. I say I rage quit games. I'm smart. That's his whole argument.
We can keep making more content. So
That's a very weird way to describe what DSP does. That is a very, I want to say sophisticated, but I mean that as a derogatory. That's a very sophisticated way to describe streaming. It's a very odd way to describe playing video games for an audience. It's too money focused, if you ask me. It feels business-like again, as a derogatory.
Wage quit something. What's wrong with that?
Oh.
Can anyone actually explain? Am I supposed to just endlessly do things?
So we're just saying things that are like accurate. Detractors just describe things with complete accuracy, and your only defense against the accurate explanation is just, so what? So? It's like, okay, well, I mean, if it doesn't bother you, then why are you even commenting on it? Because we're just saying what's happening. Are we allowed to say what's happening, or is that stalkerish behavior?
No one wants, and then make no reciprocating income because of it and go out of business? Is that the right thing to do?
I mean, it's what you already did.
Or is that the insanely stupid, brainless thing to do that an idiot would do?
You're a dumb idiot. I'm smart.
Right? And I'm not saying that there wouldn't always be a situation where maybe I would do something that isn't doing well. For example, I really stuck it out with Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and that was the game that frequently wasn't hitting goals, right?
And this is the bit that kills me the most about wage quitting, is it's the games that he wants to wage quit are literally games that at least somebody wants to see, right? He wants to quit Oblivion, but people show up for it. He wanted to quit Disco Elysium, and people were somebody was showing up and giving him money for it, but he didn't want to quit Like a Guy in Hawaii Pirate Edition when nobody wanted to see that fucking game, when nobody was supporting it, aside from, you know, the normal whales that came through and gave him money because they love the goals, they love to see the fat pig roach eat, right? Those are the games he wants to fucking keep, you know, he wants to keep Like a Guy on, but he won't actually play games he gets paid for. It's so odd to me. It really is.
So there definitely are times when I make the exception, but you have to understand that it has to be that.
Okay.
The exception.
Thank you, Carnox.
It can't be the rule.
Big
if
ups,
the
JFX.
rule is
Thanks for
just
stopping
play
by,
whatever
brother.
and just hope for the best, I'll be out of business. I have to be doing things that
You went
entertain
bankrupt
me.
already. So.
Okay. And that's getting
Whatever.
increasingly more tricky. I'll tell you why. Because games aren't as good anymore.
What in the goddamn?
Once again, it's the game's fault. It's always the game's fault. The reason I
games
can't
aren't
make
good
money is
anymore.
because the games suck, you guys. It's not that I'm not entertaining. It's not that I'm incapable of putting on a show and forcing the engagement out of you. I mean that in a positive way. This is my bit today. I hope you like it. That's not what he means, of course. Of course. No.
When you got big
It's the
blockbuster companies like
games.
Ubisoft releasing Assassin's Creed Shadows, or BioWare releasing Dragon Age Veilguard, right? These incredibly boring installments of giant franchises that used to get everyone excited and put butts in seats for a playthrough. Now they're just so bad, right?
Right?
But there's hundreds of games coming out literally all of the time that are significantly more entertaining to his audience and that they ask for, and he never plays the games. So I don't know what the solution is for him. That'll actually work and appease both him and his audience, but whatever. Wesley H with the 5. He talks about streaming like an EA executive talks about microtransactions. Same level of soulless greed with less money. Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I think puts everybody off DSP so much and leaves such a bad taste in their mouth after experiencing his robust and meaningful content. He's just so unlikable because he actually talks like a salesman or like you said, an executive. Nobody wants to hear that when it comes to their passionate hobby of video game playing, brother.
So what are you supposed to do? This year I'm definitely doing different stuff. I'm taking
Go
a different
bankrupt.
approach. I'm
Oh,
listening
wait.
to your feedback
Too late.
constantly. I'm pivoting from game to game, project to project to find the things that are working and the things that aren't. Okay.
Yeah, I still haven't heard like him explain what it is about Assassin's Creed Shadows that's so bad. Like, I'm not saying it's a good game. There's probably a lot of issues with it. But what were his issues with it? People didn't show up and give him money, I guess?
Okay. We're doing indie games. We're doing different things.
Okay.
Maybe now, because
That's a good thing to base your review off of.
not doing Disco Elysium anymore, we could try other indie games. We could bring back indie game night, and you guys could suggest indie games to try and go from there, right?
Right.
And it's really weird to me that he took out indie nights specifically so that he could play like long form indie title playthroughs, if that makes any sort of sense. You know what I mean? You would think he would just sub out trash games that he isn't enjoying for these full indie playthroughs and continue like a rotation of indie night so that he can always be experiencing new games and get his audience involved. But I think that's far too big brained for him.
It's this simple.
He needs
If
to
I
try
can sit
exercise
here
outside.
for
He
2.5
walks
hours
stupid.
And
You're a
talk with
hater.
you guys, just doing open discussion and Q&A on a chill night stream, and I can hit a support goal doing that. But then I play a particular game and I can't make more than $40. I think we know where the problem lies.
You.
It's not me.
Oh.
It's what I'm doing with the time that I'm on stream. Certain games just don't work. You
Isn't that
guys
kind of
find
the
them
same
boring.
thing?
You'd rather sit here and just talk to me.
It's not me, it's what I'm doing and how I do it. Okay? It's not me, it's everything that involves me. Got it. Whatever you gotta say.
2 hours, then see me play a boring
Hey.
game.
But why can't you play the boring game and talk for 2 hours? Like, that's what every other streamer does when the
figuring
game
it
is
out.
boring and nothing is going on, or you're playing the padded out section, you're grinding out levels, you're getting gear or whatever. Like, you talk during that nonsense. You could do your stupid fucking Q&As and mindlessly grind out, Assassin's Creed Shadows fucking forts if you'd like to. That was always an option, but not for DSP because he can't do two things at once for some reason. It's so odd the way that he plays games that is incapable of talking about anything other than that. It's very strange. Dean Lawliette with the 5 saying that didn't he just call people racist for not paying him to play South of Midnight a few weeks ago? The narrative switches whenever it suits him. Absolutely, the narrative switches. That's
Like, what'll happen when people start giving him money for Claire Obscure? Is he gonna call people anti-French racists? You're just racist against French people. Who knows?
Hey now, what's up everybody? Saturday style, special style, 11:59 a.m. on the dial. And we canceled it Thursday, but we got it back for the weekend, my friends. Special style, the return style pre-stream should be a good one. And yes, we are ready to dial it in as we get ready to hopefully finish our debunk of Rambo and Howard's controversial video, at the very least. Salacious video, slanderous video. We're going to finish that, and then we're going to get you right off to the pre-stream, and then we'll bid you adieu until tomorrow, because that being said, we'll be on tomorrow, my friends. So what a day, what a weekend ahead, all right? What a weekend ahead. Big ups, everybody, for chilling. Let's start out right now with Mr. Extravagant, who says, another lore stream this soon? Oh, wait, you canceled the one on Thursday? I don't know what to believe now. Please don't cancel this one. Well, it's on, okay? Thursday was, that being said, style, noonish style for May Burst, so we didn't have enough time, but today we do. We come to correct that error today. And come the spelling of which you can make it up however you want. Nibbity in the house as well. So Saturday lore show. Got so excited, almost leaked my order number on stream. Oh, I'm leaking lots of things right now. So much is leaking right now. All right. Let's quit leaking and start speaking. So, recap. This is part 7, if you can believe it, of the DSP Reacts to Howard and Rambo. Playlist link is below if you want to watch the whole fucking thing. But we are now into the part where some say the big climax, right? And that is where Rambo's telling the tale of getting messages from DSP in the middle of the night. So we went a little bit past this last time, but I think for context we got to keep this in. So we're going to start with when Rambo starts telling the story of getting texts from DSP in the middle of the night. So much so, in fact, that it woke him up. But here we go. Let's go as long as we can until the pre-stream starts, and then we'll get right to it. All right, here we go.
Let you know. Yes, this is an example of me pressuring him. Someone just
Yes,
said.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Good.
This is the kind of pressure because it wasn't just me texting him, but then I would say shit like that in my videos, and he would feel even more pressure.
Yes.
Like if he doesn't want to be in my stuff,
An asshole.
and then I say that in a video, why would he want to be in my stuff?
Makes
Right?
sense, huh?
So yeah.
Come back from my trip. I got messages from him. I got messages from other people saying, "Why the fuck won't you talk to Phil?" Phil's upset. And
not really cool thing to do.
I'm kind
Huh?
of pissed
Alright,
about
cool.
that, Howard.
Yeah, you should
The
be.
modeling
Yeah.
section is going pretty good. Got the ears. I got rid of the normal human ears so we can get the... Snakes don't have ears. What were they even thinking with these? Like, well, we gotta have ears somehow. We'll give her, like, elf ears. Give a snake elf ears. That'll make sense. Like, snakes have little dots for ears. Like, little holes.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of pissed about this. I don't contact him. I basically say, look, I'm gonna keep holding him to what I said weeks ago.
Makes sense
which
to
is
me.
when I'm ready. I'm gonna do stuff. I will contact him. The following week, I get more messages. They mostly are like, "How are you doing?" And then as soon as you say "good," then immediately goes right into the videos. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. It's like a
What a
setup. And then
spurg.
videos. Are we going to make the videos?
Yeah, I'm a workaholic.
We need to tell people when we're making the videos.
You mean
Let's do some videos.
Hey John, how's it going? Well, doing okay. Videos.
So let's record a video.
Hey John, what's up? Having a good weekend? Videos. God, Jesus, man.
I don't respond to any of these messages because, like I said, I'm in kind of a bad spot. The episode had come out. Now I'm kind of like, all this time is kind of freed up. So I'm piecing my life back together, putting things back together. And I
Hey,
got
it's
things
Gundam.
going on that actually matter beyond making videos with him. Okay?
Makes sense to me. But did you remember
So,
any videos?
I eventually get a message from him in the middle of the night, Howard.
All right. Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate
And
it.
it wakes me up because I'm sleeping. And I'm pissed off because I have to work the next morning.
Oh.
So I believe I woke up, I'm pissed off.
Yeah.
Go back to sleep. I remember waking up the next morning and very quickly responding to this in a very nondescript text response.
Yeah.
Which was basically, please count me out for a while. I'm looking to move. I'm trying to get money together to move.
Remember, but just for the context, remember, this is after Philip's been pressuring already for a while now, right?
YouTube isn't going to help with that.
Yeah.
Which is in reference to doing stuff with him.
Thank you for re-upping your membership.
Okay.
So this is like Rambo trying to be as strong as he gets, I think, right? Because Rambo's not really combative style person. So he's saying like, all right, man, get the point. I'll let you know. I'm not doing YouTube for a while, man. Like, this is him trying to be direct. He could have been more direct, but this is him trying to be direct finally.
My stuff that I was doing isn't monetized, and I'm not looking to, I wasn't looking to make money with that.
Yeah.
It's a creative outlet. And
Imagine
I said,
that,
I'm around
Philip.
most nights. Please call me. Okay? So, Howard, I'm thinking the next day.
I'm around most nights. Please call me.
Phil will call, right?
You'd think.
Because I basically expressed I'm having a tough time. And I said, please call me. So I'm thinking the next day is I'll get a call and we'll talk about things. What I would have told him was, hey, man, I need 2-3 months to get my stuff together. To get, healthier. And
I look for a second there, Ikiro. I thought he was for a second, too.
Actually go to work and undo
There
some
was a wipe of both tear ducts there for a moment, but I think he was just feeling it, not quite any liquid coming out.
damage, which is, again, I did by choice. I'm not complaining.
Look at him. He's literally doing his nails now. Like, completely the doing the nails meme right there.
Damage. Which is, again...
That shows how much he cares about this. Look at this. He's doing his nails.
I did by choice. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But instead, what happens, Howard,
What happens
and
next?
I'm going about my business the next day.
Yeah, right there.
I get a text from the Air Raid Lord.
Air Raid Lord gets involved. Now you know you got
my
a problem.
God, dude.
It says, sorry to hear about what happened.
Hey, Air Raid Lord, can you tell my friends that I miss them, please? God, he's such a fucking fruit.
And I go, what do you mean? He goes, I'm sorry to hear that you're leaving YouTube. I start getting other tweets from various people with similar sentiments.
Wow.
So I go, what the hell's going on here? So I go right to his channel, and I see that Phil did not actually call me. He instead made a video.
Oh, Philip.
Monetized video, by the way.
Oh, come on, John. Please. I monetize people dying. I'm definitely going to monetize saying you're out of YouTube.
Where he publicly reads the text out loud.
Oh,
all right. Now the next thing that
Philip.
was a common question that people have been asking me for weeks, and I finally have a definitive update for you on this one, is in regards to John Rambo. As you know, just gonna let it run. Just gonna let it roll. Let's get major progress before I say anything. John Rambo.
Major progress. It's not a video game, sir. It's your handling of a friend and your relationship with your best friend at the time. It's not an RPG. We don't need to get major progress. But thank you for not pre-bunking, I guess.
When I lived in Connecticut.
Guys, major progress done on the Rambo debunk. Major progress.
Run. Just gonna let it roll.
We got to the checkpoint.
Let's get major progress before I say anything. John Rambo and I, when I lived in Connecticut, pretty much almost every week, it was about 3 weeks out of the month, we'd do co-op gameplay on a Saturday. We'd do our podcast called Smart Guys, where we would do live wrestling commentary on everything that's been going on over the course of that particular week in the WWE and sometimes in TNA and even Ring of Honor and other stuff.
Yeah, that was awesome. Big up to you.
And we had plans that we were going to start a new show once I moved to the state of Washington, where it would be like a coast-to-coast show where I talk about stuff on the West Coast, he talks about stuff on the East Coast.
East and West Coast. You're watching WWE wrestling. Is there different news on the East and West Coast? Hey, Rambo, what's the scuttlebutt from the East Coast? Well, WWE over here is doing totally different things than the West Coast. Yeah, Philip, what's your West Coast take on this? What? That's not how it works. Unless they're following like indie wrestling, organizations, which is not the case, by the way. I know people that really care about wrestling could make that happen, right? Like East Coast indies, West Coast indies, but that's not what they're talking about here.
Where it would be like a coast-to-coast show where I talk about stuff on the West Coast, he talks about stuff on the East Coast, and we kind of, communicate once a week doing that. And everyone's been...
How cool would that show have been? And we did it like every week or every few weeks. We're talking about different coastal things. Imagine talking about all the shit that happened during, the Trump administration. Talking about all the shit that happened during COVID. That would have been an amazing show, I feel. What a lost opportunity there.
What? Oh, so it would have been like politics. How's COVID affecting the East Coast, Philip? Okay. Oh, no, excuse me. How's the corona affecting the East Coast, Rambo? Good take. All right, well, how's it affecting the West Coast, ESP? Here's my take. What the fuck would that be? How's politics over where you live?
Saying, what's been going on with this? What is going on with Rambo? It's now been 2 months.
It's raining over here. Oh, cool. It's pretty hot over here. Oh, fun.
Lived in Washington, you haven't done a Smart Guys, and I've been trying my best to keep you guys in the know and informed on what's going on. John was very inundated with work and working on his show Schnozman and Hole Punch. And finally, the final episode of Schnozman and Hole Punch was released last week to much acclaim. It's one of the best internet-based things I think I've ever seen in my life. It's really well done.
Especially well done. Yeah, sure, dude.
John did 99% of the work himself, the filming, the writing, the editing.
It's the best stuff ever.
He cares about stuff.
Shit.
And he actually puts work in the stuff he makes. But yes, go ahead.
Didn't hear back from him after that. I texted him and congratulated him on the show, and I said it's great. What are you thinking for our stuff now?
What about?
Great show, buddy. Loved it. What are you thinking for our stuff? Can't even give him a second to breathe after it was released. Great show, man. Loved it. So videos?
Congratulated him on. And I didn't hear back from him after that. I texted him and congratulated him on the show, and I said it's great. What are you thinking for our stuff now? When can
videos?
That's it. Great stuff. So our videos
started up. So I hadn't heard from him. Finally, last night, I'll be honest with you guys, I was feeling kind of not frustrated, but almost worried that something had happened where he was pissed at me or something, that he wasn't responding to anything that I was sending him. And so I went ahead and texted him again. I'm gonna, I told you guys I'm the realest person on the internet. I got nothing to hide.
I have nothing to hide. Yeah, but you maybe
Even Phil himself could not watch his past self say that without face palming. This is a guy who knows he's a fucking liar.
On the internet, I got nothing to hide. I'm gonna tell you.
I have nothing to hide. Yeah, but you maybe Rambo didn't want this public. You ever think about that? I got nothing to hide.
Exactly what
I know. You just know it was 1 minute after that video hit the internet. He is texting Rambo. God, can you imagine how quickly that was? Oh, video's out. Hey, Rambo, loved it. Anyways, how about the videos? How about our stuff? Oh, yeah, that video was great. Loved it. Anyways, videos.
We talked about.
Oh, my God.
Text. And basically I said, here you go. I said, hey, John, I hope you're doing well. Haven't heard from you recently.
God, the fucking theatrics, man. So obnoxious. See how stupid Past Me is? I hate that guy. You guys are right. He sucks. I can understand you guys hating him. But that's different. That's not me, though. That's someone else other than me. So you guys were hand to hand, shoulder to shoulder. We hate that Past Phil. He's an asshole. You can direct all of your hatred and venom and destruction at him. Well, I mean, he doesn't exist anymore. I killed him and I took his spot. And you can't get mad at me because I'm not him. I'm someone completely different. But look how mad I am at that guy. He's such an asshole. You guys are right. But he's dead and I'm the new one and I'm cool. So don't make fun of me.
I like to catch up with you, off camera. Don't worry about
just knock it off with the fucking
I just want to hear how you're
theater
doing.
kid shit, man.
And it feels weird to me. I knew you had Schnozhole going on, but when you
He's
didn't
such a
respond
fucking
at all to my
Schnozhole? Oh, is that like a nickname
Such a
for it? I
piece
was gonna
of
make fun of
shit.
him for making it wrong, but that might have been the nickname.
Schnozhole.
The real name is Schnozman and Hole Punch, but maybe that's like the in way to say it. Excuse me.
Text last week, it felt like something may be wrong.
What are you looking for,
no
dummy?
Pressure. I want to know where we stand and that you're okay.
Your fucking Cro-Magnon
and John
skull.
did respond this morning, and he
Thanks for the death counter.
Thanks for the death
DSP.
counter, buddy.
Death counter 868. Perfect.
Said, hey, you're gonna have to count me out for a while. I need to get my money to.
Yes, correct, King Jad. Retcon reaction is not because of how he feels, because how other people react to this moment, including Rambo. He did not think anything was wrong in this moment at all. When he did this, he did not think anything was wrong with this at all.
Together so that I can move to a better place. YouTube stuff isn't going to help me
Look
with
at
that.
this.
I'm around most nights if you ever
See
want.
this guy? He's an asshole. That guy, you guys are right. He sucks. All those stupid videos he made about him. Good job, guys. You really showed him what for. But sadly, he's dead now. And I'm the new version of him. He's super cool and nice, and you can't make fun of me. But him, he's an asshole.
Call, so I did respond to him and I said, all right.
Fuck off, man. You're the same people. You and him, you're the same people. In fact, I think you're worse. I think you've gotten worse over the years, you fucking cunt.
The next couple days.
Asshole.
You made a funny asshole. Yeah, that makes it much better. And you can say you really mean this. Good point. Great job.
Squeeze in a time.
You're doing great, buddy. This is definitely going to make people understand.
Around most nights if you ever want to call. So I did respond to him and I said, all right, in the next couple days, I'll try to squeeze in a time when I can call.
Oh my God,
There's a
Phil,
big
you're
time
so
zone
funny.
difference. But the bottom line is the sound.
What was that, Philip?
I'll try to squeeze out. I'm around most nights if you ever want to call.
I'm around most nights if you ever want to call.
Also, I did respond to him and I said, all right, in the next couple days, I'll try to squeeze in a time when I can call. I know there's a big time zone difference.
You can call any time, but I'll squeeze in a time.
Philip did say, I'll try to find a time to squeeze in a call. I'll try to find a time to squeeze in a call. The time zone difference is same as his parents. That is correct. So we're talking 3 hours. 3 hours. Okay? That's the time difference.
It sounds to me like John is just not interested in doing anything on YouTube right now. And I'm gonna be
honest with you again,
because I'm gonna be honest with
I'm
everybody.
gonna be honest with you
Why
again.
start now?
I think
even more than I've been honest
that
up to this
John,
point.
Does not get the credit that he deserves.
Oh, here we go.
I think that John Rambo in particular actually puts in an incredible amount of work ethic, effort, and time into his work that people don't understand.
He puts work into his work.
I think that John, unfortunately...
What an asshole.
Oh yeah, make it bigger.
He said John puts work into his work. That makes him such a big asshole. You're right, Phil.
Philip, that's going to make people feel bad for you and understand you more. Good point. Good point. Good job.
Didn't get as much, if anywhere near anything, out of the stuff that he put into YouTube like I did. All right. So I'm gonna give you a quick bit of history.
Oh, please.
Back when I started on YouTube on a whim, I started doing gameplay or whatever, and I had this huge jump in popularity because no one was doing gameplay
He's
on
such a
YouTube like I was.
stupid theater kid.
Everyone was either doing professional.
We live in a
walkthroughs, or they
dystopian
weren't
society
doing live
ruled by theater
commentary, or it
kids.
was all nothing like raw, unedited, real gameplay like I was doing on YouTube. I was the only person doing it like that at the time.
No one was there was just less people putting out gameplay videos on YouTube. Yes, we got it.
And it became hugely popular. And then in that particular year, we were heavily into Street Fighter. We were playing Street Fighter 4. Years passing after that into 2009, 2010, John and I started doing co-op of gameplay and stuff like that. And so John that year actually qualified to go to Super Battle Opera in Japan. And at
by beating DSP, by the way.
Battle Opera, he documented everything. He went and he videotaped everything. And because he had a following of people who knew who he was from my content, he made his own YouTube channel, John Rambo Presents. He documented his whole trip to Japan.
Oh, make it bigger, Philip.
Like, popular as hell.
Yes, that's definitely going to work. You're doing it, buddy. Everyone feels bad for you now. Good job. This is the second time he's enlarged the text, as if that has some effect on things. He just really is looking for anything else to do than listen to himself, because he knows he sounds like an asshole. Iwamoto says, imagine DSP dating girls. Hey, I saw you were online just now. Why didn't you respond? Don't you like me? Hello? Oh, God. Dude, you saw him on the call with Angela? He was flipping out when she wasn't showing up. She's a little bit late. Yo, where's Angela, man? Where's she at? Come on. The clock's ticking down. Here we go.
Hell, people watch the hell out of the videos. They're like, wow, John, we love your footage. Would you consider doing gameplay of your own? Would you consider doing projects of your
God.
own?
MRBR, great fucking comment. Putting asshole on old you and not current you is DSP in a nutshell. Amazing comment. Amazing comment. Yeah, Wolverine Doll makes a good point, too. She wasn't late. He was an hour early. He just couldn't handle the wait.
At that time, John did a few things. He started a series called Games the Series, where he was just playing random games.
That's a retarded name.
Store where he knew the employees there. And also,
God, John Rambo has such a fucking stupid sense of humor. I'm going to make a show, and I'm going to call it The Show. Yeah, that's so whenever anyone types The Show into Google, they won't be able to find it. That's a great idea. Oh man, and then I'm going to make a show about games, and I'm going to call it Games. And it's going to be completely unsearchable. I'm so smart. Everything is so ridiculously simple. It's so funny. Ha ha ha. The Show.
Also, with his other friends,
You're an idiot.
friends who people didn't know. We're doing co-commentary with him. And then after a while, he decided he didn't want to do that he'd prefer to just do gameplay with me. And he went in his own direction on his channel, and he started doing things such as The Show, which is his weekly podcast with OJ, where for about 2 hours, the two of them shoot the shit. They talk about different topics. They do comedy skits. They have guests. They play music. They do all kinds of stuff. It's a 2-hour variety
Wait,
show.
how were they able to play music without getting copyright struck? That's your excuse every time people tell you to play
started,
music.
We're talking some 2-3 years ago now. It was just a podcast, meaning there was no video. It was like just audio. You could listen to it as an audio show. And they would put up pictures and stuff that would go through, but it wasn't anything you needed to see. You could literally just listen to the show and be doing other stuff, and you missed nothing.
Okay.
Over the years, John Rambo's The Show has progressed so exponentially, like from being just a podcast to having all kinds of interactive art and things going on, to then having guests on the show, to then having
How is
video.
this making him an asshole?
What's the point of this?
I feel like I'm doing a fucking another tribute.
Yeah.
Right? What the fuck am I doing here?
Ah.
I'm
What am I
basically
doing?
saying goodbye, John Rambo. Like, are you shocked that people contacted Rambo and said, "Hey, Rambo, you're never making content ever again. I'm sorry to hear you're leaving the internet." Like, what the fuck?
Why are you doing this
What
memorial?
am I doing?
Podcast where you could see video call and see people live on the show, to having all this video packages and things put into it. And then, of course, John, in 2012, when we were working on our own video series called Project 7, John was inspired creatively to do his own thing called Schnozman and Hole Punch, which is this show that he's been working on for 2 years and finally, reached completion this past week. And it was a lot of effort and work. And I'm going to say this, I am angry because John does not get the viewership he deserves. I love his content. I think that the show, in addition to that Schnozman and Hole Punch, and anything that he puts out on that channel is great. It's gold.
Garbage.
It's like, it's not,
trash.
I would not miss it.
Like, it's unwatchable, dude.
He puts out on there,
this is the fake glazing instead of,
I'd rather watch Project 7 than Schnozman and Hole Punch, and that says a lot. That show sucks.
Trying to be a real friend and calling. We're trying to do that thing because we don't know how to be real friends in real life. So we're just going to, claim we love everything he does. He deserves all this stuff, but we just can't call him because I don't know. I just don't know.
Like I would watch every episode of a popular television show or every episode of or even following a funny comedian and what work they work on. His quality stuff is that good. Now keep in mind, he's an individual. He's independent. He doesn't have studio backing him with millions of dollars so he can have crazy special effects and all that. He learned everything on the fly and he does it himself. And the thing that pisses me off is if you consistently look at John's content over the past several years, the stuff that he puts out on YouTube, it's gotten exponentially better and his views have gotten exponentially worse.
What does that tell you?
With the show, which was just an audio
Very cool to point this out to everybody, by the way.
That thing was getting tens of thousands of views. Now he struggles to even get a couple thousand views on it.
Why would I say this? Right? I'm burying him. I'm basically saying he's unsuccessful.
He fucking sucks now, dude. He can't get any fucking views.
But everything he's saying applies to himself, so in a sense, he's calling himself unsuccessful? Whoa, Phil, I thought you were so successful.
This is the same shit that Review Tech USA ended up doing to me eventually on his channel.
Oh, wow, make it about you real quick. Review Tech USA did the same thing to me. Just letting you know, though. He did the same thing. Don't forget that. Okay? Don't forget that. He did the same thing. Manga in the house says, come on, I've been edging for an hour. Where's Angela? Come on. It's wild to listen to that because he does get like that.
And I was like, dude, don't you understand? Even if it's well-intentioned, that this just hurts things. It makes people talk shit and have drama.
Review Tech USA was never your friend. So it's a big fucking difference. Review Tech USA was reacting to all people online. And of course he made fun of you because everyone else on the internet was doing that as well. Rob Rambo was your friend.
Podcast. I don't know.
Is this where he got the idea?
Nothing's changed. The quality has gone up.
Review Tech did that. Why can't I do that to Rambo?
Somehow the interest has waned. And a lot of people say to me, Phil, your content, well, you can say 100 things about me. That I'm an asshole, I'm a hypocrite, people hate me.
I'll say that. It's right there.
There's a slander campaign against me and yada, 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 yeah. My views have gone down, but not to the point where it's like I get 10% of what I used to. And John, unfortunately, that's what's happened to him. It's bullshit. What the hell happened over there? I have no idea. I've never seen anything where he attacked a
Eduardo, you want the Angelo? I'll find the link real quick. Hang on, I got it. I'll give you the link to that episode.
Or there was an argument, or he did something wrong. It just seems for whatever reason people gravitated away from his YouTube channel.
Gravitated
over
away.
The years, he's put so much work into the stuff that he's done. I know for a fact that he put a good 6 fucking months of work into the final episode of Schnozman and Hole Punch. And right now, you go over there, and of course, was he expecting a ton of views? No. What I would say is it's a success in regards to the people that watched it, loved it. So if a couple thousand people watch it and love it, I guess, mission accomplished. But
is that what you think?
I know for a fact that's his heart, soul, money, and time that was invested in that thing. And he even knew so much so that it was, at this point, just for the artistic vision and not for the fact that he was going to get anything.
Like, it's the kind of shit you would turn in as, like, a final for, like, a community college student film class. Like, come on.
Monetarily out of it. He didn't.
It's such trash.
Even
such lazy writing, such stupid humor.
Monetize the final episode of Schnott.
Like, the universe that they live in is like an amalgam universe where like Marvel and DC exist simultaneously, but somehow like the Avengers and the Justice League don't interact with each other. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, if Marvel and DC existed in the same universe, you would have DC characters in the Avengers and Marvel characters in the Justice League. Like, So stupid.
So he knew from the get-go that the series over 2 years had declined in viewership so much that it wasn't going to be getting anything significant. And he didn't even bother putting ads on it because he didn't want the artistic vision ruined by
just
ads.
assuming all this, by the way. Assuming all this.
Fucking popping up all over his work.
This is basically the nicest drag ever. I'm dragging
Is
into
it?
dirt, mud, shit, feces.
Ew.
But I'm being nice.
Mud, dirt, shit, feces. Thanks for splitting up shit and feces, Philip.
Oh, he loves it so much.
So, John is a hard worker. John
tribute
is a
drag, I
dependable
guess.
person. And
Yeah,
I really
sure.
feel that. I don't know from what the cause was that all of a sudden his viewership, declined like it did over the past couple of years. And I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves. And I feel bad when I get a text like that basically he's saying...
Yeah, Nibbity, good point. He's complimenting his own insult. Yes. This is the nicest drag I've ever seen. Incredible. A lot of people telling me.
It's like concern trolling, but he's too stupid to realize it.
The best drag.
Yeah, like, man, your views, they suck. They're tanking. And it makes me mad because, like, you're so talented. You're so cool, but, like, you're failing. And, like, your shit stinks and it's all retarded. But you're so smart and funny and cool. It's the best thing I've ever seen. But, like, nobody likes it. So, like, what's going on, man? Dude, come on.
I've ever seen.
It's like,
He's
fuck
giving
you.
up on YouTube.
Fuck
Except
you.
for, like, I know he's going to continue to do his podcast, the show, but basically that he doesn't want to do anything on YouTube. He has to focus on real life work to save up money and be able to move. That pisses me off. I hate that because that
Yeah, I'm so mad.
That's
But
been
it is what it
crushed.
is.
Here's
Yeah.
someone who's a very creative person who I know if he had the means to do it, that he could make epic series for the internet.
Yeah.
And he can't do it now. He has to go focus on 9-to-5 job because he needs to save up his money. And it's so
It pisses
disappointing.
me off.
because
I'm so
such a good
angry.
friend of his. That is the
Oh,
situation.
yeah. Such a good friend we can't even call.
And all I can say is that,
You know.
from my standpoint and my perspective, work-wise, is it a disappointment that John's not going to be in my content anymore, or at least for the foreseeable future? Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, I'm an adult, and I realize that this is
I'm an
John's
adult.
life and it's serious business, and that if that's his decision, I absolutely 1,000,000%
adult,
respect it,
Mom.
and I say good luck to him, and I hope that he has
I hope
massive
that you
success
know.
with whatever he's doing, so that he can actually start
You know.
making some money because YouTube didn't pan out, and that he can do stuff in his life to improve his life situation.
In his
I
life
am
to
the
improve his
exception
life.
to the rule.
Oh, here we go. Here's why I'm so cool and he's not.
I am the lucky one. I am the one out of the
I'm the
million
one.
who tried to make it big on YouTube. I take that back. I didn't try to make it big on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just tried to get anything going on YouTube that could possibly work. As a hobby, it blew up. And because it blew up at one time, and I was the
blew
popular thing, I'm able to make a living doing it today. Even though
Yes.
I'm not the popular thing anymore, I still have enough that I can make a living. But I'm the exception. Right?
I'm
I'm the
exceptional.
lucky one. And it sucks that someone like John, who has all that creativity, it didn't work out for him, and it's bullshit. And I hate
Bullshit,
a world
I hate
where that's
it. It
not
makes me
fair.
so
You know what I
mad.
mean?
Okay.
It's not fair. It's not fucking fair.
Not fucking fair,
And
man.
I can
Yeah,
understand.
you could have paid him more than $100 though, so he could have had maybe a little bit more wiggle room and that kind of thing. But no, $100 is enough, right?
A lot of people that are frustrated, that just like John, who you have creative talent and you can't make it big on YouTube, and I understand because it's bullshit. It's not fair. It's kind of like perfect timing. You know what I mean?
No.
And it's perfect timing and luck of the draw, and I was the lucky one, and millions of people are not. And that's very frustrating to me because, as you know, John was an
Jesus.
integral part of my work. John is my friend. I loved having work and friendship involved because it really was a great thing. But I knew when I was making this move to Washington that it had to be done. It was going to be a massive positive. So far, there has been a massive positive.
Which is?
And
in
if
2015
anything,
yet.
one major negative right now is that unfortunately I'm not going to be able to do stuff with John. From time to time, I'm going to give him a call. I'm going to try to give him a call in the next couple.
All right, I'm going to give him a call from time to time. Did all this video before even calling him once. What?
Couple of days. Hopefully we can catch up, find out what the heck's going on with him. And
this was the situation where I basically realized I just can't call the guy. I never had free time except night.
What's the time you realized after you said you would call him? That's unusual.
I'm going to try to give him a call in the next couple of days. Hopefully we can catch up.
Okay. Hold on.
From time to time, I'm going to
From time to time, I'm going to call
give
him.
him a call. I'm going to try to give him a call in the
I'm going to try to give him a call in the
next couple of days. Hopefully
next couple of days.
we can catch up.
So we can
Find out what
catch
the heck's
up.
going on with him.
And this was the situation where I basically realized I just can't call the guy. I never.
What?
Just
Then why'd
can't
you
call
say it?
him because you didn't care that much. Yes, Petchy. John's an asshole for reacting to Phil's self-proclaimed asshole past self because he's no longer an asshole. Correct. Yes. You just figured it out. That's the key to this whole thing. That's the key to this whole thing.
What's going on with him? And
this was the situation where I basically realized I just can't call the guy. I never
Right.
had free time except nights, late nights. You know.
No.
He'd be like, "Oh, just call me at night." I'm always streaming. Could not be
No,
streaming
you
'cause I have to
don't.
pay the bills. You know, I put myself in that situation. It's my fault. But even I say it in a video, and then I didn't do it because I couldn't because I was stupid.
You know, if you want to keep in.
Okay, so you admit you are stupid then because you could wake up 15 minutes earlier and call, but
I'm not stupid.
or take 15
I was
minutes late to
stupid.
stream instead of do whatever the fuck you do for those breaks. Here goes to Pasta Maker. Says, I think Phil really did regret moving across the country with the child roommate to a place where he had no friends. He missed John, but since everything is a transaction to Phil, he could only express that loneliness through wanting to use John. Interesting. I think he didn't really care about his friends, right? Like, I think, like, socially you want to have friends, but, like, he can't let that side of himself out, really. That feeling that he really wants it. Like, nature would give you that feeling of wanting to have friends, I think, but he couldn't, like, he doesn't have that feeling himself, like it's important, you know, enough. He doesn't think about it himself, right? Like, it's important to him, even though he feels the negative of that. Like, yeah, what is a friend? Does he know what a friend is even, right? That's a good point, Darius.
I think his
Like, just
idea
what
of
do
a
they get?
friend
What do I
is
get from
people
them,
who
right?
just
Even though somewhere
make
I know he feels negative
benefits
feelings
off
about
each
it, but he
other.
might not even know that's from not, like, having a friend or interacting with people, you know? Logan K says, I think Philip never called John because he was afraid of being left on red. This is why he prefers to talk online to make people call him instead. Like, you're saying, like, if John never answered, then what, right? That puts him as, like, the loser in the situation. That could be, too, right? I think he's scared of what Rambo might say, too, right? Just, it's, you know, afraid of putting himself out there, even that little bit, to give him a call and say, hey, man, what if John was a little bit pissed, as he had the right to be? To say, hey, man, fuck you, man. All you worried about is videos. Like, maybe Phil was scared of hearing that, right? Scared of hearing the results of his negative actions toward John. That might be scary to him. So scary, in fact, that he wouldn't make the call, right? You know, he's a baby about that stuff. So instead, we make a video about it, both right after the moment and then 10 years later, whatever the fuck, to you know, to do this shit, to try to make us look good, even though all it took was a call back then, right? I don't know.
In touch with John, definitely check out his YouTube channel, John Rambo Presents.
Go check it out. Yeah,
he's
nice
going to be
plug.
uploading weekly his podcast
Great
and all that
plug,
stuff
bro.
is going to be continuing on over there. And I hope, again, I wish him the best, and I hope that stuff
I
works
hope he
out for
sells
him.
a million
and
hats.
I'm going to be keeping in touch with him privately offline. I
No,
know
you
this is a
won't.
huge change for everybody.
No,
because
he
we were all
won't.
expecting, you know, this wasn't something that John and I discussed before. It was a
Sweet
completely
plug.
different story, and apparently there was this epiphany in the past 2 months where he just realized that he can't do YouTube stuff anymore.
Epiphany?
You know, that's life. It is what it is. So,
That's life.
you
It is
know,
what it is,
I
you
just got to
know.
move ahead. And no hard feelings
The
whatsoever to anybody.
self-soothing mantra.
Seriously,
That's life. It is
how
what
could
it
I
is.
possibly have hard feelings for a guy who supported me, who was there for me, who we had a working friendship and a great business relationship for several years?
Oh, great business relationship for who? For who?
It was only that I chose to actively move. How could I be upset that he is moving on and doesn't want to be involved with that YouTube-related content anymore? I mean, I would be such an incredible egomaniac.
Yeah, but you
selfish
are, though.
Asshole. You know what I mean? And I'm
Yeah, but you
not.
are, though.
You know, I said, I love the guy. I wish him the
I
best.
love
I hope
him.
this stuff works out for him. So there you go.
I love him.
You know what I
If
mean?
only I could have told him before
There
it
you
all
go.
fell apart.
That's the definitive
life.
answer. And if anything changes, like he said, count me out for now. He didn't say count me out forever. There's a possibility that
He said for now. He didn't say forever, guys. So there's still a chance. He said for now. Leanna, listen to this. What do you think this means? He said for now, not forever. What do you think?
that maybe in the future there'll be big stuff coming up. Maybe, you know,
Maybe,
John's
you know.
in a better situation in a year's time and he wants to do a big playthrough with me, or he wants to come back and do Smart Guys. Great. But I'm not going to push the issue. I'm not going to harass the poor guy.
Too late, bitch. Do you think Phil took it personally that John said, I don't want to do YouTube anymore? Since Phil makes his entire life revolve around videos, maybe he thought John.
Hey, Lon, it's Sully.
Maybe he thought that if you said I don't want to do YouTube, Philip's like, oh, that means he's done with me too. Oh, it's me. He's done with me. But he said for now.
I'm working,
I think it's a possibility.
I'm working on a new costume that Dominic requested. It is Mia, the snake lady from Monster Misumi. Don't know if that's right or not. Look how long that tail is. It's crazy. I'm going to keep the whole length of the tail in.
He wrapped them all together because there's nothing else they have together, right? As Philip himself explained. They talk for an hour about what they're going to record and stuff, or catch up, and then they record for the rest of the day. Dominic says he could drop this drama kid shtick anytime now. Shout out to Ludwig World Order. Big ups, chat.
Oh, hey.
Big ups, Dominic.
Hey.
The legend. And Ludwig World Order. Legend.
And say, oh, you're going to be my content, you're going to be my content. I'm just going to leave it as it is.
Unearned
John,
shout out.
Makes a decision that maybe he wants to come back, he can. Now, unfortunately, what this means is what's going to happen to Smart Guys.
Here's how that affects me.
Right? Because this is what everyone... Phil, when's the next Smart Guys? When's it, I don't know now, because Smart Guys integrally... From day one, it was me and John. Right? And we worked well off of each other. I had one perspective, he had another. A lot of times we had varying perspectives. We had different opinions on what was going on. And it was good the way that we played off of each other in that show. And would it even be worth it to continue that show when it's only one person? You know what I mean? Now, there is obviously a possibility to continue the show and maybe find people who are interested in pro wrestling who want to give their takes on what's been going on.
I don't think that's ever going to
Triple P is
happen.
probably like, what, 15 years old at this point? He might be a future guest.
We have special guests that we rotate through, but I don't want to do that.
I doubt it.
Gahul's ready. Cypress TV's probably 10 years old at this point. I don't fucking know.
Without having input from people who've been fans of Smart Guys for years. I would be an asshole. I'm just going to change it. Fuck it. I want to hear everyone's
Ethan Ralph, he's up there. Ethan Ralph.
I would have been an asshole if I said...
Same age as Philip, right?
If I just said, let's keep doing
would
it
it be better
anyways.
as a show that I continue by myself? Would it be better as a show where I have guests who maybe are rotating co-hosts on the show? Would it be better if maybe I tried to find a one person who could be a co-host permanently?
Find a one person.
Is that it? Should I just retire the show completely and just continue on? As you guys know, for the past 2 months, on Saturdays, I'm just doing one
he's
gameplay
already
streams.
out
Should I just
later.
do that instead? So I would definitely like to hear...
He's acting like John is literally dead. Fuck him, man. He's out. All right, so we can get the following... we can get a lot of new people, though. That's no big deal, man.
Your opinions on all that stuff, whether it's on Twitter, @TheyCallMeDSP, whether it's in the comments of this video, please go ahead and submit me all that and let me know. I will mull it over. I'm not going to promise anyone Smart Guys is returning soon because I want to think about it for a while. And in particular, with this hardcore gaming season coming up, I may be
Can't forget that, obviously.
Anyway, maybe this was the right time for this to happen, but I'd like to hear your opinion and
The
feedback.
right time for this to happen?
So I can't say
Jesus.
this because ultimately, I felt that the show had no purpose without John. That show was not just me; it was me and John.
Okay.
Without John, it wasn't Smart Guys anymore. I dabbled with the idea that maybe I would just do a new show. I just ended it, and at that point, I didn't have any more pressure to really watch pro wrestling, but I did. I continued to watch it for several years, but
Yeah, because you like it, man. We pretending we don't like it outside of the show. Well, come on.
At that point, I didn't have any more pressure to really watch pro wrestling, but I did. I continued to watch it for several years, but yeah, I mean,
because you like it? That's your fucking biggest hobby of your entire life? Yeah, it makes sense. I didn't have pressure to watch wrestling. Okay, well, you liked it anyway. Not like it's some big thing.
Anything defensible in that? I mean, I could have literally said, hey guys, so I heard from John, and we're not going to be doing anything for a while, if ever. I'll let you know if it ever changes.
Oh, yeah, he has to pretend Down from the Rafters isn't him. Good point. Yeah, we're still denying Down from the Rafters at this point in the timeline.
None of your business. Why? It's none of your business. Seriously. But back then, again, I was so Mr.
Why do you have to present it in
Mr.
such a rude, snobby
I gotta
way?
share everything with everyone.
None of
I
your
gotta
fucking
document
business.
everything. Keep in mind, I was filming all over my house. I was
Sorry
filming
for
all over
not
everywhere I
asking.
went. I was an idiot. Now, that's completely different. Like today, I would just say, oh, fuck off. None of your business, man.
Right.
Stop getting in our business.
Right.
Do I want to do content with John? Yes, but we're not. Too bad. I'll let you know if and when we are and deal with it. Right? But I wasn't like that back then. I wasn't. I didn't have boundaries. So
Hey,
John
Phil, when
texted me
are you
saying personal
planning
shit.
on doing anything with John Rambo anytime soon? None of your fucking business. Get your nose out of my stuff, you fucking stalker. Fuck you, you stupid bitch. Cool. This is how you build an audience.
I read it like an asshole. And then
after he said to call him,
bury him for like 40 minutes. I bury the guy. Oh, his content's good, but no one watches it. It's a
Yep.
shame. I mean, in one way, I'm alluding basically it's the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm used to pick up content and push it, and it
you
would be
didn't say anything about the algorithm, but cool retcon, man.
popular, and then the YouTube algorithm changed.
Cool
And just
retcon.
like my channel, his channel had been suffering too. But I didn't have to say any of that. Again, you have to understand that when you're going to say negative shit about someone or something, it's going to just be tossed at them. And that's exactly
I understand
what
that. Do
Review Tech
you?
did to me for years.
You gotta understand this thing that I haven't
Someone else
learned.
did this to me too. Okay, Review Tech did this to me. Don't forget about that. Dumb fuck.
Thanks for the membership.
Did you forget that Review Tech did this to me also? How dare you? I've also had people fuck with me. Huh?
Oh, DSP Gaming is failing. Look, the views are going down. Phil has to make drastic action now or he'll go out of business.
Well, that's all true.
Rich, why'd you make that fucking video? Don't you understand?
Because it was all
He was
true.
not your friend, and he's a drama YouTuber.
And then when you make that video, people now will come and laugh at me and deride me and say,
He is not your friend, and he is a drama YouTuber doing what drama YouTubers do. Okay. Yep. Same exact situation. Very, very good reference here, Philip. Good thing to bring up. Visions are off except for the That Being Said videos, guys. But I'll put them on tomorrow when we get a That Being Said show.
things towards me and say, oh, what did you, I didn't understand that back then because I was a fucking idiot. Now I get it, but this is like, 6, 7
like,
years later, 8 years later. Older
So
and
what?
wiser now, but back then that was the dummest thing I could have possibly done in the situation.
I think you're dumber and older.
Reason.
Got that fucking right. Big
You're
up
older
Joe
and
Dub.
dumber.
Phil could have had the asshole text on his footage now and it still apply. Yeah, but it's very telling that he put it on the past Philip, not the current Philip, right? That's my favorite good metaphor for how Philip thinks about things, right? Big up Meth Bear says, John said call it night. Phil wouldn't because that's when mommy said the train at Sleepy Time Junction left the station and adults get mature sleep. Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I'm almost done with the music video for one of ALT's songs. I'm almost done. I should just hurry up and finish it, but I'm just nearly there. I could finish it tonight if I wasn't lazy, I guess. Playing too much Expedition 33, I guess.
That is when adults go to sleep. Good point, Meth Bear. Good point. And big ups Jacob.
Good game.
Big ups.
Good game.
Let's go.
He goes out to give me a bunch of compliments and then kind of buries me. After
Literally
that.
have just like
Weird mixture
5
of-
seconds to finish.
It was
No
a
hurry.
happy burial.
It's like it's okay if I speak negatively because I compliment you.
Oh no, he's a judge, he's like a host of the show. So all the songs that he submits isn't up for voting. They're just songs that they'll play at like moments during the full show.
You first.
It was like, you're great,
okay, right?
but you're still failing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
He
very
does
weird.
the same thing where he goes, I'm going to be honest with everyone.
Yeah, interludes.
Like the usual spiel.
Yep. That is the usual spiel, isn't it? I'm going to be honest with everyone. And John fucking knows it back then.
I'm going to be honest with everyone. That usual spiel. He talks about how John's giving up on YouTube. He doesn't want to do stuff on YouTube anymore. He kind of implies like I'm upset about views. I'm not getting enough credit or views or money, and very far from my feelings on things.
That's awesome.
I don't think I ever. It's very hard to make the argument that I tried to make
Let's see how this
a
costume
living
looks.
on YouTube, or I tried to make
Yes.
money on YouTube. Okay, the stuff I put out is not going to reach a lot of people. It's not
You
really
knew that.
possible. It's a two-hour podcast, which is weird. It's a web series that's weird.
A 2-hour podcast is weird, Philip?
It's very different than taking a video game that millions of people know about.
Correct.
It's advertised and doing a playthrough. People could find you in a search. And like for my
Not
stuff,
with
I
the
know what
names of
ceiling
your
is.
shows.
Like the first,
Yeah, just look for the show.
Episode, however, is like 20,000 views.
Imagine trying to tell anyone about your stupid shit. Yeah, look me up online. Okay, what's your show name called? The Show. Oh, okay. I'll find it real quickly. Hold on, there's another one I do. It's called Games. Look up that one and see if you can. Good luck.
That's my ceiling. It's not 200,000, 2 million, 20,000.
Yeah, I like this.
I then spent the next 3 years
I
making
bet.
more of those, knowing what that ceiling is. There's never a goal to get fame or money. It's like this is
Yeah.
what I like to do. This is what I want to make. The show we've done, almost 200
It's like
episodes.
Gon's hair.
You know what the ceiling is.
Yeah,
So you need to do
exactly.
it. So I get all these messages from people saying, I always liked your content. Sorry to hear you're leaving.
Wow.
In the same video, he talks about how he's the exception. I'm the one in the million. That can do this. That can make it. Well, congratulations, man.
You're welcome.
Again, we don't make the same type of content.
Always fun.
And he first himself as the realest motherfucker on the internet.
Yeah,
So he's
stupidest motherfucker on the
spewing
internet, baby.
misinformation.
Yeah, no shit.
When he could have just called.
I'm not stupid,
And
though.
by the way, Howard.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has never actually called me to this day, which is.
Oh, Philip! Oh, Philip! The easiest thing to do. The way to kind of come off as not the hugest asshole possible. To give him a call. The thing a real friend would do first. The thing a real friend would do before all else. Philip chose not to ever do.
What the fuck?
Instead, guilt trip both in text and in public YouTube videos. Even claiming in those videos that he would call him, but never doing it. Just endlessly texting about videos. I mean, that says it all right the fuck there.
15 months later, well, maybe 13 months, he's never actually called.
Yeah.
And in this video, he said, I'm going to call him.
Yeah.
He's never actually called me.
Yeah. Now do you want I don't know. I just why don't you roll into the next bit?
All right,
Yeah, let's roll it to the next bit. Philip, we're going to talk about time zones again? 3-hour different time zones?
Oh my god, I don't even know. Well, it's connected to the hips, so.
3-hour different
It's not
time
connected to the
zones
legs.
again? Well, we're going to bring that up again.
So,
yeah.
Oops,
I feel like as a friend, you would call and you say,
There we go.
what's going on? Is there something
That's
I
how
can
it
do
would
to
look.
help you out? Which is what you did. When we talk, right?
Yeah.
And you would check in once in a while. And
I
how you
call
doing?
John. I call John maybe once a week just to see how he's doing.
And I would tell you, like, this is what's going on, and it's not that you could fix this.
Look at Philip doing a quick pull. This is a quick coping pull. Self-soothing pull. Let's see what you get.
Situation. I'm looking for someone to be like, I'm going to fix your problems. It's
ooh, Sable. That's a good one.
talking it out, right? Let you know I support you, that kind of thing.
Go for a double. Oh, Shawn Michaels.
So that's that, and I want to talk about this. He'll often say,
self-soothing pull. Nice.
I'm the realist. I'm the most. Here's honestly this. Here's the truth of the matter. When people do that, they're usually doing it for a reason. It's usually because they're not telling the truth.
Yes.
That's false.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
For a reason. Here's the truth of the matter.
Yes.
It is, though. Come on. Like, honest people don't say, like, let me be honest for a second. Can I be honest right now? Like, imagine saying that to a friend of yours or hearing a friend of yours say that to you. It's so weird and cringe and creepy. Like, hey, can I just be honest with you for a second? It's like, well, okay, so you've been lying every time up until now? That's weird. Like, honest people just don't say that. Just like smart people don't say, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. I'm smart, actually. It's like, smart people never feel the need to say that. They undermine their own intelligence. They say things like, I'm no rocket scientist. There's a reason I'm not your medical professional. It's like, it's a sign of security.
When people do that, they're usually doing it for a reason. It's usually because they're not telling the truth.
That's not true at all.
That's false.
Yes, that's true.
Phil has literally admitted when I say I'm being honest, it doesn't mean he's telling the truth. It just means he's saying something important that he wants to pay attention to because he's about to lie to you.
For me, I have a lot of mannerisms and things that I say in my dialect.
My dialect.
My dialect.
It's a regional dialect.
Every single day, all day long for 14
Very
years.
regional.
When I say, oh,
yeah, so you can't just change what words mean. When I say this is the truth of the matter, that means something else than this is the truth of the matter. Is that what we're saying here?
the truth of the matter, or the bottom line is, or I'll be honest with you right now. What I'm doing is trying to emphasize that what I'm about to say has weight or importance.
But not truth.
Ah, okay. So we just make stuff up. Ah. Okay, we could just pretend things mean different things than what they actually mean. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay.
What I'm doing is trying to emphasize that what I'm about to say has weight or importance.
Ah.
Okay? You know, maybe I'm dicking around right before that, making a joke, cracking, you know, making a stupid comment, laughing, dicking, you know, being silly. But I'm trying to tell you.
Got dick on the mind there. He wanted to go back to the dick. Hear that? Listen.
Cracking, you know, making a stupid comment, laughing, dicking, you know, being silly. But I'm trying to tell you, okay, the silliness is over. I'm about to talk about something that's kind of important, so listen up. That's what I mean when I say that. And it's a quick way to say that without having to say, oh, by the way, guys, I'm about to drop all the levity and serious to be serious right now, so listen up. I just say, hey, the truth of the matter is, or hey, you know, here's what's important. Listen, you know, but he is taking it like every time I say that it's something a lie. That's ridiculous. That's
okay. Well, it's definitely true. I mean, especially the people that say it all the fucking time, right? If it's part of your normal like dialect, as he says. What did he say again? Mannerisms of his dialect. I mean, the more if it's part of your mannerisms of your dialect, you know it's like, all right, something's fishy about this individual. When they use it every other sentence, right? J-Dog says, Phil's the realest guy on the internet talk is so funny because of how obvious of a faker he is. You'd have to be a Phil fan to buy that gimmick. Absolutely. You have to be a DSP fan to believe the shit he says. And you have to be a DSP fan to believe this right here. Oh, yeah, when I say, here's the fact of the matter, that doesn't actually mean the fact of the matter. It means listen up. I might have been dicking around previously, but now going forward, I will be serious. Oh. Too quick, L's says, since John has been talking, he's been scratching his crag and now pulling. He can't handle when Rambo drops truth bombs, so he needs to self-soothe. Nibbity says, imagine being ESL and learning phrases from Phil. Yeah. You know, I taught English in Japan. I should have done that. Now, when you say the fact of the matter is, it doesn't mean you're going to tell the truth. It means previously I was joking around, but now I'm serious. So listen up. But it doesn't mean I'm telling the truth. Keep that in mind. Okay?
Again, negativity, toxicity that's seeped into his opinion of me, thinking that because I say those things all the time in my dialect, it means that I'm always lying.
Okay.
Couldn't be further from the truth, but he feels that way at this point.
Couldn't be further from the truth.
So I have no defense at all. I never should have read the text. I never should have made basically a burial segment in that podcast about I love his content, but it doesn't get attention. I did make it sound like he was retiring from the internet, although oddly enough, I say he's still doing his own show. So how is he retiring from the internet if he's still doing his own show? I don't make sense. I'm listening back to myself, and I don't make sense in that clip.
Makes sense.
It's a very bad clip. That's why I put asshole over it, because that's probably out of all the things I did in this video, probably the worst thing. Okay.
Let's just move past it. Meth Bear, with his usual Meth Bear comment, says, like a woman saying my truth, meaning a fantasy. Wow. Every case is different, in my opinion.
I mean, it's true.
Sometimes that is the truth.
Here's the honest truth.
Well, what's the point of saying my truth? Well, like, what is my truth versus the truth? There is no my truth. There is only the truth. So.
Let me be honest with you for a second.
Here we go.
I'm the most honest. I'm the realist. That's a warning sign.
Yes.
Because why you feel the need to
quick pull again? Here's another pull.
Say that.
What'd you get
because
this
I'm
time?
joking half the time when I'm talking with you
on
guys.
his next video.
Philip had to retcon this on the fly style. Listen to this.
You feel the need to say that.
Because I'm joking half the time when I'm talking with you guys.
On his next video.
I'm trying to make levity on my streams. I want you to know that I'm saying something that I feel is important or truthful at that point. I'm not being a dick or a jokester, teasing anyone or making a dumb comment about a game. It's something important. That's why I do that, to break it up. It's not like in the middle of a conversation, I would just say that.
Thanksgiving video, he talks
yes, you would.
Okay, thank you for that extra added emphasis, Philip. Thank you.
I have no idea what I did wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. If you go to that video from August where he's reading my text, there's random people in the comments, man, and on Twitter and whatnot, that don't know Phil personally, don't know me personally.
Yep.
Well before there's a problem, that there's an obvious problem between us publicly. There's people that are saying maybe you shouldn't read someone's text out loud like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's
amongst other comments like, you're a piece of shit. You ruined your own life and John Rambo's.
Oh, let's do pity party time, boys. Yeah. Let's start the pity party, huh? Yeah, get it going. Also, be sure to share the negative stuff people said. Don't forget about this, everybody. People call me an asshole as well. You ever think about that?
You're a piece of shit. You ruined your own life and John Rambo's. A million other insulting things. You can only, at that point, take comments seriously to a certain extent. I'm not saying the comments weren't correct. They were. But I was actively
then why you bringing it up then? Then why you bringing it up?
It's for anything of any intelligence. It was basically a lot of toxicity and trolling there. I didn't really pay attention.
People.
Oh, definitely. I didn't really pay attention. Definitely makes sense. That's why you're bringing it up 12 years later or whatever. 8 years later.
That will watch and immediately go, why are you reading someone's text out loud?
Yes.
Obviously, it's a private message. Why are you doing that? But here we are all these months later, and he still has no idea. But random people can figure it out.
I mean, he still doesn't understand it.
Immediately after watching the video.
Oh, those are normal people.
He still doesn't get it.
No. So, that was pretty much it. That kind of broke the back right there, man. Because, again, you had to pull the stuff from the past, which many times saying things publicly that's saying things publicly about me that's not true, and then saying please don't do that. And here we go, like the biggest infraction of all, in my opinion. It's a big thing for me.
See you later, Mace. Mace was a longtime fan watching this all day. He has to go. We're in the home stretch. I'm done within less than 20 minutes. We'll be done.
I mean,
we'll
trust,
see.
Because how do you really be friends with someone if you can't trust them? How do you tell them things? Part of a friendship is kind of like the intimacy of it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You share things about your feelings or family or whatever.
Yeah.
That's kind of it's gone right there, man. So I don't respond to it. I don't say anything publicly. My reaction is basically like, all right, he said he's going to call me. In that video, he actually says he's going to call me. Let's see if he calls.
Again, I could not call. And that's
Go ahead, Philip. Why couldn't you call?
Let's see if he calls.
Again, I could not call, and that's my fault. My lifestyle was wake up, record, broadcast, upload, record, broadcast. Oh, I have free time at 10 at night, which is 1 a.m. his time.
Wake up 15 minutes earlier. We are pretending you need multiple blocks of time to call somebody. 15 minutes, man. 15 minutes. My lifestyle determines my call style. Time zones.
I can't call him. I texted, and he didn't like the text.
Yes.
He wanted a personal call. I did not give him a personal call.
Bring
I
up
just texted, and he didn't like that and ignored my text.
So, in the interim, I'm gonna roll into this one. In the interim, in the middle of this, he starts sending text messages. First, he starts with John. Starts sending John these text messages, like in the middle of the night. So now.
Oh, Philip! This is one of the best parts. Liberty says, if you truly care, you make time. It's pretty simple because of how little work it requires. It's pretty simple because of how little work it requires, my friends. It's not asking you to create some massive party for John Rambo. We're not trying to plan his bachelor party. We're not trying to do all this shit that actually requires real work. We're asking for a phone call, which means go to sleep 15 minutes earlier than usual, wake up 15 minutes earlier than normal, and give him a call. Or, how about this? During the break in between streams, which he definitely has, while babysitting the uploads, called John Rambo. How about that? He's not across the world either. He's not on the other side of the world. He is literally 3 hours away. What? It's insane if you think about it that way. Joe Dub says, well, we'll see if I can add you into my schedule, John. Yeah. Well, you see my gaming schedule? It's the hardcore gaming season. It's amazing how this is part of it. He said, I can't do it.
Sending John these text messages like in the middle of the night. So now when you do the math.
This is 2015 now. This is much later, and again, this is why the timeline is skewed.
Timeline. Yeah, let's bring up the timeline. That'll make you look better.
He makes it sound like, oh, this is happening right now in 2014. Nope. This is 2015. 2015 was the worst year of my life at this point, besides maybe
the year after?
Late 2000s when I was feeling almost suicidal.
Late 2000s when I was feeling almost suicidal. Imagine bringing that up for Pity as well. Late 2000s we were feeling suicidal? I don't remember that. Do anyone else remember that? I don't remember hearing
2009,
that.
2010?
Late 2000s he was feeling suicidal? Oh, that was when Angela did go for him. This is just to make you feel pity, man. Bringing that up.
Maybe late 2000s when I was feeling almost suicidal.
Almost suicidal, whatever that means.
I was feeling almost suicidal.
It just means I wanted to drink a lot.
Helicopter job with new condo? I guess so.
Everything was falling apart at the seams. My channel was being insanely destroyed by trolls and fake copyright strikes. I was being DDoSed. I got swatted.
You know you weren't.
My personal life was falling apart here.
You were never swatted.
With my significant other, I was feeling awful. And this would have absolutely been a time in my life when I absolutely would have loved to have some friends to talk about it. But I was...
Yeah, he said late 2000s. So that's like YouTube's golden years. Right? Not I mean, we're on the way up.
Now I've been ghosted by John Rambo, not Howard, because I didn't talk to Howard, but I've been ghosted by John Rambo ever since that late 2014 situation.
He asked you to call him, and you said you would. That means the balls are dangling in your court.
Heard from him since then. I did try from time to time to reach out to him and say, hey, I hope you're doing well, this and that, and he just completely ignored me outright. Okay? So what they're about to reveal is truthful information.
Okay,
I'll explain
sweet.
what's going on for the first time after they are done talking about it.
Right? Okay. John starts getting text messages at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. That means it's like 2 o'clock in the morning there.
Oh, God, that's early.
So
that's the beginning of the fun for Philip.
When you start reading them, you start looking at it, and it doesn't make any sense why he's even texting. and it's not even coherent. Ooh. So you start wondering if the guy was, like, if he's been drinking and texting.
God, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's really
quick self-soothing pull right here. Hang on.
Really weird. So basically, I called John up.
Ooh, Papa Shango. That won't help.
And John, John goes, yeah, he's texting me. It's really weird, and he keeps texting me, and I'm not responding back, and and like when he texts, like he's sending these messages like he does feel sorry on one end, but and then he says something that like later that contradicts it completely. So
I don't know what happened there.
You just get to the point where like this is not a good,
not an important thing, buddy. Concentrate on what they're telling you.
This is not good to have in my life.
Yeah, it's not
sad because it doesn't mean you hate the person. It doesn't mean that you wish them ill. It's like you hope they could fix whatever they got going on.
Yeah.
But they're just doing too much damage to you and themselves,
Yeah, and then you look at it and you're like, there's no consistency there's no rhyme or reason, no consistency to what he does. So, and then John goes like, just get ready because you're probably going to get a text message. So, a few weeks ago, what does he do? He texts me. Yeah. And it's weird because he starts off with like...
So you text Howard, Philip. Why, I wonder? The not friend Howard, why are you also texting him? I thought we don't care about him. You just said that 10 seconds ago. That's really weird.
Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate
that. Hey,
so I heard you hate me now or something.
Yeah.
Like based on what?
Hey, I haven't talked to you in a while. I hear you and John both hate me now. No one. I haven't talked to this guy in like.
Is there someone telling him the wrong things? I don't know. Maybe there is.
I have.
Yes. All right, you ready for the explanation?
Oh, you ready for this explanation? It's definitely truthful. Ozzy says, imagine how sloppy and I know, God, can you imagine these texts? We saw the Triple P texts, and they're embarrassing enough. But imagine throwing more alcohol into that mix. God damn. You know they're gold. You know that's some pure gold. He uses his wife as a human shield, says John looking like a llama. Now, let me see if you're right on that. Hang on. I'm not saying you're wrong. You kind of can see it. There is something, there's a llama-esque feature there. I mean, it's not insane. You kind of get what you're saying, though. Like, you know, you say llama, it's like, okay, funny llama. But then if you think about it, it's Rambo's new groove. There is something there. I get your point. All right, here we go. Here is the story of all stories. This is why, the truth of the matter, of course. Listen up.
It's not good. It's terrible. I was depressed as shit that year. Everything was falling apart around me. I was actually afraid I was going to lose everything. I thought that my YouTube channel was going to basically be shut down, or I was going to have such a loss of monetization on my YouTube channel that I was going to not be able to pay for anything. I was not going to
missed the part where that's Rambo's problem.
Be able to pay for my home. I was not going to be able to pay for anything at all. And like I said, at the very same time, with all the horrible things that were happening to me that year, my personal relationship also had fallen apart at the seams. And late 2015 into, say, the first half of 2016 was a very tumultuous time. With so much shit going on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't even know about. We're not going to get into that. Some of that is addressed in the Down the Rabbit Hole React that I've already done. But like essentially, I was really, really, really fucked up in the head at this point. I was heavily drinking all the time at night. I would basically do a full day of content on the internet for you guys, and then I would drink myself to sleep because I was fucked up. I was depressed as shit.
Why is that different than any other time?
I was going to get out.
Why is that different than any other moment in your career, by the way?
Out of it. There's no light at the end of the tunnel. I wasn't enjoying what I was doing for a job anymore. I was jaded. I hated everything around me, essentially, at that point. And then, some late nights, I'm not kidding. I know this sounds fucking pathetic as shit, because it is.
Yep, go ahead.
There were some late nights when I would...
That same thing you did in Connecticut, by the way, yes.
Get drunk and I would start reminiscing about the past. I would start reminiscing about the times when I would do co-op with John.
He still does that.
Guys. And so I would actually be drinking like crazy and then watch our old content together. And be depressed.
Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, man.
As if he doesn't still do that.
I need my boyfriends. That is legitimately sad, man. Imagine that. Like, I get it when you like...
You see, I'm quite gay.
You know, we've all had breakups in our life before, and you're sad. You might bring up the pictures, you know, and you get sad. Hopefully you have the strength not to text them. That's never a good idea, guys. Don't do that. But you do check the old pictures and miss, you know, you do miss. But imagine doing that with John Rambo, your bro that you know from gaming, watching your old playthroughs. It wasn't even a breakup. Yes, Philippe, that's true. All you had to do was call.
Engagement today. I appreciate it.
All you had to do was call. Oh, God.
Crazy. Or we would do Smart Guys. And so I would actually be drinking like crazy and then watch our old content together and be depressed as fuck and fall asleep watching it.
Oh.
Play through.
Oh my God.
Throughs and everything, you know. And then it got to the point where what happened when you were drunk and depressed and mess. I already had done this before in my life. And here I am doing it again in 2015 I start sending out texts and shit at night in the middle of the night when I shouldn't be. Everyone's asleep. I'm drunk as fuck. I'm stupid. I'm sending out these texts. Oh my God, John, I'm so sorry. I hope we can make up. I don't know what happened. If I did anything to fuck over your life or whatever, I hope that you'll forgive me.
Or whatever.
You know, shit like that. Pathetic shit. It is pathetic. Is it really an attempt for me to reach out to him and mend our relationship? Probably not. It's fucking me being depressed in the booze. It's not genuine. It's fucking me feeling bad. All right? And there's no excuse for it. It's disgusting, actually. I'm actually...
No, it is disgusting. You could have fucking called at any point to end this, but all right.
I'm very upset with myself that I did it. And it happened for a while. It wasn't just like, oh, it happened once or twice. It was like, over a course of months, I know I kept texting John like that sometimes at night. And I know he was very upset, and I was shocked he didn't block my number. Seriously, I'm shocked he didn't like block the shit. How's he putting up with this? And again,
it's like he's laughing too much. It's too funny. How would you ever block that?
He never responded. So it wasn't like, hey, fuckface, stop doing this, you dumbass. Like, what are you doing? I don't fucking want text from you anymore. Stop bothering me. It's just nothing. Silence.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to
Would
the
you
void,
have preferred
right?
that?
Which, I don't know how much you guys know this, but when you're depressed and you're not getting any response, it just makes you feel worse. And by the way, this is not blaming them. This is me. This is all on me, not them. This is them 100%. And this eventually led to self-destruction and the culmination of what happened, them making this video, because what they're talking about, when I texted Howard out of nowhere, I didn't text the guy till I fucking moved. So I texted him and say, hey, I heard you guys hate me. Oh, that is true.
Yeah, so you did care about his feelings towards you. Absolutely. Let's try not to retcon this too, huh? We're going to try to retcon that as well? And he's still blaming John Rambo for not responding at all. Did he tell me he hated these texts? No, he didn't say anything. So, I mean, he kind of said he likes it, actually, because he didn't say he didn't like it. He's trying to sneakily say that, by the way. That it's John Rambo's fault for all this. Showed up in the house, says, I don't blame Panda for crashing out if she had to wake up to smart guys in the background every morning. Well, that just shows I don't think they lived. They don't.
That I'm living with is gonna yell at me.
He will yell at you. What that means is they didn't sleep together either, right? At that point, absolutely not. You know, he's just watching that fucking phone in hand, watching smart guys endlessly, drunk to a stupor, watching their old playthroughs. He's not sleeping with Panda at that point. No chance. Just like he's not sleeping with Catherine now.
I did hear that they hated me. So after all this time that this is happening,
I don't think he knows what real depression
depressed
feels like.
As you saw, occasionally I would talk about them in my videos, and I believe it was a stream or something that I had mentioned them. I get an email from someone stating, "Hey Phil, just so you know, I know that you're so,
You're
upset about
you're
Howard
so
and John, not Howard, just John not talking to you.
Okay.
So I just want to let you know that I ran into them. I was at a YouTube thing in New York. I think it was one of their studio things, and I guess John and Howard were there together. They were filming. Now, being a fan of you, I walked up to them and I approached them and I wanted to introduce myself and said, "Hey, I love your stuff."
I wanted to introduce myself.
What's going on with you and Phil? You know, Phil now for since like almost half a year hasn't heard from anyone.
It's true.
What's
like,
going on?
Like actual depression will make it so you can't even get out of bed. Like,
bitch. They responded to the person and said,
"You guys know
we don't want to associate with Phil anymore."
Yeah.
You know, all the shit going on with him, all the drama going on with him.
Okay, yeah, like that sounds like something John would say. It sounds like we don't really associate with him, but we wish him all the best.
You know, we have some personal issues with him that we
Okay.
don't want to discuss with
Okay.
you,
Okay.
but we want nothing to do with him. So we wish him the best, but we
Okay.
want nothing to do with him. Now, they said as much in this very video.
Let's see how they describe it.
They actually revealed this, that they had said that to people at events just like this, okay? So
It's the air conditioner, NWO News.
of those people told me that this is what happened. And here I am the whole time. I'm in the dark. They're not, again, John had never responded since like the fall of 2014 in any way, shape, or form, not returning texts or anything. And what I hear is that they hate me now, basically. I heard that. I heard they hate me now.
How does that mean they hate you?
That really made me feel good in 2015.
All right, let's see.
I already was at one of my lowest points of my life. I was depressed and drinking, so it just exacerbated the whole situation. Okay, so
That's
Again,
not their
this has nothing to do with them doing
responsibility to
anything
take
wrong.
into account.
You know, they have the right to shut down the friendship. They have the right to not talk to me. 2015 was an awful,
Get your shit
awful
together,
year
grown man.
for me, and I was a drunken, depressed fucking mess. Now, when you are a depressed mess, I talked about this a bit.
Okay.
In my, of all things, my reaction to the Wings of Redemption down the rabbit hole video. That was over a month ago. You can watch that right here on the channel if you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
And I talked about when you are depressed, sometimes you do things for no logical reason, only because you know that doing those things will destroy something and feed further into your depression.
That sounds like a
All
logical
This
reason.
happened to me many times over my life where I get so depressed about something that I then purposely do things to ruin a friendship, to ruin a relationship even further than it's already been damaged.
That's just autism.
There's people who literally out of
This
the
is
blue,
an
I decided I would
inability
just
to
not speak to them ever
socialize.
again. This was very early on when I was like in my early 20s.
This sounds like a really cool thing to do. Okay, so we just don't talk to people randomly?
Well, I'll never speak to that person ever again. Fuck them. There's people who've been nothing but nice to me in my life, and I shut them out. Okay? And again, this is not.
This is being bad at
justifying
existing
It's
in
wrong
a
to do
society.
this. But I've done it many times in my life. Whenever I feel depressed, this seems to happen. It's a running pattern with me and alcohol. Okay, I get very bad when I get depressed and drunk.
Oh, is that
I
what
do
your
stupid
therapist told you?
Okay.
You know, the one
So all
that you
that
never
being
went
said,
to see?
So still an alcoholic at this point, and he knows it.
I was at a point in 2015 where I was at such a low, I was at that point. And so I decided, since these guys are
I
not going
thought
to
the
talk to me,
suicidal
I've now
thing
found
happened
out
at the end
they
of
hate my
like the
guts
2000s,
from someone
like
who has talked to them in
2009.
person, and they have not told me this up front. I will force them to. And then at least we will have closure, right? So
That's cringe.
I forced their hand. I started talking about them in videos.
That's cringe. That's like super fucking cringe. That's not depression. That's just you being a fucking weird fucking cunt. Like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Like, I'm not sure. It's like, I don't know. What's an example where I'm gonna piss someone off? Let's use Ann Leet as an example. I'm not sure if Ann Leet still likes my content anymore. I'm just not sure. You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate you. All right. At least there's some closure now. At least I know for a fact if he likes me or not.
There was the Thanksgiving.
Like, it's so crazy. Just like chill. Just calm down. You don't have to burn every bridge just because you don't know if you can cross it or not. Like, come on.
Ask the King, where someone directly asked. That was the very beginning of this
I'm
whole
confused,
event.
so I'm just gonna burn it.
What I
Big
said
retcon.
on purpose. It was a calculated move.
Okay, Vikes makes a good point. So it's a way of secluding yourself from everyone else.
Yeah.
If everyone hates you, you get to stay yourself. It's weird and bad. That seems like what he's doing here, isn't it? That does seem like what he's doing. People that don't like your behavior, you can just say fuck them and cut all ties with them because then you don't have to hear about them bitching. You get to do what you want to do, right? So that does make sense. But
like-
this seems like a big retcon here.
It's like goofy internet drama shit. Like when the content nuke thing came out on Hassan, he's like, "Oh man, not everyone is having my back. Not everyone is saying I'm cool and awesome and protecting me in this time where the internet is making fun of me. I guess they weren't my friends the whole time." And it's like, well, maybe they just didn't want to get involved. Maybe they didn't really have an opinion or a take. Like, not everyone has to come to your defense. Oh, but you did. That means lets me know who my real friends are. Ugh.
About this is all part of a plan of his to get them to respond because he wasn't man enough to call
On purpose. It was a calculated move
to
force them to react.
Makes sense.
But I was thinking they would react to me and say, "Hey, Phil, in private, shut the fuck up. We had enough of your shit. We don't want to be friends with you.
King Snake
We've
here.
moved on. Leave us alone."
You would have
I
blown
fully
up about
expected
that
that's
on
what was gonna
stream.
happen. I thought maybe on a shocking whim, perhaps.
And you would have been like, John Rambo went mask off. He exposed himself finally and showed him off for the person that we all knew he was. That's what you would have done on your stream the very next day. You wouldn't have felt like, finally, some closure. Now I know how he really feels about me. Now I can close the door and move on with my life. If you think that would have happened, you don't know DSP.
They would say, "Oh,
shocking
well,
whim.
We're sorry about all this. Let's work it out." I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought it was going to be the former. It was going to be, Destroy everything. Burn it all down.
Burn it all.
That's what depression does.
Fire. Okay. Blame it on
makes you want to
depression.
destroy it all. And then you say, fuck it all. I don't care after the fact that everything's destroyed. I was already feeling like shit. Why not
Makes
just destroy
sense.
everything around me too? Right? So that's why I acted like that. And it's incredibly embarrassing. It was all public too. It wasn't even like,
I mean, if you can explain why you
public shit I
acted
was
that way,
saying on my
isn't that like a
podcast, public shit that I was saying in my
logical?
videos. And then behind the scenes, I'm drunk texting these guys. Shit.
Yes.
And I know
you
they didn't
were.
believe me. I'm not stupid. But,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah,
I'm out
yeah.
of control. Okay? All right.
I
Definitely.
haven't talked to this guy since he left.
Right. Okay, so just to recap, he said he brought these things up in public because he wanted them to make to react to him finally. So he was being a baby.
A bait or response,
No one's
even
reacting
if it was
to him during his
negative,
text, so he decided
because he
to
needed
baby
the
mode it
attention.
and tantrum in public until they had to respond. Yes, and also it's alcohol's fault. Okay.
Left. The day that he left, that was the last time I talked to him.
Yeah, there's rewinding a bit. So after he does the video with the text message and all that, he did a pre-stream like the following weekend where he says like stuff with John had kind of become stale anyway. It was basically an attempt to be like,
I'm not stupid.
The entire thing was basically like to write me out.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
For no reason, because like if you just called, I would have told him, "Hey man, give me like a month or two." But it was an attempt to kind of write like we don't need John anymore. He's a fucking loser. He's got all problems, and we don't need him. We're gonna keep going with watch
He's an
my
asshole
stuff.
anyway.
Got very defensive, like almost like I was doing something wrong to him, when I really wasn't.
Yes.
Yeah. I did not wrong him by
No, he wasn't doing anything wrong in regards to he didn't want to be in my content.
But here comes a huge but here. But what?
He was doing the right thing for himself. I just wish that he would have said it.
I wish that he would have said it. He forgot that he was dealing with a very descriptive person that needs you to be as direct as possible.
Of saying, I'm going to be in your content. It's coming. No, really. It's going to happen.
He
And
did say that. He said, call me.
Leading me on. It's kind
He said, call me.
of like the same deal with Howard before I left Connecticut. He would say, I'm going to be at your event. No, I'm going to be at your event. No, I'm going to be at your event. Within 24 hours of the event, I'm canceling. My girl says we're busy.
He
Like,
said,
what?
call.
And I felt like
His girl said he had to cancel.
that's essentially John was now pulling a Howard on me.
John was pulling a Howard.
Pulling a Howard. When
You had become
when something in your personal life becomes more important than Darkside Phil, you're pulling a Howard.
thing that he and I had talked about that was bad in the past. I wish he did that differently. I wish he at least would have been honest with me. All right. And I don't feel like he was being honest or transparent with me at the time. I feel like he just didn't want to be.
He said, call me. And you said you would call him.
My stuff. Yes, there was personal
Yeah,
shit
but I
going
was
on in his
busy.
life, but also now we know there was this stuff going on back in Connecticut. People didn't like me. There was poison there.
Poison?
Being spread around about me. About completely unrelated issues.
Okay,
And
unrelated?
Definitely. All that being said.
Hey, shout out.
This is a situation that I wish went down completely differently, and it didn't.
Yeah, no shit.
Because of who?
Nothing I can do about it now. But
yeah, but whose fault?
I mean, you can.
He's right in saying he didn't do anything wrong in regards to not wanting to be in my content. I just wish that he had been completely transparent with me about it.
He was completely transparent and said he'll do it when he can, and to give him a call so they can talk about it.
Probably would have avoided a lot of these issues.
Yes.
But the issues were created by me after the fact.
By not being able to
And you could have called and settled this right away. So
do his content. There's a video, man, that somebody sent to me. Okay, which was taken from one of his streams, dude. So he basically was talking about me around this time period. Maybe it was like August or September, and he's going off about how John lives with his parents. John lives in the middle of nowhere. He's got all these problems. And as usual, yeah, it was like what I was saying. Like, we don't need that fucking loser around here, He didn't specifically say the loser part, but he did say the other stuff.
I didn't say anything like that
but
at all.
Here's the thing: he doesn't.
But it was in a clip from one of your streams.
I wish I could find it. I'm not sure what to search for because that looks like that video is not going to be played here, unlike the other ones.
But he did say, "Don't need that fucking loser around here," He didn't specifically say the loser part, but he did say the other stuff.
Didn't say anything like that
But
at all.
here's the thing: he doesn't know anything about my house, who I live with.
Yeah.
He has never been to my home. He's never expressed interest in doing that. He doesn't really know who's in my life or anything about the situation.
Anything friends know
and you
about?
guys saying things like that on a public stream.
Yes.
Yeah. Someone that's supposed
Anything normal friends know about? Cool friend here, though. Yeah.
to be your friend. So I contact him after this, immediately after I sent him a text message, because he wants to say that no one ever...
Yeah, the timeline is skewed. I can't remember exactly when
Bring
this
up the
was.
timeline. That'll help.
But this was definitely in that time frame of me doing fucked up stuff on my streams.
That'll help.
In regards to Rambo,
Big up
because he
Slachero.
wasn't really giving me transparent information or responding that much.
I thought you were too busy anyways.
A reason why he's not going to be in my content. Well, he's got personal issues at home. He's got to handle those.
He lives in the middle of nowhere. I'm trying to look for this, by the way, this mention.
This whole YouTube thing isn't his focus. But why am I saying shit like that? Even if it was true or not. Because I'll be honest with you now. Oh, I said it. I'll be honest with you. So that means obviously that I'm lying now.
Yes. That's
yes.
No, from my recollection.
No.
That was factual information, the shit that I said. From my recollection, we had behind the scenes conversations like that.
Like he realizes that was a really, really fucking stupid thing to say. Is that when I'm being honest, I'm not actually being honest.
Oh, we never even talked about that. He's making it up.
And so later on, he's like, so if I'm being honest, yeah, actually, when I say I'm being honest, it means I'm not telling the truth, right? So anyways, it's like, bro, you fucked up majorly. Like, that was a really stupid thing to say. It's like being a salesman on the lot and you tell someone who walks up, hey, just so you guys know, I'm a fucking salesman. I just say shit. I say whatever it takes to like make the sale, just so you guys are aware of that. And they're just looking at each other like, what the fuck? Why did he say that?
I swear.
Can't come back from that,
we did
man.
talk about that via text. Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't just pull something out of my butt like that out of nowhere.
Can't just be like, well, never mind. I said that.
In regards to I'd never been to his house, but he told me all about it in the past. I knew what area of New York he lived in. I knew about who he was living with. And all of that because we talked about it. So it's funny because he's basically saying here, he didn't know anything about that. Maybe it really was true, and he's trying to like defend himself here to say, it wasn't real.
We're just calling him a liar now. We're just gonna call him a liar out of nowhere. Really cool
Doxing
move.
and shit, I don't know. But the shit I said back then, to the best of my knowledge, was truthful. It was just wrong to say it. Completely wrong to say it. He's sharing personal information about me. Why the fuck am I reading that and talking about that on my streams? Again, the timeline's fucked because I think this already had happened previous to the Thanksgiving thing, but now he's bringing this up again.
Never expressed any problems, or I don't ever heard of any problems of John having with me. So I sent him a text to say, I caught wind that you're saying very private things.
Yes.
Like, it'd be the worst. He would just be a suspect. He wouldn't even be like the one involved in the crime, and just the way he behaves would make the police think that he did it.
Not true things.
I mean, did this guy actually do it?
In one of your streams.
I don't know. He's been really, really weird. Maybe he's just really fucking weird.
Posting that to YouTube.
Yes.
I hope that you will not be uploading that to YouTube.
You sure? Maybe he didn't. I don't know. He's kind of dumb.
He didn't respond, and I do not believe that he did. I don't think he did actually post it.
Oh fuck!
It was one of those like pre-stream things. But again, it's like
shit. Anyone have any idea about that? 2015 we're talking about here. Did he actually upload it though? Ooh, that would be good audio. Free stream, he didn't upload. He's talking about 2015. All right, I'll keep digging. Big ups to Dominic, who says we need to talk about his depression. Real depression can leave you unable to get out of bed. Some of us know. If he was truly depressed, he wouldn't be streaming like nothing's wrong. Luckily, I've never had depression, so I don't know about that. But I know real depression is fucking debilitating. It doesn't make you just download. It doesn't make you just text a few people. That's more like alcohol thing, right? Drink too much, then text chicks. That's what I did back in my day. You know what I mean? But I think he's confusing depression with being drunk very easily, right? That's what I think. That's what he's doing, right? But big ups to you. Big ups too. He used his wife as a human shield. Main problem with DSP and Rambo is Phil wanted. I never thought about that. He wasn't satisfied. He wasn't satisfied. We didn't get what he wanted. But yeah, I think he's not depressed. I think he's just sad and drunk. And when you get drunk, it does make your feelings, it magnifies your true feelings, right? I think that's just true with everybody about alcohol, right? Just magnifies your true feelings. If they're good or bad, right? Big ups, Nibbity! What we got for you? Let's see. Do I have a... I have a llama for you. Here we go. Big ups, Nibbity. This is for you. Whoa, the Rambo llama! That's a good one. Big up T McFly, who says Phil only communicates by email, not phone calls. Yeah, but if it's a friend and your friend has said my preferred way to contact is phone, you do that if it's your friend. I agree if it's like some douchebag you don't care about and they say, can you call? You don't call because you don't give a shit about them. But if it's your friend, you do what they want. You do what they request, even if you don't want to really do it, But
what is going on here, man?
Yeah.
The next time I hear from he asks, would you like to be on Hate Live? What you tell him I can't do.
Will you be on Hate Live? Hey, Rambo, sorry. Will you be on Hate Live?
Yeah, he asks, would you...
Hey, Faye. Hey, Rambo, sorry about that. Want to be on Hate Live?
The next time I hear from he asks, would you like to be on Hate Live? What you tell him I can't do.
Hey, buddy, how about Hate Live?
About it, and I kind of listen, man, I'm doing my own show this week. Like, I'm not available to do that. It's basically like every interaction has to eventually do with videos and stuff, man. He talked about the Thanksgiving video. He talks about, like, we were talking about shows and stuff. There'll be a message like,
how about Hate Live? Ever heard about Hate Live? Let me see. I'm still trying to like sideways look for when he might be talking about it in the pre-stream. This is something. Look at this fan art.
Land with my comfort zone. And then a couple years later, I did a co-op playthrough of Kirby's Return to Dreamland with my friend John Rambo. This time around, we're going solo again. Okay.
Oh.
Now this game is pretty unique from what I'm.
Oh God! Can you imagine the gin that was consumed because of that? This time I'm going solo. Oh God! God damn it! Fuck! I'm going solo. Let's. I can't find it. It keeps going to things like when he plays a game, he'll say, "I played this with my friend Rambo." That's all he says. But there we go. We'll keep going.
Gotham. And I'll be like, yeah, it's pretty decent. And then it'll just immediately turn into, let's record this weekend.
Oh my God.
Hey, you're watching Gotham. And I'll be like, yeah, it's pretty decent. And then it'll just immediately turn into, let's record this weekend.
See, and he felt that way, but that's not what was happening. I was trying to reach out.
Who do you trust more? The people explaining it, how they felt, or the people that was doing the thing that caused the person to feel that way? He explains it that way, but that's not the fact of the matter, okay? He felt that way. That's not the truth of the matter. Keep that in mind.
Or this weekend.
See, and he felt that way, but that's not what was happening. I was trying to reach out to him and be a friend and talk via text. I couldn't call him. I just couldn't.
Yes,
I
you
didn't have
could.
the time until super late at night to be doing that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But I know I was watching a show. We both like comics. Let's talk about Gotham. We talked back and forth about it, for a bit. Things we liked, things we didn't like. And I say, oh, by the way, any chance that we're going to do anything soon? Because I'd like to actually, again, my frame of mind, because I'd like to actually talk with you, on a time that I can take out of a day and make work out of it so I can have time to talk with you beforehand. This is, again, what we used to do.
You don't have to do it that way. Make work out of it.
When he would come on.
He has time to watch a show but not call? Yeah, the show's more important. Hey, buddy, you watching Gotham? Can't call, though. I'm too busy.
Saturdays for co-op, the first hour or two of us doing it wasn't doing it. It was just talking about fun stuff, having our friendly interactions. Then we would turn on the cameras and start recording the content. I wanted that back. He just wanted me.
I wanted to make money off him again. Okay.
To call him outside of all of that stuff. Okay. Again, workaholic, bad way to go about having friends when all you're doing is work.
Yes.
And all your interactions with them is work, right?
Yes.
And it's easy to say, well, Phil, you could have just dropped everything and called them. I mean, you're right. I could have.
Yes, it's not drop everything. It's drop 15 minutes from your sleep schedule.
Absolutely. You're right. But at that point in my life, I was separated from that life. I had a new life here in Washington State. I was fully focused on the things going on here, which were great in 2015 and 2014. It was better. But you're right. There's the excuse here, the only excuse that I can make is not really explanation is when you're separated physically from the person. All right, it's not out of sight, out of mind, because I still remembered him and I wanted to do stuff with him. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to hang out with him. I wanted to make content with him over the internet. But it wasn't as easy as, okay, my Saturday is that he's driving over, we do it. It was, man. So now we got to try to schedule in when we can both do it over the internet. It makes it more complicated. My schedule already, I'm working all day, every day, and just barely making enough money to make ends meet at that point. And because I got myself into so much debt and shit.
Okay, that's
so
his
it was
fault, but you could made 15 minutes for a call. We're acting like we have to set up everything. Just talk.
Yeah, I could take time out and call him.
Yeah,
have a conversation on the phone.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's necessarily going to lead to anything better in the friendship. I don't even have time for the friendship.
You don't have a time for a friendship, so now we're just trying to justify not calling, aren't we, to ourselves? Damn.
I wanted to have the work happen so I could cut the time out of the work to have the friendship continue. I know this is completely wrong. Everyone's probably like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You call your friends. You hang out with your friends. That's not how it was. In my mind, it was...
Sometimes, even when you can't hang out, you still call your friends and say, what's up? That's just something that people do with their real friends. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah. Hope we get to hang out soon, man. It's crazy over here. But nice to talk to you later. And that is something that keeps friendships going. Because the older you get, the more friendships turn into work. I think we all can agree there. But the ones you really care about, you do put in the work. And the ones you don't really care about, well, you don't end up putting in the work because they're not as important to you. But the ones you do want to keep friendship with, even though you can't hang out, is the ones you do put in the work. And when I say work, I mean calling. Maybe once a month, if that. Send a message every once in a while if that's how you communicate. But in this case, the friend requested a call. But Philip was too brokenhearted to have a chance to make time for a call.
Oh, work. So have the scheduled work and cut out a section of the work to be friends and then do the work after. That's how it always was. And it's fucked up. Completely fucked up. Again, especially because, again, before I became a full-time YouTuber who monetized my videos, I did spend time with John. We went to tournaments. We did all kinds of fun stuff together that had nothing to do with making videos for YouTube. And
let's not go that far.
Your membership, I appreciate that.
Because the only reason you brought John along those trips was for him to film and for him to drive. So let's not go that far. Let's not go that fucking far, sir. All right.
I went away when I became a full-time YouTuber. My fault. He's right. 100% here.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you thinking, man? And I'll admit there's many texts he sends which I just don't respond to because how do you trust it, man?
Yeah.
How do you trust this isn't going to become something that's I got to talk about in a video now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
pretty
John's
much.
talking to me all the time.
And that's one. And that's one of the reasons why I was reluctant to why I didn't reply to that text message, because I looked at it and said, well, if John went through this nonsense with him going ahead and posting these text messages on or reading these things on his vlogs, then what's it going to keep him from doing it with me?
Well, if you respond, it becomes like, oh, Howard's talking to me. What the fuck, John's?
Yeah. So why even put myself in that predicament? That's why I didn't even bother texting him back. I just left it like that. But and then, like I said, he writes these text messages, sends text messages to John, then sends me a text message, and then what does he do right after? He goes ahead, he posts a video.
Yeah, this was maybe 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and then what does he do?
Started this whole
week,
thing.
He goes
That was the first thing they addressed.
And posts this video on Thanksgiving.
So yeah, 2 weeks ago we both got texts like the middle of the freaking night while we're
middle of the night. I got the text message. It was like It was like 4:30 in the. No, it was 5:30 in the morning. So that was like I think it was like 3 in the morning over there. 2 in the morning.
Oh, 3:30,
So-
Philip. Very busy boy. Can't call though. 3:30. Ah.
I look at it and I talked to John and I said, you know, I really think he's drinking.
He basically, these texts, I'm not going to go word for word because that's what happened to me. I'm not going to do that, but he basically expressed that he wants to kind of work things out.
Yeah.
But he really doesn't, because you saw what he did on Thanksgiving. So it was basically like an ultimatum kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
Like, if you don't fucking talk to me, respond to me right now.
Oh, we're doing it again? We're going to do a Howard again? Are we really going to do a goodbye party again?
It's basically like an ultimatum kind of thing.
See?
Like, if you don't fucking talk to me, respond to me right now, then I'm going to go publicly and try to fuck you. You know?
I mean, it wasn't trying to fuck you. It was again. He's right. It was basically like
He's
you've
right.
been ghosting me for a year. I'm depressed as fuck. I want to destroy everything around me.
Then
I
get
want
a
an
new
answer.
friend.
You know, is anything ever going to change, or is it always just going to be?
Is this always
you
how
know,
it's going to
you
be
ghost me
forever, you know?
Oh, ultimatum style. Listen, if you don't respond to me to this text, you got no chance with me. We will never be boyfriend and girlfriend ever again, and you'll miss out on this. That's what he's doing. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the worst part. He did ultimatum style. Vike says Cat, Philip, ALT, Jerry Springer, detractor
I'm gay.
audience. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, Vikes, we definitely got to do our talk show in the summer. I gotta message you on Discord to set it up. You'd be the special guest for that one. Wesley H says, man who is the cause of his own problems can't see how his actions can be used to solve problems, not just create more problems for excuses. Uh-huh. Good way to put it. Big ups, Wesley H. He's caused all these problems, and he just cannot end the problem. He makes them worse and worse and worse. And then he does ultimatum style out of nowhere. Big ups, Dare Bear. Silence Dies says, Phil, you choose to do these decisions. No one forced you to do these things. You could have easily made the call and be a good friend. But yet we go to ultimatum. Ultimatum style. Jasper the Cat said, if Phil hadn't killed T, that would be T on this screen. Oh, I'm sure he would have been turned into an asshole at some point. Absolutely. Absolutely. It would have been no friend lasts in DSP's world. No friend. Nobody. Jodub says, sounds like you betrayed their trust, Phil, by reading out Rambo's text, but what do I know? I'm just an empty-headed maroon, right? Right? Correct. And ultimatums are a kiss of death for any type of relationship, because no kind of reaction to them is made with your true feelings included, right? Because, for example, let's say if we don't have sex in the next year, I'm out, you know? And if you do that, well, then even if she does decide to do sexual relationship with you, you made her do it not based on her feelings of wanting to do that, but based on the fact that she doesn't want to lose you. It's like a ransom note, right? And that's not the exact way that should work, right? That's not the way that should work in any situation. Ultimatums are not a good negotiating tactic in relationships, right? In other situations, they can work, but not with relationships.
Change, or is it always just going to be, you know, you ghost me forever? And it worked. Destroyed everything. It worked, man. It destroyed absolutely positively everything about this relationship. There was no way, you know, after they made this video that this was going to continue, which is odd because we're at the end of the video, and wait till you hear how they end it. It's baffling to me. So
let's get how they fucked this up. Let's get to them, how they ruined this relationship. Go ahead.
Publicly.
Yeah, assholes.
So you're not really apologetic if you're doing that. You're not really trying to make things right. And you're really not hurt by the situation.
Yeah.
Okay?
Let's see how they fucked this up.
If you and I had a problem, Howie, which you never know.
I know, right?
And I
See
felt
that,
really
like,
bad that
it's
you're
laughable that they would have a problem, because if there was ever a problem, they would talk it out. You know what I mean? Like normal friends. Like, you just talk it out at that moment if there's issues. Like, that thought of them having beef was even funny to them. Because, like, yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen to us, but, you know.
I know, right?
See?
And I felt really bad that you're not speaking to me. I'm probably not going to make the things worse.
Yes.
No. By saying shit like whatever he said, the insults that he said in a public video.
Yeah, and
it's almost like he's always got to try to save face. He's always, I'm the winner. There's no winner in this situation, man.
No, and I didn't think there was going to be a winner. Again, they are off base here. There's no winner here. I wasn't trying to be, I'm the guy that is the winner here. I knew there was going to be a culmination and an explosion. I thought it was going to be.
It was all part of the plan.
Contact me behind the scenes, say fuck off, never again, stop contacting us, block, 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 or wow. All right, let's finally hash it out. John. I thought it was going to be John saying, "I ignored you for a year, but let's."
You're mentally ill if you need that.
I thought it was going to be the former. I thought it was going to be "fuck you, block, block, block." I had no idea they were going to make a public video like this at all. Because again, 90% of the shit in this video, it's the first time I'm hearing it. I didn't know there was a resentment about Project 7. I didn't know there was resentment about all these things that had happened over the years. It's first time hearing it, and it blew my mind.
No, it isn't.
Feel like shit, but yeah, we'll talk about this in a second.
To address
the
it.
end here. It's finished.
So again, real quick, Philip, this is part of Philip's snaking, is to make them respond. Okay? He thought the possible responses were blocking them behind the scenes. But then they respond with this, and this wasn't a correct response in Philip's mind. This wasn't part of the snaking. So let's see what happens here.
Personally versus doing it the way he does. And personally, I'll be completely honest with you, John.
Go ahead.
I really think that he watches too much WWE. Because
why are you interrupting him?
I'm not
Like,
Triple P said.
So this is funny. So he's acting like this is the first time he's seen it, and he's coming into it blind. But Howard doesn't even finish saying what he was saying before DSP is like, this is stupid. And what Howard is saying is that DSP watches way too much fucking wrestling, and he thinks wrestling is real life, which everyone can tell is the truth. And yes, this is from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Make his channel like that, where it's full of drama.
Yes.
And Bison had.
Just to try to create controversy.
My channel is all drama.
Yes.
Have you ever even watched the fucking channel?
Yes.
Probably not.
I played
Too boring.
video games.
You would have never gotten to the point where you are if you didn't indulge in drama. That means you're a drama channel, Phil. Just definitively. No question, no argument whatsoever.
Constantly.
If you didn't engage in drama,
I like it.
you would not be on YouTube.
The vlogging was the rare shit. He's acting like I'm Keemstar. Like, what is he talking about here?
Philip.
It doesn't even make any sense at all.
It doesn't make sense.
Completely nonsensical
That's
stuff.
crazy.
Everything the detractors do, even at this point, back then, he would make a pre-stream about it, making like it's the biggest deal of all time. And that's not even mentioning the fact that we're making a drama thing right now. He insulted them to get a response from them. That's not creating drama, as Big Guy just said there. That's not trying to make drama. That's not trying to make a storyline here. How will Hogan respond to the ultimatum laid down by Taker? Stay tuned for Friday Night Fights to see. That's exactly what he's fucking doing.
So that he can get more views.
Yeah,
And
we're feeding into it right now.
Create controversy
And
to
we
get
are. We're
views.
feeding
That's
into
me.
it right
I guess
now.
Yes!
He's still finding ways to monetize us after this time, but
Yeah.
let's bring up that. So WWE smart guys, man. People often
Is
ask
he
them,
lying
like,
or just stupid?
Are you doing smart guys?
Could
No,
be
just throw me
both.
under the bus. Like, it's up to John. It's 100% on him. If we'll do it.
Even though it was supposed to be Philip that called him.
I got some text from him from last summer where he's basically like, let me know when you want to do smart guys so I'll start watching wrestling again. So what that says to me is, like, you're not really a fan of it.
Philip, is John Rambo making fun of the thing you made fun of Triple P about? That you're not a real fan of wrestling? Huh?
You don't really watch it. You will watch it if you could make a video about it. And you're going to make a video about it because you want to monetize a video.
Yes.
So, at this point, when you get to this, you're at the end of it now, and you're like, so
Okay.
everything now is evil. I mean, everything I do is wrong. Everything's evil, right? There's no jokes.
That's not what they
anymore.
said.
What?
Again, this is the well's been poisoned. So anything Phil does is the mindset. He's only in it for the money. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. Everything is evil. Everything is bad.
Okay, can you please dispute what he's talking about now? What is all this for nonsense? We're at the ending now. So all he says now is negative. Okay, missing the point of this, but go ahead.
So there's a running joke that we used to make when we did Smart Guys that wrestling sucks. Like most pro wrestling was bad. I mean, there's a few rare times when the CM Punk plotline happened and we liked that. But in general, that the wrestling was quite bad. It wasn't as good as the stuff that used to be on TV. It's a running joke.
Running joke.
It's bad.
Hilarious.
Okay? Now,
great.
When he contacts me about, or when we're talking about this, it's a joke. Oh, I'll start watching wrestling again once, we're going to do the show. I just moved, all right? I hadn't been actively watching wrestling because I hadn't been actively doing anything and fallen back into my habits.
So what?
All right? But I was still following it. I still knew what was going on in wrestling. I was, reading stuff online, social media and the like.
Yeah.
And I was eventually going to get back into it. I feel, hey, a great way to get full-fledged back into it after not being, attached to it for a couple of months would be for the show. It was a joke. Oh, I'm not watching it. Yeah, we'll watch it again when we're going to make the show. It's a joke, it sucks or whatever. Now, this couldn't be further from the truth. Allow me to flip this a little bit. I don't really like doing this, but this is...
Uh-oh, I don't really like doing this. Means I'm so excited to do this. I've been thinking about this moment for a long time. Go ahead.
At this point, John, I think at the end of the video here, he just starts throwing Hail Marys. What's the last few things I could say bad about Phil? All right?
What?
During the course that we were making Smart Guys.
Hail Marys.
I was watching everything. I was watching every program on WWE, including Raw, SmackDown, and other formative shows.
Whoa!
That were coming out at that time.
Oh my God!
Formative shows?
Plus, Impact Wrestling.
Give this man a medal.
I was watching Impact
Give
Wrestling.
this man a medal.
John didn't like 90% of the wrestling. So every once in a while, he'd watch a Ring of Honor show and bring that to the table. For the most part,
Yeah. You're right. You can't pass that up. You can't just gloss over that. The entire justification for why he didn't call John Rambo is that he was too busy. And now he's like, I watched all of the wrestling. Any wrestling that there was, I watched it. And he's using this as a way to discredit Howard for saying he watches too much fucking wrestling. Okay.
And after maybe just a few
You watch so much wrestling that you didn't have time to call your friends. That sounds like too much wrestling, man.
months of doing the show,
I don't know.
He expressed to me that he didn't like the wrestling stuff anymore.
Yeah.
He wanted to keep doing the show and talk about it. But he said, so just so you know, I'm going to come in and I'm not going to know anything about the shows because I didn't watch them. But what we're going to do is we're going to open up. I had an iPad at the time. We'll open up your iPad and we'll use this app to go through the results of the show. So even though I didn't watch any of the wrestling, you can go through it because you watched it. And as you're talking about it, I'll give you what I think about what happened on the show, but I haven't watched it. All right? So kind of funny, the whole time we're doing Smart Guys, arguably half the time, like the second half we were doing the show, he wasn't watching wrestling. He was basically having me talk about what happened, going through results, and giving my opinion on it because I had watched it, and then he would chime in. All right? People didn't know that. He was good at bullshitting, I guess. All right?
Okay.
All right?
So the whole time, half the time of Smart Guys, John wasn't watching wrestling. Okay, so yeah, Rambo was just helping out Phil to keep the show going, in other words.
Here we are, years later, the show's retired, we want to restart it, I make a joking comment, we'll start watching it again now, I haven't watched
That's how are we supposed to read that as a joking comment?
in a while, wrestling sucks. See, Phil only watched wrestling because he would monetize it.
Yeah.
Dude, we were making a show together, monetizing it, and you didn't watch it.
How much did Rambo make on those shows?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Completely hypocritical there. And that irks me because that's a particular situation where I was really carrying the workload for that show.
Maybe your show
he was
sucks.
Just riding along. And now
it's a show for your channel. He was just helping you out with it.
Here it is years later. What's the last few darts we can throw at Phil at the end? He made a joke about wrestling. That means he only monetizes wrestling. He doesn't watch it outside of it.
Okay.
Sure. Whatever you say, John.
Yeah.
He said you watch too much
really
wrestling,
weird,
actually.
Like I'll start watching when you let me know that we're gonna do the show. Otherwise, I'm not gonna fucking look at it. I don't know. Let's go to Thanksgiving last year, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
We only got maybe a couple things here left just to get out of here.
There's really nothing left. They're just going to reiterate
Not
things they've
ruin the
already said
entire
at this
day
point,
here.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
We'll see about that. Let's let them hear it. Remember, they're just throwing Hail Marys now, just making stuff up.
Because life is good, man. If you let life be good, there's a lot of great things you could be doing with yourself.
Oh, exactly.
So, yeah, on the Thanksgiving video that he put out this year, he talks about how last year...
We're not listening anywhere. We're just doing polls real quick.
He was not invited on the Black Friday show that we did for 2014. Never mind the fact that OJ wasn't actually there either.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I hate OJ. It was actually just you and I, actually.
Yep.
Because Invisible Mute said, even when Smart Guys was a thing, people in general would say that DSP either wasn't watching the wrestling or understanding it. See, that's the thing. You don't know which, though, right? Because sometimes you can't tell what he doesn't understand. It's not understanding or just doesn't know what happened, actually. Because there's many times when I've pulled up, like, wrestling matches he's talked about, and, like, that's just not what happened. So I think it's either being drunk while watching it or pulling while watching it. He never knows what's the real thing, you know? But big up Joe Dub says Toby Turner reaction video when his allegations happened, not drama dunking on Pro Jared after his allegations, no drama, the eat it rant. We don't do drama on my channel. Okay, tired of it. Have you watched my stuff, Howard? I do a gameplay stream, okay? Joshua Clan in the house says, is John as your best friend you ever takes to make time to call? And Phil's constant business talk shows that John was just a pawn. Yep. Even after, like, way past the point of, like, you think it's over, Rambo says, yeah, he talked to me about TV shows. You watching Gotham? Yeah, ready to record? How about Hate Live? I like that one. So how about Hate Live?
And he also doesn't bring up the fact that last year on Thanksgiving, he decided to unfollow me on Twitter.
Yep.
Which again, like today, you're supposed to be with your family and friends and whatnot.
We've already addressed all of this, but in quick summary,
yes, go ahead.
Every year he had me on his Thanksgiving show to talk about Black Friday deals. And it was me and first it was me and Howard, then it ended up being OJ some of the years.
Yeah.
This particular year, 2014, when I had moved, again, he's not talking to me at all. He's basically ghosting me at this point. He says he's going to be in my content when he's ready. I'm thinking, well, he's doing his content. Maybe he'll want me to be on his show. All I did was send him a text saying, hey, I'm available if you want me to be on the show.
I'm
That was
ready
it.
if you want, buddy.
There's no hounding. There was nothing. No pestering or anything like that.
He
and
said
then
he'll
asked
talk
me
to
after
you.
the fact, of course, what are people going to do? Well, Phil, we were watching this Thanksgiving show and you weren't on it. You're always on it. Don't you think that's a bad sign, Phil? And again, it's the trolls. Don't you think that's a bad sign? Don't you think that means that he doesn't like you? You see? And, you know, what they're trying to say, oh, no big deal. Well, if that's no big deal, then me unfollowing you on Twitter should also be no big deal, right?
What? What is that?
You always have me on a show. You actively don't ask me to be on a show for the first time in many years.
Yeah.
All right? And that doesn't mean anything. Then it doesn't mean anything if I'm casually unfollowing you on Twitter. If
Casually
my trolls contact me and say, ha ha,
unfollowing?
you weren't on Rambo Show because he hates you, then you should also ignore when they say, ha ha, Phil unfollowed you on Twitter. It goes both ways. But this entire video is, oh, everything Phil does is wrong, right? But when we have the same reaction.
It's a little bit different with unfollowing because that's not something you can't tell the intentions of, right? I mean, yeah, I guess you can't tell the intention of not having him on the show, but you choose to make it a big deal when you unfollow someone. It's not casually unfollowing him. It's a casual unfollow.
Actions to stupid arbitrary bullshit that shouldn't matter and trolls contact us. It's awful for us, you see? And again, that's my fault because I am the one who has the internet following, makes a living. It's those trolls that are doing the same thing to both of us. They would never have been trolled if they were never involved with my content to begin with.
Okay.
And causes me to get a bunch of shitty messages, just like this year. It causes you to get a bunch of shitty messages and cause problems, you know, drama that you don't need, man, that you're not looking for and don't deserve, really. So there's something out there where people will be like, people are saying, John, unfollow Phil on YouTube. But the fact of the matter is, I never actually followed him in the first place.
Ooh.
So I didn't unfollow him. I also didn't follow OJ and Howard. I didn't follow any of you guys on YouTube. You know, so I didn't actually follow him and then consciously unfollow him. That's like very fourth grade nonsense.
Yes, it
which
is.
He has done. He doesn't follow. I still follow him on Twitter, actually, because I'm not going to go through the trouble of unfollowing someone like him.
Oh, like I'm what?
The trouble of following and unfollowing someone on Twitter. The fact that this has any bearing on anyone's life is preposterous.
So why did you choose to go through the trouble of doing it, Philip?
To me, it's stupid. If someone why did you unfollow? Fuck you. Why are you even asking me? Go get the hell out of here, you fucking idiot. Okay. Just that's crazy to me that this was an issue to them.
Third grade.
Why didn't you say that then?
So why'd you do it then?
All of us in all things.
Yeah.
Okay.
He like I said, he threw the first stone. So now he's wondering why we don't talk to him. And then, when you start looking at some of the underlying issues, you realize why.
It's a freaking circus, man.
It's a circus.
He's doing the Patreon. We talked about the shirts.
Yep.
Since we're just kind of emptying the barrel here.
Empty the barrel. Yeah. It's already a 2 hour, half hour and a half
couple months
video.
ago.
Keep going.
What? You don't want him to say that other things that they have issue with, Philip?
Maybe it was September or August of 2015 this year. He
guys, haven't you said enough?
He put out a montage of a co-op playthrough that we did.
Oh.
And put ads on there.
Oh.
Hello again, everyone.
Philip.
Darkside Phil here, and welcome to the best and worst of DSP classics, where we turn back the clock and take another look at some of the most classic, old, funny, and weird playthroughs that I've done in my years on YouTube.
I was up till 3 a.m. watching this myself, and let me tell you, it was a great video. I cried myself to sleep with this puppy.
The patrons have spoken, and this time we'll be checking out a little game called TV Superstars.
And it's pretty obvious that I don't want to do anything with you or be associated with you.
Yes.
And then just let me put out a video that's got John in it.
Oh.
So I could put ads on it.
Yes.
Wow.
And why would you? Well, I can see why you would do it.
Philip, why would you do that?
Again,
any answer to that?
Some problems with the relationship. Why do you think that's a good idea?
Wow.
No, top other
Philip?
nonsense, man.
Wow. I mean,
Philip, any answer to this?
Do I really have to address it?
Yes, you do. I think everyone wants to hear an answer to this.
Should I address that? Is there a point? I mean, we already talked about all of our arrangements over the years. He got paid for that work at the time, very generously for it.
Very generously, Philip? How can you say very generously at this moment in time, after already showing to the world that you thought you were going to pay John Rambo $250 a day, and then changed after John Rambo suggested $100, you happily took that, and now you're going to say generous?
He got paid for that work at the time, very generously for it.
Very generously? Maybe if you got what you thought he was worth, maybe if he got that much, you could say that, but not after you lowballed him with the $100 he suggested.
Okay, there were never residual agreements. There never will be residual agreements. I can't even figure out residuals. To this day, I can't figure out residuals.
Because you're a fucking idiot. You could figure out agreements towards it. It wouldn't have to be perfect, but just get a rough estimate is all it would take. But the problem is choosing to make this video in the first place.
And that stuff. It's my content. I own it. I have the right to use that forever in perpetuity. I own the rights to the video.
That's right, but you don't have to do it.
Is it in good taste? Well, if I was doing a whole, let's do a ginormous project with 4 million parts that's going to bring me in big bucks. It's going to be all about the best of John Rambo.
You don't do this.
Okay?
Again, it's all about the scope, isn't it? He's just trying to tell you it was just a single video, didn't make that many views, like that makes it better.
Maybe that would be considered bad taste. When I'm doing a project on Patreon and the viewers themselves say, we loved those days back in the day. That's old school DSP and Rambo. Can we do like a montage of the best stuff from back then? Right? What is wrong with that? Well, it was monetized. So in John's eyes, anything monetized with him on it is bad. Patreon is bad. Anything bad. Anything is bad. Anything with money, bad. But again, beginning of the video, this isn't about money, right? This video is not about money. However, this is never...
It's about the thought of the matter, the principle of the thing. You didn't have to monetize it. You didn't have to put out this video. You could have just, like everything else fans suggest, and say, no, I'm not going to do anything with John Rambo at the moment. But we did choose to do that. But now we're trying to say that it's just because John Rambo's making this all about money. It's bad. He's the bad one, actually, guys.
Number 114 times that we've mentioned money, and we're still mentioning it at the end of the video. It's not about money.
Yeah.
Even though he was paid for those videos, right? This is my
$150 less than you thought it was worth.
Argument all the time that I paid you a licensing fee to play your video game, okay? I paid the fee. Now I'm doing a let's play of it. You claim my video for music. I paid the fee to use the content in your game.
We're not going to get into why
You've
this
already
is
been
dumb.
paid for that. Now I'm able to use it forever. Get it?
No.
Same thing here. He got paid.
You
for the
get
videos.
it?
He received
So
compensation.
slimy.
That was the
You
agreement
get
we had.
it?
There was no future agreements or anything about anything else in the future. How can you then say, how dare you ever use this content ever again in anything? Ever. Like, I have to erase any interaction I ever had with Rambo and Howard off the internet.
That's extremism. Rambo never said that.
No. It happened. It's all there. It's documented. It will stay there forever. I will make 2 pennies every year on all the content we did. Because like I said, the old videos don't get monetized. They don't get ads. They don't.
If his YouTube channel got demonetized today, he would put out an emergency video telling you he can't pay his bills anymore. You know how I know this? It happened. It happened before.
I make almost nothing on the ancient videos. It's the new stuff that I constantly pump out.
It's not about how much money you make. It's the principle.
The ad revenue, not ancient videos.
Okay.
You know, it just doesn't exist. It's just a myth of YouTube that the old videos are getting tons of ad revenue. They don't get the same ads on them as the new videos. This is bullshit. So he think, oh, Phil in perpetuity will always be making a living off of the content.
Google
we did.
Plus
No, it ain't nothing
thing.
on it. It's ridiculous. It's a horrible argument from someone who doesn't understand the way YouTube works and someone who doesn't have a leg to stand on in that argument because I paid him for his work. What he wanted, by the way. Like he thought it was too much at the time.
Philip, this is an amazing retcon of this very same video. You wanted to pay him $250. He offered $100. You took $100. So this is not too much.
As we've already discussed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talks about behind my back.
That was he's mixing up the histories here because there was one time when Rambo said, "Whoa, that's how much that video made. That's a lot." That one time. He's not talking about the weekly payments, which is 90% of the money that Rambo got. He's just pretending that he's talking about that one single instance when Rambo had to go to him directly and say, "My car's in trouble." So he's mixing his own timelines here, yes.
On his forum or elsewhere, I always catch wind of it, man. People
We already
throw
talked
it
about
way.
that. We already talked about that.
And it gets to a point where it's too much, man.
Yeah, and then you figure if you don't, because then what happens is you don't go ahead and address it. And we were trying to avoid addressing this for a long time. But like I said, he goes and makes a video, and then he starts with the shit again with, making a video, trying to, and like I say it all the time, and a lot of other people say it, he's terrible at damage control.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And sometimes
100%.
when he addresses things,
Back
it makes
then it
it
was
ends
awful.
up
Much better
being
at it
even
today.
worse
Oh, really?
than what it
Definitely.
really was.
This is a good example of it.
And I think I think we probably didn't even have to do this.
Yeah.
Because when someone says like it's 100% on their side, I did nothing wrong. Like no one believes that.
No, yeah, exactly.
Maybe
No
some
one does.
people do, but most people are like smart enough to be like, wait a second, that's really.
Yeah.
Like these other people we just lost our minds and became these fucking heinous villains, and it's usually not how the real world works, man. Yeah, maybe you're out to some of that WWE thing.
Right.
I think
I'm a heel in real life.
Yeah, and I
good point. Street Fighter, not
you
real
can
life.
tell just even from the beginning, why
He looks like he's
even
about
from
to
his
cry.
name, like the King of Hate.
Yeah.
This is so bullshit. Howard knows what the King of Hate means. He was there during the entire time when I was the King of Hate in Street Fighter. He knew what it meant. He's completely lying to his audience at this point.
Maybe it's really shitty. Maybe it was really shitty back then. Maybe what it really meant is also fucking shitty. Maybe people thought it meant different things, but what it really meant was also fucking stupid because it was literally just you like inviting hate onto yourself, which is it's really dumb and gay and lame.
To to try to make points that don't make any sense. He knows that.
Obviously, you were trying to make hate sound good, or else you wouldn't call yourself the king of hate. Like, there's nothing good about this, man. No amount of backtracking or redefinition is going to make it cool.
The king of hate is not that I'm a hateful person on people on the internet. He's being a jackass here.
He's a jackass.
Yes. He lives by that. And it's like, you know, I understand.
That's
if
it.
It's like
It didn't mean hating people. It meant wanting people to hate me. It's better, okay, you jackass.
Facade for like YouTube or
That's all he's saying. He didn't even mention like the meaning of the word, by the way. He said he lives by that, the king of hate. He acts like the king of hate. That's all he was saying.
Lives by that. And it's like, you know, I understand if it's like a facade for like YouTube or, you know, whatever the case may be, but like when you're doing these things in real life to people that are close to you, then you start questioning whether or not, you know,
it's
you know, if it's a facade or if it's the real you, you know.
And look, man, at the end of the day, he didn't kill anybody.
No, he didn't.
He was not talking about the name of the meaning of the name, by the way, at all there, John Rambo, Howard. It was just like, listen, he acts like he wants to be that kind of king of hate dude.
He doesn't deserve to be put in prison or something or crucified or anything like that. I have no hatred towards him. I wish him the very, very best. I feel like everything we addressed here today is just stuff that's been put out there that needed to get the other side of it. You know, a lot of misinformation. And that stuff, that'll piss you off, man. People say things about you that aren't true enough times. You know, you gotta get your story out there. I think there's people out there that probably still won't believe or will deny things that were said here today.
Yeah,
So
it's
whatever,
it's
man.
not, and it's not going to matter anyways, because no matter how you look at it, you know, you got to live by that philosophy. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. And that's what's going to end up happening. You know, anything.
I have a lot of opinions, Howard. Does that mean I have a lot of assholes?
We talk about
Greg?
today, it's going to get misconstrued in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
You know?
I don't want to get involved. I got other stuff to do, man.
Drunk watching John Rambo was banned by DSP Gaming Real. Before we get to the pre-stream, I'll read the banned names, because yesterday he banned a fuck ton of good names yesterday.
Yeah,
I got fun things to do. Like, life is pretty simple, man. Like, I know I think you kind of cracked the code. You know, you go to your job, you do the best you can. You go to your job, and maybe you don't like your job.
Yeah, he's back
that much,
from his 2
but, like,
days of
everything leads to
possibly
something else.
flying to Connecticut.
You know what I mean?
What does this have to do with
wherever,
anything?
wherever you may work out
I think we'll be
there,
able to tell if he did or not.
you're learning something. You may not realize that.
Yep.
But you're getting something out of it. You're getting experience, life experience, that you could apply to something else. And I think life is kind of like a ladder, and you keep trying to climb
BRB.
to greater heights. You know.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah.
And then when you're off time, you don't spend your time shitting on other people. You don't spend your time being angry about things or feeling like the world owes you stuff. You spend your time
You want to talk about
doing something you
projection,
might enjoy with people that you enjoy being around.
So this is the big summary. This is the end of the video. This is how they end the video. Basically, this is the dump. This is pull the lever, dump it on him. This is,
what? They're saying positive things.
This is full-on projection. This is who they feel I am as a person. Do they watch my content? Obviously not.
Who can?
If they did, they would know that's not what it was, but that's what they feel.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. You don't need millions of dollars, my friends. You don't need
the
to have all
money.
Views or you know.
The views are the money. It's not what it's
whatever the
about.
hell it is.
Yeah, last time, and like I said, I live by that. The last time I checked, YouTube doesn't sign my checks, so, you know, to me, it doesn't really.
Would you really want? Okay, would you really want them to? Would you want them to be your deal?
I personally wouldn't, because I can't deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's constantly having a, you know, and like I said, I'm going to give credit where credit is due, and I'll be completely honest with you. I'm very impressed at how successful he has gotten.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a very successful person for what he has done, you know, in the past 5-6 years. And he was a pioneer in the beginning, you know. I'm not going to say that he wasn't, you know.
Absolutely.
But I think he's stuck in a rut. There's a lot of Let's players, and it's hard to compete now unless you do things differently. And I think he's in a really bad spot, and that's why he's trying to reach out to us, but he doesn't know how to reach out. He does it in a negative way, and it really
Just
burns.
too much damage has been done.
Too much damage has been done, and it continues being, and the damage continues because he doesn't know how to divert the damage.
Yeah,
he just adds to it.
But I do care about him, and I hope he does great things.
Yeah, I
hope he could. If he is in some sort of, I don't really know, honestly. If he's in a tough spot, emotionally or whatever.
Which I was.
Income-wise, I hope you can turn around. I think you can.
I mean, it wasn't about the income; it was about the emotion. Like I said, I was incredibly
definitely
depressed, fucked up in the head, and got absolutely no kind of positive reaction, understanding, or anything from these guys. Nor maybe should I have.
Oh my God! He's saying they didn't give me a positive reaction to my drunk gin text. How should they respond positively, Philip? How? Oh my God.
Understanding or anything. Absolutely no kind of positive reaction, understanding, or anything from these guys. Nor maybe should I have. Because again, we hadn't been talking and everything. But
still expects positive responses to drunk gin texts.
Still, you know, it's funny because they're in the video like, gee, maybe someone is messaging us in the middle of the morning. Maybe they're drunk and depressed, and maybe we should like reach out.
Maybe they said to reach out, and you said they would call. You would call him.
Nah, let's make a video about him for 90 minutes. That'll help the situation.
Remember, Philip said this was part of a master plan, so I'm confused on why Philip is surprised by this. This was part of the master plan to destroy the relationship, right, Philip? What happened to that?
Can't do it.
Yeah. And I just want to throw this out there, and this is for John and myself.
Go ahead.
This is the last time we're going to address this.
Okay,
I'm not going to continue doing this.
That's true.
He says one thing, we say another. I'm not going to do this. Yeah. This is the first and the last time I'm going to address this.
Well, all right, that's for you. I might. We'll see.
Yeah.
But you're done. You're done with it.
I'm pretty much done because it's...
And that is true.
You know what?
ESP loves that because he gets to have the last word.
So,
Howard was cooking there for a second.
Well, instead of making a monetized response video or trying to, post something on your forum, or maybe I won't see it or something like that, or trying to make profit off any of this, do what you said you were going to do back in August 2014. Give me an actual call. Give me the call that you promised that you were going to do.
Give both of us the call.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Give the call. I'll be happy to talk to you.
Give both of us the call. Why would I call Howard?
Why would you drunk text Howard? And give him an ultimatum about friendship?
Confused. No, give both of us the call. No, I still want the call. I mean, I hate your guts and everything, like I've explained in this video, but please give me the call too. I need the attention.
Whatever you want to talk about. Okay?
Yeah.
And then that's that, man. That's that. And people want to come here and
Jesus is right.
You can come here and do whatever you want. Really, it's just a bootleg channel. We put it together. But if you want to shit on me, and if you people out there, if you guys want to shit on me and say like your views are shit or whatever you want to say, man, my channel is me having fun with my friends.
Yep.
I don't put ads on my stuff because I don't have to. I don't ask the audience for anything. Except to
Philip, what are your thoughts on that? Not asking the audience for anything?
Hopefully have a good time and have a great time doing what I do. So please, again, tell me that I'm not successful. Okay?
Yes.
Tell me I'm not successful.
Philip, you already said that on video. I'm not sure why you're being disgusted by this comment.
Or you could just, do the usual thing and say you're a big-nosed piece of shit. But, that's true. That part is true.
You Jew-nosed bastard.
Whoa. Let's calm down, buddy. Is that the end of this thing, this atrocity?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Adios, everybody.
Yep.
All right,
okay,
Phillip.
so that's the end. That's the very last second. I didn't leave anything else out. Okay? So here's the epilogue. Because, of course, everyone wants to know, well, what happened? What happened when this was released? How did this affect me? How did it all end?
He pretended it never happened and ran away until they left the internet, and then he could feel safe to
3 days
react.
after my Thanksgiving vlog. It was released, like I said, on that Uncanny Not Men channel. Why they had to make a new channel to put this up, I have no idea. Apparently, within a day or so of it being released, not only was the video deleted, the channel was too. Okay, completely deleted from the internet. But the internet doesn't forget. And immediately it had been ripped, archived, and reposted all over the internet.
Yes.
So even though the original is not intact, this still has been all over the internet. All right. So what happened? I got contacted by everybody, by my fans, by my haters, longtime friends like the Airy Lord, all reached out to me.
Longtime friend Airy Lord, he just busted hearing that.
Damn, Phil, wow. Don't know if you're aware, but apparently your former friends have put out a hit piece against you. And we have no idea if it's real or not, or true or not. Well, not real or not, but we don't know if what they're saying is true or not. But my God, some of the things they say in this video are pretty damning, to the point where it really feels like character assassination. But if it's true, obviously, you're pretty fucked. That's probably
okay, it's character assassination now. Okay.
End of your career on the internet, all right? So bad. So, is it true or not? A lot of people ask me that. I said, I'm not even going to answer that. I don't know. I didn't watch it,
Maybe you should.
At that time.
I was too busy with wrestling.
So, certain people start telling me what's in the video. I didn't watch it yet. Certain people start telling me what's in the video. And they say, basically, not only did they have issues with Project 7, but they had issues with your way you talked about Scott. They literally say in the video, horrible things about you, saying you're drunk, basically. Of course, they didn't say that. They said this.
They literally said that. Actually, they didn't.
Yeah, well, the text messages kind of, revealed your hand on that one.
They literally, in the video, said that I was a drunk. I mean, they didn't say that, but... Dude, you really need to learn how words work and figure out what you want to say before you open your mouth.
That you're an abusive friend, all this
Yes,
stuff.
They literally,
based
didn't,
on your
actually.
actions, yes.
And I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean? Oh, well, they said that you called them in the middle of the night. Or not called them, excuse me. Texted them in the middle of the night. Sounded like you were drunk. And I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
I was like...
Yeah, that's actually true. Oh, they talked about that? Oh, fuck.
It's one thing if they put a video out and they're going to say, Phil's a jerk or whatever. It's another thing if they're now telling the internet, oh, so Phil's a depressed drunk, which is essentially what you can piece together from that video. All right?
Based on your own actions, right? It's not like they're making this up either, right? You got to say that, right?
Now, I said, what do I do about this? So, well, I could address it publicly, or I could take action immediately to make sure that the fucked up things that I'm doing when I'm drunk don't happen again. All right? So what did I do?
You could do both.
Deleted not only their numbers from my phone, I deleted the entire history of us ever talking. Right? Emails. Deleted it all. Because I knew that when you're depressed and drunk...
Because you're scared of them revealing it.
You always want to go back to that shit.
Yeah.
Because it's happened to me before. I deleted it all.
Right.
There's nothing. There's no history left. It's
Makes
gone.
zero sense.
From my phone, from everything, from my emails, gone. Nothing. There's no correspondence left between me and them. All deleted. Basically within a day. I got rid of it all. Because I didn't want to have a chance that I would get drunk and depressed again and reach out to them again. Because they made it pretty abundantly clear.
It just sounds like you have no self-control.
They didn't ever want to hear from me again.
Sounds like you're just emotionally incontinent.
What? They said it. They finished with, give me a call. The call you promised. That's how they finished it.
Because they made it pretty abundantly clear in this video. They didn't ever want to hear from me again. At least that's the way that I take it. When someone's saying to you, you monetized the death of your friend.
They finished with, please give me the call you promised.
You didn't pay us what you owed us. You constantly said nasty things about us, and we basically have had it.
Their last message was, give me the call you promised to give me those years ago. That was the promise.
You're drunk. You're texting us at night, doing all this fucked up stuff. When again, I didn't watch the video yet. This is just people telling me this. So my initial reaction is, I guess I don't want a chance, ever.
We're at the latter half of the show where we're just doing Q&A, and if you guys watch DSP,
the day after they released the video, I had no chance to ever reach out to them because I didn't have their contact information. I deleted it completely. Okay, I don't have it anymore, which is a good thing. I feel it was the right thing to do, because if I had become drunk again and did something stupid, or I was depressed, who knows what it would have been at that point.
That's what he's trying to make you think, is he deleted their entire contact information without watching the video yet, based on what people said.
Right? So that was that, and that was done. As I told you, I did not actually watch the recording until months and months, if not like a year later. I'm
There
trying
you
to
go.
actually remember.
There you go.
All right. And at that point, like I deleted everything. And you know, in my mind, I'm thinking, if these guys ever want to talk to me again, they'll reach out to me and they'll talk to me. They have my information.
They told you to give me the call you promised.
I'm the public figure here. I'm the one who has a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel. I don't know if I was doing YouTube or Twitch at the time, but you know what I'm saying. A Twitter. They knew my address.
Twitter.
You know, they still had my cell phone number.
Twitter.
If they had a desire to ever reach out and talk to me ever again, they could have.
Yeah.
All right. But what's funny is in this video, you've seen it now in its entirety. All right. The things they've said about me, the accusations they've made, I've fessed up to the things that I feel I did. There's a lot of things in this video that are completely either misconstrued or actually completely exaggerated to a point of absurdity. The fact that they would say I publicized and profited off of Scott's death is probably one of the most insulting things anyone could ever say to anyone. And when that is said about me, I don't have a desire to ever talk to you ever again. Okay? That's of all the things you can say in this video, fine. That's the one that's like, you can't come back from that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
When I actually finally watched this video and I saw the malicious way that Howard was saying stuff like that.
Oh, you're such a victim. You're such a huge victim.
But you deleted their contact information before knowing that was in there?
Ever will want to speak with this man ever again in my life.
Why do you have this
I wish him the best.
on your
great
screen?
Life. But if anything, what does this show me is a pattern of behavior.
There's nothing on it.
Someone who, when they're in your face, they're friendly to you.
Yeah.
They claim they like you. They want to be in stuff with you, content. They want to go on trips. But then all of a sudden, behind your back, they're constantly saying bad things about you. They're saying this and that about you. Oh, you should have paid. You didn't pay. Oh, you should have done this. You didn't do this. You're a bad friend. You're this. You're that. You're publicizing that. You're doing that. What? Wow. And never once was that ever brought up to me. Ever. Howard, not once ever said a word to me negatively. Never.
So why did you keep giving him ultimatums in text then? And also drunk texts?
Okay. Rambo did. A few times. Like I said, probably twice when I lived in Connecticut. Each time we had the conversation, I'm sorry, I screwed up. He forgave me. We moved on positively with our lives. We kept having a relationship where we'd make content together. We'd have fun together. I paid for all the trip shit and all that.
Because you needed someone to drive you and carry stuff. Go ahead.
Most of the time. Not 100% of the time, but most of the time. If it had something to do with, cost of gas, hotel room or whatever, getting access to the events, that was me. It all continued. After these conversations we had that were, oh, you did something wrong. Okay, I'm sorry. I really bad. I was insecure. I screwed up.
And then he did it
All right,
again.
I forgive you. Great. Let's keep going. Right? Let's have a fun life together here as friends. So
let's have a fun life together here as friends.
I moved, and it seemed like the moment I moved, that was the end. The moment I moved, the attitudes changed. Right? The moment I fucking moved, it was, oh, there's another reason why I can't do this. There's another reason. There's another reason. Now I'm not even going to give you the reason anymore. I'm just not going to respond to you anymore. And we already
because you kept bothering him so much.
Through this, so you know the situation. I was in the wrong a lot. But this is not a situation that was one-sided. This is a situation that was kind of two-sided, and it seems to me that now that you watch this in its entirety and you get the frames of reference, what you see happen, it was a combination of many different factors, including trolling to both of
the trolling's irrelevant.
Plus, on both sides, I could handle the trolling, even though I very frequently mismanaged it and said dumb shit because of it.
I could handle the trolling other than the times I didn't.
By the troll, oh, your fans, your misguided fans came and insulted me. They were my fans. Those are the same trolls that troll me on a daily basis, but you for some reason thought, right, that they were my fans. They're not. These are the same people that orchestrated shit to make us get at each other's throats because they like seeing good things end. Right? These miserable fucktards people who just want to end good things on the internet because they can't. They get a good flex out of it. They feel good about themselves when they ruin something good for someone else. And that was a major factor over the years about that. Okay.
So blaming the trolls. We're waiting to hear. It's the slideshow is live, so don't worry. I'm watching the slideshow. Pre-stream has not started.
And you would even say at the end of all of this, you might say, well, Phil, would you ever talk to John and Howard ever again? Howard, no, I'm done. There's zero chance I would ever want to speak another word to that guy.
And he's going to say, if they call me, watch.
It's ridiculous. He interjected himself into this video to begin with. He was not the subject matter. The subject matter was supposed to be the friendship between me and John that ended when I moved for some odd reason that now has been extrapolated upon in this video, right? Why is Howard in this video? Howard doesn't like me for various reasons. You can agree with them, you can disagree with them. Maybe you agree with some, you disagree with others.
He has a story to tell, clearly, based on what you've said alone. The drunk texting to him, clearly you cared about him. You gave him 2 ultimatums. So it seems like his word is valuable in this video.
Why is he in this video? The problem was me and Rambo. It always was. We were the ones who were going to have that extended friendship after I moved. How the fuck is he in here? What does he have to do with any of this? And he's the one who says the most inflammatory things in this video, and he was never part of the equation, ever.
Then why did you drunk text him and give him 2 ultimatums?
Acts like he is. He's not. All right? It's ridiculous.
All right.
The extent that he's in
so
here.
It seems pretty stupid to give ultimatums to people that you don't care about.
The instigator and the things that he's saying about me. I want nothing to do with this guy. I hope he has a great life. I hope he has a great family with kids and all that. I have no idea. I don't follow the guy. I have no clue. I hope he's happy.
Yeah,
right? I really do. I just want nothing to do with him ever again after this. Now, Rambo, here's the thing. You know, I really did love the guy when we were friends.
Friends?
All right? I did.
Not that
Absolutely,
much.
positively,
I
100%.
loved him.
He was one of my closest friends at the time. When I moved, it all ended. It just did. Like, we never were the same after I moved. In fact, I never even felt like we had a meaningful friend-like conversation after I moved, okay? So to me, that friendship ended in 2014. It's not
You see, I'm quite gay.
I have no internet presence anymore. All right, I know nothing about it. I hope that he's having a good life. I do. I hope he's having a good life and he's safe somewhere. All right. However, what could possibly come from me, talking to Rambo at this point in my life? Let's be honest. All right, let's be honest.
I don't know. You could have a friend.
Then you could rekindle a friendship.
20 years. If anything, what I've learned is,
never mind.
Sadly, when it comes to me, no matter what, the negativity ends up rubbing off. Right?
Yes.
Can we agree there? Like, even if I'm well-intentioned, even if I don't want anything bad to happen, whether it's trolls, whether it's something else negative, it always seems to rub off. All right, I'm gonna be honest.
You wanted bad things to happen to him in this
Again,
case.
another thing
though.
I've never really revealed. You may notice, and by the way, this person I'm about to mention is going to be shocked because he didn't know I was going to bring him up in this video.
Right.
I have a person who I've done co-op with over the years by name Brian. Okay, he actually was a friend of Rambo and Howard. He was in Shazman a whole bunch as an actor. Over the years, we've done cooperative gameplay. Okay,
And he hates you now too.
He, over the years, has always expressed a desire to do more co-op with me. All right, he's been friendly.
He
to
thinks
me
you're a
behind the
piece of
scenes.
shit now.
I've been cold to him, and I don't talk to him that much. And this is why. Right? I don't want to engage with a close relationship or friendship with someone outside of maybe every once in a while you get a little bit of co-op or a little bit of interaction, and that's friendly stuff. I don't want to engage in this kind of friendship again because of this. Because I never once had any issue with these guys in person. And the few times that there were, we hashed it out.
Yeah.
But look what happened. Even with all the well-intentions in the world, right?
No, you
look what
didn't.
happened, right? It fucking exploded. It got toxic as fuck for everyone. Not just me, for them too. I'm sure on their end, they were constantly being bombarded with toxicity and fucked up things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And in that regard, I don't ever want that to happen to anyone else ever again. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I feel like even with the best of intentions, if I had a friendship.
So you had when he needed another co-op partner, though, he quickly changed the rules on that, didn't he?
With someone like that, it would just go toxic again. I really feel this, and I know.
So why did it go toxic exactly?
Because Brian's a really good guy. He's a nice guy. He's friendly. Every once in a while, he hits me up with like a text. He's like, "What's going on? I want to do something."
Yeah, he thinks you're lame.
Or you want to do a co-op or whatever.
He was just using you for clout, and he actually thinks you're a fucking dork.
It's on purpose. I feel like I almost feel like
I almost feel like
if I try to be friendly with someone for
Why
any
am I
extended period of
toxic?
time, it's
Why
just
am
gonna
I
be bad for me.
poison?
It's fucked up to think that way. I know, but I do. I've got this stigma stuck in my head about this, that this will always happen in my life. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I feel like any kind of interaction that I ever would have with Rambo would just be bad for him. That he's probably off there having a good life. He's probably off there having a great time. And I want him to have a great life and a happy life and a family, whatever he wants. I want him to have success. I want him to have notoriety. I want him to love life. All right? Because we had these years together.
I want you to love life. Then why can't you call him?
Loving life when we were together and we were doing fun stuff together. I know for a fact because he told me. There was always fucked up stuff that was happening kind of in our personal lives, but we were together doing co-op, we were traveling for a trip, we were having a good time together. That was the highlight, right? So I said, to them, it seemed like it was business. To me, that was fun. To me, that was the fun shit. The fact that I made $1 doing it was hilarious. I'm having fun with my friends. We're making money doing it. This is ridiculous. This is like the best of all situations, the best of all worlds.
Yeah, so why did you make that the most important thing with any interaction with them?
I'm saying, and now I look back at that fondly, but I don't think it'll ever happen again. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
I'm a very different guy now, by the way. I make different content.
Okay.
For a different kind of audience.
I'm not an asshole anymore.
I live across the country. All right, I'm separate. I'm in a situation now where I'm able to successfully make content that doesn't need to have that anymore. I don't rely on someone else to be a part of my content to have that. There's no possibility toxicity to come over. Why doesn't Phil do online co-op with his viewers? This is why toxicity. The trolls getting involved, fucking things up for everyone. Why do I not have any friends outside of my wife?
Because you're a loser and you're a cunt. And you're an asshole. You're a piece of
Isn't that
shit.
a bad thing? It's kind of scary, actually. Can't even have friends.
Wife and I have a private life that isn't publicized on the internet. This is why. You see? This is something that's happened to me over and over and over in my life now. Since I became a YouTuber, I'm seeing this happen with even my closest of friends who are supposed to be, the biggest friends of my life, and look what happened. So
because of how you treated them.
How can I say that would not happen again if I were to invite other people into my life as friends, right? So that's why. And, do I have time for friends? In reality, I don't have a lot of time for friends either. I wouldn't really have much or any time for friends. If anything, I want to spend more time
You
with
don't
my
have
wife
to
at the
talk
beginning,
about them,
but
right?
I don't even get past that first
I guess not.
step. You know what I'm
I
saying?
guess he doesn't know
I
that.
don't even get past that first step of, let's go past the step of, we did a co-op together online, and we had some fun playing Apex Legends or whatever. Let's now extend that to personal life, have personal conversations. I don't want to go there. I just don't. Because it's toxic shit, and I'm afraid. I am afraid. I'm afraid
It's because you need to make everything public.
I'm in a good place right
It's
now.
literally what John Rambo was complaining about, how you have to make everything public. You can't have any private life because you have to monetize everything. And that's what your biggest issue is. This guy could have personal friends in real life, and he just doesn't have to talk about them. He doesn't have to say who they are or what they did or what their names are, but he could say, yeah, I hung out with a friend earlier. Like, you can just say that. That's all you have to say. but that doesn't make him money, so it's inadequate to his needs because everything is transactional.
Personally in my life, I'm happy with my life. I wish I had more time to spend with my family. I just spent 12 hours on a stream. I'm sure my wife's furious with me because I'm pretty sure she didn't expect me to be on here as long as I was.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm sure she's gonna
I'm
leave.
My wife is furious with me. Right.
If anything, what I will leave you guys with is this.
Please,
all right?
yeah. Finish
Some
up.
advice, things that I've learned. The first life lesson that I learned out of all of this, all right?
Not have friends ever.
Drunk texts are a good thing, and give ultimatums to your friends, but then you can blame them for the reason the friendship fell apart, and then beg people for money.
Is
if you like me, tell me. If you don't like me, tell me.
Must have a contract. Doesn't
That's
matter
what
how
you
friendly you
learned?
are with the people. It does not matter. I said that'll never happen to us. The same product. Everyone knows what's going on, and there's no is what we agreed to. Chris was going to start pulling out wads of money and shit, and I was paying for stuff. Told otherwise. Jeez, hold on.
He used his wife as a human shield. Says he uses his wife as a human shield. Next.
Separate.
Oh, he got a
your
haircut.
private life from your public life. Even if you're an
We're gonna look at the pre-stream, but seeing images coming out now of the pre-stream. He got his haircut. That's what he did on his day off. He went and got his haircut, and it looks fucking awful. It looks terrible as usual.
content creator. You have to have a separation. You can't have every moment of your life documented and put on the internet. And if you have a friendship that's based around things that are only public, it's not really a friendship. Okay? With John, I absolutely had moments that we had private stuff behind the scenes. With Howard, that was never the case. We almost never had anything unless we were making content or whatever for the internet or going to a Street Fighter tournament. You know, that was our
And
interaction.
when you were giving him ultimatums and drunk texts behind the scenes.
It's not a real friendship, okay?
Yeah,
You
definitely.
should absolutely have a separation between the public and the private, because when you only have everything public facing on the internet, all right, that's when it all goes wrong. You have to have actual, relationships and understandings behind the scenes, or else it's not really a relationship, in my opinion. Okay. Lastly, the last thing I leave you with,
please,
my longest stream ever. All right. Never be afraid to be upfront and honest with someone about anything. Okay. Never.
He's talking to John and Howard right now.
Same thing that I said in my video from 2015. Sorry, I still believe in it today. If you have an issue with someone, excuse me, I just belched. Tell them. Be upfront and honest and transparent about it. Don't let it stir. Don't let it fester.
It's just him being too stupid to read the room and read between the lines and understand people and what they think and how they feel without them literally telling him word for word what he has to think and feel. It's just him being too stupid. Like, you gotta tell me. You gotta walk me through this. You gotta hold my hand and tell me literally everything because I'm too fucking dense and stupid to know things. That's my lesson that I give to you all.
With John, he did bring up things from time to time with me. And that was good. With Howard, that never happened. He never said a word to me negative, but then he says all this shit behind my back. Apparently, again, the circle of friends that hate me. And then he's involved in the video even though he's not even my friend. What the fuck is this? Right?
I thought he was.
Because you wronged him multiple times and he wanted to tell you.
Don't be afraid to be honest and upfront. If you are honest and upfront with someone about an issue and they're angry with you because you were, all right, that's not someone who respects you. Okay. Right? That's not a friend. A friend should be appreciative of the fact that you want to address issues and get them worked out. A friend should be someone who's not offended when you bring up their shortcomings because you want them to understand that you want them to be better. Okay?
Okay, so why are you so pissed about Howard telling his side of the story then?
It wasn't like that with them because when John brought shit up, every time I was like, oh my God, that feeling. I can't believe I fucking pissed off John. He's the one person I never want to piss off on this planet. And I did because I fucked up. I did stupid shit, I was never
didn't care enough to call him.
angry that John ever brought up something to me that he called me out for. I was happy that he did.
Slideshow's still going, by
I let
the
him
way.
down as a friend over the years. And that's sad to me, And I think at this point, like I said, this is it for me. I'm not bringing this up again. We've covered it for 12 fucking hours. Well, this was more like 10 hours. I'm done with this shit. All right? I'm not talking to Howard ever again. Maybe at some crazy, random chance, at one point in the future, I will talk to Rambo, excuse me. But at this point in my life, I've moved on. I don't think anything good could ever come of it. Being honest, if he called me right now, I'd be like, I don't think I want to answer that phone. Because the moment I answer it, the toxic shit starts coming
sound
to
like
the
a
again.
coward.
I don't want him to be touched by that. I'm sure he has a great life at this point, away from all that shit. He doesn't want to be wrapped up in that shit again. I want him to be happy and separated from this toxic shit that has become my life.
He thinks that talking to him privately off the internet is going to make evilness travel through the phone lines and ruin his life. Okay. This guy is not crazy or something. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I don't.
I hope this is the end of it. You have questions moving forward about John and Howard, watch this. That's it. Done with it. I moved on completely. Not even a topic of discussion for me. All right? I'm a different person now. It's a different life. And I hope that at least some of you learned something out of doing this.
Yeah.
Maybe this will help you to stop.
We learned exactly how you think about your friends and how fucked up your relationships are.
The same exact mistakes that I made over time.
Yeah.
I'm not a perfect guy.
Thank you.
Not even close to being a perfect guy. I made tons of mistakes. I'm very regretful of the fact that these guys were hurt.
Whoa,
by me.
he's not perfect.
But, that's
I wouldn't take back the drunk texts.
Life. I think 7 years later, probably all happy with how our lives went. I know I am. I hope they are. And that's that. Okay, guys? That is it. Holy shit. Like I told you guys, I need a break from drama.
I'm
not doing this shit for a long
happy.
time. That was too long. Done. We're ending it right now. Thank you for watching. Whether you watched on stream, you watched on demand on YouTube, I hope that you learned something.
Yeah, I learned you're out of your fucking mind. Continue.
But I just
There we go, guys. So, wow, what a series it's been. 8 parts now, and this really tells you a lot about how DSP operates. You know what I'm saying? It just started the show now, so I'm going to end this stream. You're going to be redirected to the pre-stream. Big ups for anybody that stuck through this whole thing. There is a playlist for this whole series if you want to watch it out. But in summary, it definitely very well outlines the exact way Philip thinks about his friends. And that is, they are all tools to get what he wants. And he's not willing to put in any of the work that is required to have actual give and take, which are real friendships are all about, right? So, anyways, you're all legends. See you on the other side of this one. Thanks for watching. See you in a second.
Very cool. Let's see. Okay.
School, etc. on a weekend, so I figured it would have been fine, but
Rewind
you know,
a
we didn't
little
have the
bit.
crazy, insane, over-the-top support
Bella?
last week.
Crazy, insane,
Continuing on with,
crazy.
like-
You just go to some random point in his pre-stream and he's just trying to gaslight the entire world. Crazy, crazy, out of your mind, insane, crazy,
Oh, 7
crazy,
fingers?
out of your mind,
Okay.
crazy.
This does count because we
that
mixed
I'll be-
Thursday.
ladies
Okay,
and
crazy dude.
play through for me. This is the start of a whopping 7-day stream.
7 style. Hell yeah. Let's get that here. This is our second 7, guys. So to fill out this week, we just need 0, 1, 2, and we can finish this week with a full set. This will be the last pre-stream of the week, so here we go.
Streaming week through this month, the level.
There we go. Big ups to Waffle Bunny. He says, John and Howard should have been more forward and done this in person. This moron doesn't understand stuff unless it's in person. That's true, too. But, I mean, he could have called. That would have been fine, too, right? Yeah, Gaming Guru, I did see the 0. I did play that last time. I did show it. But it doesn't count. It has to be on the stream while we're streaming. And Liriava says, now imagine all this abuse and gaslighting towards Panda and Cat.
Yeah.
It must be 1,000 times worse. Can you imagine? God, I feel bad for them. And big ups Nibbity with the lore stream for life. Let's fucking go. Legends. All right, pre-stream time. Lore stream over. Pre-stream state of mind now. How much day off stories do we get? That's what I'm interested in. If any at all.
Alrighty, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the show. It's time for the Level 1 podcast for Saturday.
Jeez.
That's right, I said it.
He had his
Saturday,
coffee enema
the 3rd of
today.
May 2025. The beginning of
Ooh,
a jam-packed
wow,
month for
oh,
me.
what do you
There's
guys?
a lot
You guys
of new
ready?
gameplay
It's
to
crazy.
do,
It's all
continuing
cool.
old
You
ones,
ready?
some
Come
interesting
on.
side projects, fun stuff going on.
And then he,
I'm
like,
very
falls
excited
asleep by the
for
end of
coming
the
month,
projects,
and I hope that
the
you are
pre-stream.
all as well.
What side projects?
Usually I'm not here on a Saturday, but as I explained, the whole reason that I just had 2 days off at an odd time is because having Saturdays as my scheduled day off every week has some limitations. You
Oh.
can't act as my scheduled day off every week.
Does he practice this like in the mirror? Like, this is how really cool people look. Reminds me of fucking Ethan Klein just like tweaking out.
Has some limitations. You can't actually do certain kinds of appointments or things on a Saturday, at least within reason. I've been trying to do certain things for months and months and couldn't make them come together. So I had to take earlier time off in the week so that I could actually do those things. Now,
Whatever that means.
I am back. And it is
Yay!
time to get reinvigorated for a brand new month of content. The spring has sprung. We are
The
in
spring
the
has
midst
sprung.
of warmer weather. I've got new decorations.
Yeah, look at the
behind me,
haircut.
as you can see.
It's
The
wild.
decor for the month of May. I switched up the back panels to be
like
the
a black
colored
Q-tip.
ones again instead of the blue. We've got the brand new completed Lego build of the Piranha Plant
Oh,
now
God,
to
that
my
looks
left.
great.
And I think, quote me on this, because I think it's true.
Oh, shit.
For the
Nibbity.
first time ever, we have both
There we go. Should go away now.
the Ghost from Pac-Man and the Game Over sign together. I don't think I've ever done that before. I think we either have one or the other. And again, it is more of a minimalist design this year. I think this is working better.
Minimalist design? Where?
Less is more. Instead of having giant pieces of artwork and things behind me blocking all of the shot, now because I have such a nice backdrop and LEDs
Minimalist
and everything,
design.
RGBs, I guess I should say, I want you to see them.
Okay. This is definitely
new animations
minimalist.
for the entire month. I have not only new animations for the podcast, but also 2 various rotations of animations for other things. I have one that's like classic gaming and one that is
cool.
like modern games. Okay. In fact, one of them has all of the games that I'm currently going to be playing in May, it like represented there. So good stuff.
Yay! Round of applause for ourselves.
What a great month we've got in store, but what a great day we have today. What a great week. This week is wild. I'm here all the way through Friday. Full days of double streams, good content. We're going to be continuing on with playthroughs like Oblivion Remastered, the Clear Obscure Expedition 33, and of course, Blueprints, which I'm now going to bring back as a daytime stream in the hopes that we'll bring back some of its attendance and support. But in addition to that, we're going to continue on with the chill Minecraft streams and bringing some more stuff back into the mix. For example, Call of Duty returning and more of that, okay? So, I certainly hope this all sounds good to you, and it should be a great week coming up. We've got a lot to talk about this morning.
No one cares!
Gaming news went wild when I was gone, so we've got a lot of news stories to cover. And in addition to that,
FOMO.
Guess what? This week, we are doing a marathon. It is the Viewer's Choice Marathon event returning. I hope that you guys are going to be joining me for it.
No.
The problem is I can't tell you when it is because it's dependent on us hitting support goals. Right now, we are at 42. It just scrolled by. 42 out of 50 support goals.
So we need 8 more.
Which means we have 8 goals to hit. On average, we hit about 1 a stream, although sometimes it's slower than that. If I'm here for 7 straight days, stands to reason we're absolutely hitting 10 goals by the end of the week. But the question is, how soon? And I don't have that answer. It really is dependent on you and how much you support this week. The more you support, the more goals we hit more quickly, the sooner the marathon. So if you want the marathon as soon as possible, please support the streams this week. Okay?
Yes, I want it sooner. Shiny Teeth says, can't wait for Phil to weep at the end of Connecticut again. We'll see. I don't know. I think he's done talking about days off, by the way, already. I really think so. Jordan Fadeaway says, 7 days might need the rope for Ree. Iwamoto says, wow, his studio looks so empty now. Ow. I look at the minimalist setup, Iwamoto. It's the minimalist. And Lunar Guardian says, give me the beggar fade, my good sir. Your finest shears, please, sir. I know, Chrono Trigger. That's right. My bad. It's not Connecticut. It's Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger, Chrono Trigger. That was a dented comment by me. Thanks for calling me out.
You guys have been nominating games like crazy. All right. And I actually had a chance. We looked and tallied up.
We're all trolling
some of
you.
The nominations over the course of this week. Just take a look at what you guys have been wanting.
Let's see.
For the
Viewer's
Choice event. And it has been definitely interesting. Okay.
What's winning now?
Wow. What a crazy amount of games that you have nominated. Holy moly. I think you've
I know he's
nominated
gonna get
over
whaled out.
100 individual games. Things such as Alien Isolation, Caves of Cud.
Oh, yeah, just read them
Class
all.
of 09, Dave the Diver.
These are all trolled suggestions, Phil.
GoldenEye
Wanting you to
007
play
with a
Class of
randomizer,
09.
attached to it.
You're just trolling
Classic
you,
Mega Man
dude.
or Mega Man X, Resident Evil games, Slime Rancher, 100 Line Last Defense Academy, V Rising,
Just read 'em all.
Wario Land 4, and more. You might say, what are those? I don't know. Those are the games you guys have been nominating. It's been wild. Like, you have nominated an insane amount of games. So, personally...
Insane. Crazy.
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is locked in. That has 300 likes. Lost Records Tape 2 is number 2 with 158 likes. And number 3 looks to be
So stupid.
Counter-Strike 2 with 125.
Oh, yeah, that's a DSP game.
So yeah, be sure to vote, guys. The link is in chat right now if you want to vote. I think I personally
No, I haven't
that
played
the
V Rising,
playthrough
but
of Lost Records
seen other
Tape
people
2 would
play
be
it.
incredible. So we got to get that one. But vote
Does
with
look
your
good.
heart, obviously.
To see what actually ends up being the games that you guys select.
Oh, chess would be
I have
good
no
too,
clue At
yes.
this point, like, there's really no way to tell what you guys are going to want. FYI, you probably have about one more day to nominate games if you have not yet. So how can you do it? Well, you'll see there's links that are popping up in both chats on YouTube and Kick, or you could type ! Viewer's choice if you just want the link right away. There is a thread on the posts tab.
Yeah, chess needs the most help. It only has 80 votes right now. So if you want to get chess in there, we got to get working.
ESP Gaming here on YouTube, where you can nominate games. If you have not,
this is I just checked the Discord. This is Captain Alex, channel removed because of violating community guidelines. Oh, Captain Alex, he's gonna be mad.
yet, please nominate or thumbs up.
All
the
those
nominations that have
1.6K
already been
subscribers
applied. Maybe a
gone.
game has already been nominated. You want to see in the marathon? Thumb it up, and then probably within the next 24 to 48 hours, I'm going to tally it up, and the most nominated games will become part of the final poll or polls. Being that there's been so many games nominated, maybe we'll do 2 polls. And you guys will vote on what you want to see the most during the marathon. Typically, during any gaming marathon, we do around 4 games. We usually play each game for roughly about an hour, and it depends greatly. Sometimes a game is a lot more well-received and people like it more, so we play it more. Sometimes a game just doesn't work, and so we kind of rush through it and don't do that much of it.
Okay.
Personally, I have no clue what we're going to play during this day at this point. Like, I have no idea what it's going to be. So
that's the point of a poll, right?
Nominate. Go. Soon tomorrow would have been we get more people, because if we did it tomorrow, it's a weekend. Typically, we get more people for marathons on weekends than during weekdays. Okay,
you try to hit 8 goals
in general. People aren't working as much; they're not in school, etc. on a weekend. So I figured it would have been fine, but we didn't have the crazy, insane, over-the-top support last week. It wasn't like we were hitting 4 or 5 goals in a day or
Crazy,
anything
insane.
like that. So we kind of maintained a pace, and there was a couple days where we faltered there. It's all good. It's not the end of the world.
Okay.
But now if we pick up the pace here, again, we could do it more quickly. So let's see how it goes this week. Let's see how support hits, how many goals we're hitting a day, and go from there.
Beg like a crackhead, dude. That's your life now.
Oh, please, yeah, go ahead.
Is the final day of the week for streaming on Kick, meaning anything that comes in today kind of applies for this week on Kick. It would be a great day to get some gifted subs over on Kick. This week has actually been one of the slowest weeks I've had on Kick since I streamed on there.
Get the point?
There just haven't been a lot of subs. I think we had DT101 who gifted like 14 subs, and there was a Test Tickles TV who did 10. And then we had one person who did like 6, everyone else like 111. So I think there was like 30 gifted subs total all week. That is really low on Kick, okay? So
not thankful at all.
Today,
I'm back.
Would
Really
be
low.
a massive day for support on Kick. If we could get that to
Super
pick
low.
up, and if you've been holding off, and hey, I wanted to apply. Hey, now's the time to get it to apply.
Now's the time
The
to give me
sooner
your
the better.
money.
Let's get these
Let's get
goals
it going.
hit.
Let's get
Let's
those
get
wallets
this
open, and
marathon
let's
going.
get the cash
FYI,
flowing into my
during that marathon,
wallet
like
so I
Keegan
can
just
blow
May
it
1st.
on food and
May
mobile
1st
games.
burst style only now.
Yes, I'll be drinking. I actually bought some tequila
Ooh,
to have during the
that's
marathon.
cool.
We still
We
have
can
like
text
4
John.
of those little shots left. Obviously, I still have that moonshine, but the moonshine is absolutely disgusting. So if I drink it, I'm going to drink it very sparingly during this marathon because it was gross. It really was.
Ew.
And of course, I got something else.
Alcohol,
I actually
bro.
got, per your request,
You don't drink it for the
guys,
flavor.
Guess what I bought?
That emote is from him. He put that in. It's DSP Gaming Real Incident. That's really from his channel when he's owning the meme guys, remember?
So they told me
I thought it made Cat cry, though.
I got some
I guess he
White
wants to
Claws.
make Cat cry.
I never had them before. And I know that this was
No
a big
laws with your drinking claws, right, fella?
fad where everyone needs White Claw alcoholic seltzer, and I never tried it. So I actually bought a variety pack of White Claw. And that, not to say that I'm going to be, if I hit a support goal, I'll drink a White Claw. It's a weak drink, but I'm going to probably have those over the course of the marathon casually during the day.
Casual claw.
So yes, I will be drinking during the marathon while we're trying out this variety of games. In addition,
Slay
there'll be some
Queen.
food, but I don't know what it's going to be yet. So my wife and I are just going to probably get something during the event. It's not going to be DSP tries it or anything like that.
Yeah,
okay?
it's personal. It's personal. DSP tries it, not for
Hey,
pleasure.
I doubt it.
Lacking
I doubt he's gonna buy
object
food and not
permanence
eat it on
real. Says no
stream.
Connecticut trip. He went to get the real ID at the DMV. That very well could be. We could have made a big deal about nothing, because that would fit the bill. DMVs are closed on Saturday usually, so that could be. Scoot Toe Walker says, I can't pinpoint why the hair and shirt combo distressed me so much, but I know that I need it away from me.
Yeah.
Well, you don't like the, this is the server at Rainforest Cafe again. Or
if this guy was found at a playground, the mothers at the playground would give him the finger and call him a slur and tell him to go away.
also maybe at like Animal
And
Kingdom.
get 500,000 grand from a
Disney World.
GoFundMe.
Like, you know, the tour guides at the Jungle Cruise? That could be. Mr. Matt says his dying mother had to look at that haircut. Is he trying to kill her? And Lunar Guardian says White Claw is a Karen drink. Perfect for Philip.
So,
Yep.
all that being said, before we begin with the schedule, before we begin with game news,
Let's
and all
get
this
the
stuff we have to
shout-outs.
do today, let's do some quick shout-outs, because we actually have some shout-outs to begin with.
Okay.
Okay? So first of all, Gamer Stevie.
Gamer Stevie.
With a $10
fucking
super chat.
lunatic. Really cool.
Says, lol, it's glitched. Lance is glitched.
Yeah, whatever that means. Thanks for the money, retard.
It's a
Keep it coming.
The GTA clip. It might be. Remember the GTA
Don't
Vice
even
City
know what he's
clip? Actually, it's
referencing.
not the
Keep it coming, you stupid fuck.
Vice City Stories, isn't it?
Nailed it.
I think it is.
Oh, okay.
Well, as long as you know.
Gamer Nerd Stevie. It's Gamer Nerd Stevie with a $10 super chat. It's actually $9.99.
What a fucking loser.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the highlights that we actually have in the highlight reel that we play. In the
Yeah, whatever. No shit. Move on.
breaks that I have during my streams.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that
Okay,
was-
whatever.
Man, that was over probably about a decade ago.
Shut up.
But in a nutshell,
please.
my wife and I had a whole entire day out where we were doing appointments, we were doing some shopping for the house and for ourselves, and we had a good meal out. Just in general, it was a really good day. We had a good day.
Whoa,
we had some
thanks for
Mexican
telling
food
me.
At a Mexican restaurant that actually has some nice decor and
You
music.
ate food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got some essentials that we kind of need. I actually bought a new pair of sneakers, which I needed because one of my pairs of sneakers had holes in the bottom again, so I had to get rid of them. The whole bottom.
You
was
never
wearing
leave the
out,
house.
Giant clumps coming out of it.
New
That's what I say
Balance?
when I buy stuff, guys. I wear it till it's like completely worn out. And I had these sneakers now for I think I bought them right around the time when Kat moved in here, which was 7 years ago. So yeah, that's what I mean. I had these shoes for 7 years. They finally wore out. So I
Okay,
needed a new
well,
pair of sneakers.
it's not that
so just stuff
important.
like that, necessities, nothing too crazy. Yesterday was a more relaxed day. We
Necessities.
stayed home and spent a lot of time together and relaxed and watched some stuff. And she played some games. And I watched her play games. So yeah, nothing crazy to
pulling
really
and
talk
watching.
about during the days off.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You ate food.
Big ups, dude. The pasta maker says the Boris Krishenko look, and I looked it up, but he looks kind of too cool. The pasta maker. This guy has a look, though. I don't know.
So
This guy has a look.
Just want to say we had our elections. Now, when he says our, for those who don't know, Slayer lives in Singapore, so he's talking
Okay,
about
yep.
Singaporean elections. Apparently,
No one
they
cares.
finished the count. They announced the result for the votes. It's
No one gives a fuck, Slayer, you narcissistic prick.
That's probably also game nerd.
We don't give a fuck about your stupid country.
Stevie there. So it's probably the same person who did a super chat and a tip. Thank you.
Thanks,
You're
Gamer
the
Stevie.
top tipper right now. Let's get you on the leaderboard.
Fucking hire me on for national policy.
Legend. Good start, buddy. Keep it going.
Thanks, Gamer Stevie.
Thank you so much.
He's the guy that legitimately is in debt, saying he's paying down his debt on his
The
stream,
consummate
he said
DSP
that, right? He's
fan.
like having to pay towards
Literal,
his
actual
debt, so
retarded
he definitely
person.
is in debt. Commence the Jiggling says, man who wears sneakers one day a week wore them out. That's why it took 7 fucking years.
Okay. Continuing on.
Yeah, tens of thousands of dollars in debt.
By the way, I've got my
Tens
eye
of, oh my god. Dude.
on Kick.
Why?
I'm looking for the first sub of the new month here. Like I said, today would be a great day to get a bunch of sub support on
Right.
Kick. We have barely had any in the last week. Today would be an amazing day for that. Who's
Oh,
going
who
to do
cares?
that first sub and get that momentum rolling on Kick? Let's see.
All right.
Okay.
Hasn't happened yet.
I received a $30 tip from Guitar Player 1939. How's it going,
Yeah,
Guitar Player?
the
I hope
the
everything's
disability
going good for you.
checks
It's
are
always
coming
good
in
to see
hot.
ya.
Always
Especially
good.
the start of a brand new week and month.
We knew this was coming.
Reinvigorated, excited.
Don't be surprised.
Good to see you, man. Let's get you on the leaderboard
First
there.
of the month.
Cool.
Cool.
And I got a $2 tip from someone who says greasy and diabolical indigestion fart. There you go.
Good
I
job.
have no idea what that means. It's not me. I haven't had an indigestion.
It means your
fart
audience
today.
is retarded.
I'm actually pretty good right now.
That's what it
Maybe
means.
Later I'll have one.
Cringe.
I actually had to think about it for a second.
You're really fucking gross, man.
Literally
You're
fart all the
43.
time on stream. I'm not
Yeah,
even
we heard it.
exaggerating. I'm not trying to be gross. It's just a weird thing because
What?
I'm
when
not
I
trying to be
burp,
gross, but
everyone
I'll talk
brings it
about
up.
farts and
if I have
shit.
the post-nasal drip and I have to like snort to clear out my sinuses or else I start coughing,
Yeah.
you guys bring it up. But no one ever says, hey, Phil, what's with that big one you just ripped? I think I just have a good enough setup that no one can hear it. Or if it is, maybe it mixes in with other noises. So
Why do you
can't
say this?
Tell.
Why do you
Because
tell
never
people
really
that
know
you're
if it's
just
a fart or
farting
not. Like,
all
I
the
have a chair
time?
that makes noise. I go like that with my mouth sometimes. So I think people get confused. They don't know if it's a fart or not.
Good point, man. Good topic.
It's just weird because people bring up the other stuff, but they don't bring up farts. It's just bizarre. But anyway, okay.
I guess they just don't hear it
Great
then.
start. Jordan Fadeaway says DSP bought Skechers slip-ons Ultimism Edition. No, I think he's a New Balance guy through and through. All white New Balance. You can't beat that. Formerly Chuck says disability checks coming in hot. Coming in hot. Minecraft movie.
Why do I
Hell
deny
yeah.
it when it happens? I don't deny it. You guys never bring it up. I'm serious. Like there's days after
I don't
dinner.
care. I don't care about your fucking
First-
farts, you scat fetishist.
All right.
Bro.
Definitely.
All
Grow up.
right.
First
And I
highlight.
want to say thank you for a great April. April was great, and here's why April was
Oh,
great.
please, yeah.
On
yeah.
paper, April looked terrible. I
We
mean, you had
already
like
heard this
South of
shit.
Midnight, and I think like one other game, and then Fatal Fury, which I didn't even play. April looked terrible. But April had a couple surprise hits like Blueprints and Oblivion Remastered, right? Claire Obscura ended up being outstanding, and I can't wait to play more of it.
Yes,
and then
you
on top
can.
of that, we had ongoing projects and finishing stuff, right? We finished Adamfall. We finished Pirate Yakuza.
Ah, One Penny Man just sent 100 subs to DSP with One Penny Man.
We did some Lego
Why?
nights.
It's not even
Smart
funny.
Guys had its big
150
WrestleMania.
memberships.
150 memberships.
All of that stuff.
Whoa!
Okay. All of that stuff went down.
All of that
150
stuff.
memberships from One
All of
Penny
that
Man.
stuff.
Really
All
well.
of that
Huge
stuff.
I just want
support.
to say thank you.
All of
I
that
know.
To
stuff.
everyone.
Thank you.
Who, over the month of April, tuned
He's
in and
checking to
supported
see if
my
it's real or
content.
not.
You guys are amazing. All right, really. Because again, I
Really?
keep saying,
You guys-
it could have been a really
It
bad
could
month.
have
It could have been a
been,
month that was dead. But instead,
not
Okay, we
it was
don't
a,
need
it was a great
good.
event. I'm excited for the months when things are actually going to pick up.
Yeah, definitely.
Really. I feel like as things start to pick up and I start playing bigger new releases and bigger events are happening, things are going to get very exciting around here.
Oh, definitely.
Particularly that first week of June, where we've got the launch of the Switch 2, Summer Game Fest, the Xbox event, and more. Like, that's going to be really exciting, I feel. And then when we get big, big games coming out over the next several months to, the end of the year, I feel like those big premiere playthroughs are going to have big impact and they're going to be very exciting as well.
Definitely. Like GTA 6,
So,
right? It's going to be
I
hype, man.
hope
Oh.
that you guys are ready. This month of May, FYI, does have some major releases that are going to be pretty exciting. For example, notably, in the month of May, we're going to have Doom the Dark Ages on May 13th.
Which you said looks like shit. Go ahead.
That's going to be the first major.
Yeah, he said he would probably skip it.
You said looks like shit. Go ahead.
Obviously,
I'm probably
everyone's
just gonna
talking
skip
about
this.
it.
This- they-
Is
they
good? Is
ruined it.
not? I'll be playing it on PC on keyboard and mouse, which is excellent because
Well, that's weird.
I really do feel like a
because-
game like Doom is meant to be played on keyboard and mouse.
Yes, by people who have played Doom on keyboard and mouse their entire lives. It's not really recommended for someone who's been playing it on console literally every time just to jump on a keyboard and mouse. But sure, Phil, I'm sure it'll work out great for you. I'm sure you'll adapt really quickly as you do in all things.
And if you don't, you're kind of not getting the real experience playing
Yeah,
it on, say, a
no
gamepad.
shit.
Definitely.
And that's kind of one of the disappointing things is that, games like that haven't gotten their fair due, I
What?
feel, in the last decade when I haven't been a PC gamer. Now I will be. Okay, so I'm
Oh.
excited for that.
Those
Then we-
games haven't gotten their fair due because he's been playing them on a controller, not PC and mouse. Okay? That's what he means by that. But go ahead.
He's gonna hate
the
it.
Capcom
Like he's gonna fucking hate it. he's gonna, he thought there were too many buttons in Doom Eternal when he was playing on a controller. Imagine how much more he'd be complaining if he had to use a keyboard.
Collection 2
Whatever.
coming out May 16th. The reason that's exciting is because it features some of the biggest old
What are you
school
talking about? The
Street Fighter
keyboard has
games
way more
ever,
buttons.
some of which are being available online for the first time in like 20 years.
Hello.
Capcom versus SNK2
Yeah.
has not been actively available besides emulation on any platform since the early 2000s.
Oh my god.
So finally, CVS 2 may have a big resurgence. Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper. That game never actually had a collection or anything
Street
available
Fighter Alpha 3 Upper
to play online. Alpha 3 Upper was always a version of Street Fighter Alpha 3 that you could get for like PlayStation, but it was single player or play offline only.
It's
so
like
now
the
to see
hype
that
version of
collection has this
gambling.
balance tweaks and
Like
new
you just hype
characters
shit
that you
up,
play it online.
hoping
It's
it'll
gonna be
work
kind of
out.
Fun. And there's some silly party games and stuff in that collection too. That's going to be a good one. That's going to
Silly. That's what I want in my video games. Silliness.
And then we got Onimusha HD 2
on
May 23rd, which now I'm totally for. You know, I had never even played
Let me see that.
Onimusha before. And then during the last Viewer's Choice event, you guys nominated it. I played Onimusha Warlords, loved it. And now we're going to be playing all these new remakes and everything as they come out. Okay? So Onimusha 2 on May 23rd, and of course, Elden Ring Night Rain on May 30th. So we've got 4 high-profile releases.
All right. I think that's the closest we have so far. See? Except Jim Carrey's is like flat, is like, you know, even. DSP's got a weird like hairline thing to deal with, so it goes up. But I think that's the closest we have so far. Yeah. Jim Carrey has the straight version. Scoot Towalker says, did Dave replace snorting with more begging? Ooh, maybe so.
Our release is coming out this month over the course of the second half of the month. The first half of the month, we can now settle in and focus on continuing with Oblivion, continuing with Clair Obscur, continuing with Blueprints, which I feel like we're getting near the end of Blueprints at this point with the great run to the things. For example, this is going to be very exciting when you look at how it's stacked up. We started on high-profile games and cannot wait. I hope that you guys will be noticed. We have focused pretty much solely on the main story of Oblivion Remastered during this run, which is good. It's actually the opposite of what we did with Oblivion 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was just doing side content endlessly and kept getting lost in said side content for a very long time. And then when we finally got back to the story, it felt like we were turboing through it. Well, now we're doing the story first. And as we've just found out, one of the interesting things about the Oblivion story is that at one point, you have to win over the actual towns on the map to have them be your allies to help you save Bruma.
You never go full descriptive. If Sean Penn from I Am Sam has too much poof to it, you're giving him too much credit with the poof, right? So that's some serious poof, right?
He is a poofter.
This, I feel, is more correct with the amount of poof, right? So I think so far our winner so far is me, myself, and Irene right now, definitely.
So even though we've been turboing through the story, it looks like we're going to have to take some time now to go to the individual towns and start doing quest lines there, which should be fun. So Oblivion Remaster continues today.
Michael
I'm
Douglas
pumped for it.
falling
It's been
down.
a great playthrough so far. I know that you guys are too. Tonight, Black Ops 6 multiplayer returns for the first time
we're
in 2
bored
weeks.
when we're just
We're bringing back
randomly
Black Ops 6.
doing characters
Hopefully,
from movies.
people will show up, engage, and support with it. This has been one of those games that I really like playing, but it's kind of hit or miss if people will actually show up and support it or not. Since I haven't played it in several weeks, I hope you will.
Not quite the sides we're looking for. I still think this looks better right now. You got the correct poof, but I feel that me, myself, and Irene is still our front runner right now. The poof is correct, but I think that right now Jim Carrey's winning. Okay, we'll keep it going though. I'll keep all suggestions going. We're bored enough.
I'll be on keyboard and mouse. I don't even know what we're doing. We'll have to see what the current event is, what the challenges are, and stuff like that, and go from there. Well, hopefully you'll join me for some fun with that tonight.
Oh, sure.
Tomorrow, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 continues on the daytime stream. Last time we had major story progress, and I feel like we will.
Viva la Argentina with another 100 gifted subs.
Hilarious.
That's pretty cool.
Comedy gold.
On with that story progress until we maybe get to another area.
A lot of support
I don't know.
coming in.
I don't
Some
know where that
Redditor
area is
figured out
going to
the
be.
But I guess we'll see.
Meta.
And
at least a year old.
It should be a good time again.
Good job, Redditor. You found out a meta that's like 2 years
really
old.
Like the game.
Congrats.
It's outstanding. The gameplay is getting
Finger on the
much better.
pulse.
The further in that we get, the more I have to parry a lot. And I got a new
Future of the
recruit on
nation.
my team now that plays differently from the other characters, so it's adding variety. I'm really excited for it. Okay, and then Minecraft Java Edition continues on Sunday night's late night stream.
Java.
You guys really love. I've had minutes do this mod.
Java chicken.
So it's, I would like to have the graphics
Java chicken.
of Minecraft Java Edition on PC look better, whether it's better lighting
It's a
or
chicken
whatever.
attack.
So I hope that maybe I can have some mods in place for Sunday night. But
I don't think Forrest Gump doesn't have quite the poof, guys. You might be thinking.
I'm not promising that because I don't know how long it's going to take, how much time I'm going to have. Monday, and you guys may be happy. For those of you who like blueprints, okay, you're probably
not enough poof, guys. Forrest Gump, just not enough poof.
Going to be really happy with this announcement. On Monday, blueprints will return to daytime streams at least for Monday.
Yes.
I didn't even know you were still playing that game.
Blueprints was
I
that
thought you'd have
people are
finished it
upset
by
it's
now.
on a night stream. A lot of people who were following the playthrough and supporting it can't be here at night. So they were upset that I put it as a night stream because they were missing the live
you didn't hit the goal
streams. And then I wasn't getting the level of engagement and support that I was getting when it was
Just
a
say
day
support.
stream.
That's what you mean.
Okay, so I am excited for blueprints on Monday. We have made
Gamer
major
Nerd Stevie
progress
with the
and
5
strides.
legitimate gifted memberships
in
because
this
he's
game.
an actual retard.
All right.
Good job,
So
Stevie.
I'm excited to get to play it again and possibly get to end game
You're a
content.
moron.
Okay, we'll see. And then we're gonna do a new indie game. This is an indie game. Hour 5 that I was playing. So, or feud that goes down well. Maybe see. Let's cheer. There was supposed to be Metal Eden. He says, "Good to see the ghost back and also the game over sign." Yeah, together. You can't see them. There's a pop up right now. Darn you!
You can
Tucker
hide it.
Carlson, why are you blocking what I'm trying to show the audience?
You can hide
But
it.
anyway,
You can just like click a
first time
one
ever
click
that I
and
feel like
OBS,
I've had
man.
these two together, right? I don't think I've ever done combination signs. I
So
could.
stupid. Oh my
I have the ability to
God.
do multiple signs at once if I want to.
If I
just
want
haven't done it yet. And I
to.
said for variety, why not
Combination signs? Oh my God, it's a whole new world.
do it this month, right? So there you go.
Whoa!
Okay.
Combination signs.
So good stuff there. I hope that schedule sounds good, at least for the beginning of the week. Now keep in mind also, when we hit our goal of 50
Okay,
goals
more goal
hit,
talk.
that day will be the marathon. But the question is, when will we hit 50 goals hit? Who is going to step up and support the streams in a big way so we can hit these goals and we can get momentum going and we can
Big
do our
harder,
Viewers' Choice
bitch.
Marathon as soon as possible. I'm down for doing it whenever. I literally can change the entire schedule on any given day this week and do it. It could be tomorrow. It could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Any day I'm good.
Why don't you
So
we
whatever
get
you
that.
want,
Why don't you kill
we'll do it.
Huh?
Let's see.
Why don't you
Let's
kill
see when it actually
yourself?
goes
Okay.
down. Okay?
Is that a challenge?
Cool.
Is that
Cool.
ultimatum?
Wait,
That was
of
so
course,
cool.
I'm not Howard.
Gamer Nerd Stevie did a 5-member bomb.
What about the other
We already
member
have
bombs?
5, but I will count it. We already have 5, everybody. Hate to tell you.
Why don't you kill yourself?
It does go up anyway. This is our third 5. Oh my God, look at this. Here we go. You get the point. Go.
Member bomb on the channel. Thank you, Gamer
Origami,
Nerd Stevie.
yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sure your mom does too.
$15 of support right there.
Sure your mom
Halfway
does,
point of our
Stevie.
first goal of the week.
Tell your mom about how you're spending all your money on a
Let's see
e-begging e-celeb. I'm sure she'll be so proud
From
of you,
someone saying-
Stevie.
And I got a $2 tip from someone saying, looking forward to Oblivion tonight. It's all good. $1 tipper. 2 an hour.
Why don't you kill yourself?
I'm excited for Oblivion. It's been a great playthrough so far with the improved graphics and everything.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens. If you guys have recommendations, an order I should do stuff, because now what's going to happen is I think we have like 1 or 2 more quests to do for Martin, and then we can't make any progress until we actually unlock the loyalty of all the different like towns in the world of Oblivion. So maybe you guys can give recommendations what order to do stuff. I don't really remember. I know in the first playthrough I didn't even do this. I just went around and got everyone's loyalty first. Then it just so happened I needed it, and then we already had it. But this case, we're going to do it in kind of the more established order of how you play the game.
What?
So I'm excited.
Established order of how you play the game? What do you mean?
Wait, what? Why is my main account banned? I was upset because you didn't read my messages. I didn't mean to offend you. Can I get my main account banned? It is
Holy
banned
shit,
from what you
dude.
just
And
said.
then Gamer Chris, another Gamer Stevie
If you'd like to get a
orbiter.
YouTube account unbanned, what you need to do is email me at
I hope you have good
and
day.
include the @ symbol and your channel, whatever the address
Awesome.
is. And then through there, I can unban you. I can't do it on the
This is
fly.
what's
There's
left of
actually
his
no
fan
way to
base, just
easily
like-
unban anyone on YouTube. Sadly, on Kick is easy. On
Yeah,
Kick,
I
you tell
hear
me
you,
your name, I
Colin.
can do it immediately.
Oh
I can't
my
do it
God,
on
I'm gonna
YouTube
kill
because everyone's
myself.
This is why Shinko Flora, whenever he used to stream, he would run DSP through like a voice changer to give him a completely different voice, because it's hard to listen to this guy at a certain point. I know how it feels.
names are attached
main
to this weird
quest.
app
Gotcha.
address. So it makes it all overconvoluted.
Give me money.
I'd be happy to unban you later if you email me. Am I drinking coffee or tea? Neither. Filtered water. I only drink filtered.
Then like someone plays a clip from a VTuber and he's like, "Ow, my ears! It hurts me! It hurts! They're so high pitched and annoying sounding."
Water usually in here. If I need an extra coffee, I get it and I tell you if I'm doing that. But right now I'm good. Gamer Chris, 7 months as a member. Good to see you, man. How are you, Gamer Chris?
Good to see you, man.
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome,
Gamer Chris
welcome.
says,
Gamer
7 months,
Chris.
Phil. I hope that you have a good day today. Thank you, Gamer Chris. It's good to see you here.
Disturbing
and
the
I wish
cat.
you the best. Hope you're having a good day as well.
Lucky, calm down.
All right. Just ignore them. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I see that we have people harassing. Just ignore them. I'll take care of them when I see if people are being harassing and stupid in the chat. I'll take care of it. No worries there.
Definitely.
Dabhan says it's kind of stupid. The Oblivion gates are the worst part of Oblivion. They're meant to be the whole selling point, but they're tedious. Yeah, they're actually the worst part. Having played Oblivion
In what world are they supposed to be the whole selling point? That's not at all the whole selling point of the game.
2 years ago, right? My favorite part of the game was the side questing and the different not factions, but like guilds and stuff like that. Those guild plot lines and side quest lines were really good. Even the main quest line's good. The one annoying part is the Oblivion gates.
You don't
now
have to
here's
do
the
them?
weird thing. Someone said
Okay.
to me, "Are you aware you only need to do 3 Oblivion
Yeah.
gates to beat the whole game?"
Yeah.
And I said, "No." They said, "Yeah, the first one you've already done. That was the first one that opened up, and then, at the beginning of the game, outside of Kavach. The second one is the one outside of Bruma, which we just
You're
did.
the hero of
And he said, there's one
Kavach.
more. Those are the only 3 you have to do.
Yeah.
But is that really true? Because wasn't it
Yes.
true that you have to, at some point, there's a requirement to either having had closed a certain amount, or don't you need like sigil stones or something to advance one of the storylines? So you have to do some. Davian says you have to do at least 1 for each town, so like 9. So there you go.
Cool. I mean, we can't just like play the game. We have
and
to
it was
get
so
handheld
tedious.
through it in every
Big
step
news
of the
segment
way.
on today's show. I've got a ton of news stories we're just about to cover. So much happened on my day. Okay.
Just waiting for more money to come in.
Kick is running like ass today. Is that true? Kick has been having problems recently. The other day, the entire night stream I did on Wednesday, it wouldn't even show how many viewers were on the stream. It wouldn't show it at all. Like, we had no idea how many people were actually watching.
Who cares?
And there was no way to figure it out because it was blank. It was like blanked out and
Oh,
not
that's-
showing the number of viewers. And even it even glitched where like results for the stream did for the break. I would say
Imagine.
man, I would say there was a couple things going
Imagine
on.
not understanding
that kind of tired
that
me
what you're
out,
talking about no one
or-
cares
or
about.
annoying me. To be honest, yeah, I feel that. I do feel that way. But now I feel like I'm coming back fresh, right? A couple days away, gives you a fresh mindset. I had time to relax, spend time with my wife, come back,
Eat food.
and now spend time with you. 7 straight days. We're going to be continuing on awesome progress in the great games that we're
Yeah,
playing.
Phil,
right?
you
We're
have
gonna
great
a good time
mental
to get
health,
a
man.
variety of stuff this week.
Your mental
I can't
health
wait
is
for the
through the
marathon.
roof.
I think the marathon
Better than
is
it's
gonna be
ever
a really
been.
great day. So yeah, I'm feeling reinvigorated.
Yeah, refreshed,
I'm not even kidding.
reinvigorated, all the words.
The only thing that I wish for this week
Is
that
money.
isn't probably going to happen is I hope that Kick will pick up because
Yeah, it is money. It's literally money.
That's his biggest problem is kick contributions being slow.
point.
Literally money.
Momentum there on Kick.
Cool,
Where
dude.
every
What a
week
happy
we were getting
guy.
A bunch of subs and everything, and then last week was like almost dead on Kick.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to fix that. I
Beg
am building
more?
up more of a regular viewership on Kick,
That's
which is
not
good.
true.
But obviously, I need to have consistent support there too, and that's not happening. It's kind of 1 week we'll get a couple people who will come and be like super generous, and then the next, if they don't show up, it's like dead over there, you know? So
I don't
hope that we
know.
can get more consistency. On YouTube, it's consistent. On YouTube, we get, memberships and recurring memberships. We get super chats daily.
Yeah.
I mean, tips are kind of between both. But It's really just the kick stuff that I wish could be more consistent. But outside of that, the games we're playing are great. Right? We're doing good variety of content. I'm feeling good because now it's a new month. We got to refresh.
If the games are great, why are you quitting them?
We're going to be playing and stuff like that.
Oh God,
like, it's
that
going to be
helps
a good
so
time.
much.
It's good times ahead. So I feel more refreshed, and I feel like I'm ready to tackle a new week with all of you. So I'm glad that you noticed that my spirits are high today. They are. I'm in a good mood.
What about last week? They were down though. Was that because of the kick support was low?
All right. Well, I think we should.
As you can see, I'm very happy.
This ginormous amount of news.
All right.
That has gone down. You guys are right, by the way. Like my kick chat is all screwed up. You're absolutely correct. I can't even like get stuff to load properly in my own. So there's some problems here. Okay. Let's get to some news, shall we?
Guess the money's not coming in.
I guess here's what we'll do.
Guess the money dried up.
Horrible start.
Already.
Horrible Saturday so far. So we might have a hype pre-stream, but doesn't look that way yet, boys. God damn it.
So
came back for a rare Saturday for this.
You could have had these like prepared, bro. So you're not just sitting here in silence, looking like a fucking
Here's what we'll cover first.
retired cop who got discharged dishonorably.
You tell us when to start, brother.
Wow,
He looks
so
like
many ways that people are talking about.
He looks like a gay bicycle cop, doesn't he? Like, what a weird fucking look to have.
About it.
Just like the mustache, the nearly invisible goatee, because it's all just patchy and salt and pepper shit. And you got like the shaved sides. He looks like a gay retired bike cop.
Here we go.
You tell us when you're starting. Okay.
We are in the midst
of
a
Polygon
gaming journalism apocalypse.
Oh, we're gonna talk about how they talked about me positively. Polygon.
Hold on. I just realized the camera's on. There we go.
Bro.
We are in the midst of a gaming journalism apocalypse.
It's been going on for like...
It means that over the last several days...
Like 8
some
years?
Of these gaming journalism sites, and I definitely say that very loosely, because a lot of these sites, although they cover games, they also try to widely cover pop culture.
Imagine being late on Gamergate. Wait, what the fuck? You're the gamer with your ear on the train track or whatever, and you're like just now reporting on Gamergate. Yeah, okay, dude. Keep going.
And other things.
Tell us all about how games journalism is going downhill, man, in 2025.
Quite frankly.
So if you don't know, DSP tweeted this out, and he tweeted about this twice, actually. First, he tweeted this. Okay, this was his first tweet.
Thank you all very much for the engagement today.
And it said, "Rip to Polygon. Sadly, most of games media is going to go the way of the dinosaur very soon. Here's an actual nice article they wrote about me in 2012 before the internet ruined humanity."
Yeah, the internet
now,
ruined
the response
humanity.
to that, as you might expect, was not so positive. So that got deleted, and Philip did another writing of the tale, and it's right here. And he says... actual link to the positive Polygon article about me from 2012, long before
the first time he
net
fucked it up,
turned
and it was
against
just a
me.
broken
so
link.
Philip tried to do a stealthy edit there, but he did fix it.
But he pays for Twitter, so he could have just edited his tweet instead of deleting it and making a new one. But this is Phil we're talking about. Monumentally stupid.
And he changed up his wording there very heavily. So there we go. That was the change.
They tried to interject things like
Yeah, the first link was dead too.
Politics into their coverage, which is ridiculous because you're supposed to be neutral when you cover this stuff if you're truly a journalist.
They don't have to.
But these places have not been. They have very much been trying to wedge in their own beliefs and politics into their reports and their content and their coverage of stuff, right? But anyway, over the last several days, basically a lot of these places have been falling apart. We've got Polygon. Now, Polygon was started in the early 2010s as trying to be something that would compete with IGN and GameSpot. It was more like grassroots, and it's supposed to be in line with what gamers wanted rather than corporate interests. But over the years, Polygon degraded into political nightmarism, basically.
They all
Take a
did.
look at this. Here's what Polygon cared about in 2020. Wizards of the Coast is addressing
sound so
racist
out of
stereotypes
touch.
in Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons is doing that. So shouldn't they cover that? They're not doing the thing. They're talking about the thing.
So Twitter-brained, man.
Feel like any gaming news would cover that? They're not doing that. They're talking about that. What?
Dungeons and Dragons. Fantasy. Drop.
They're not doing that.
And orcs, which are fantasy races that don't exist. And
Whoa,
Polygon
are
is
you a
complaining
racist?
that it's racist. It's not.
Yeah, I make a Russell Greer video every year for 2 years now. The third one is coming up, but yeah, every time I check the Russell Greer thread, I write more in the TXT. So I've been working on it, so I don't have to work very hard when the anniversary comes up.
Not real. It's
Wait, hold on, Phil. Didn't you call people racist for thinking that South of Midnight was like too political? But it's not real, Phil.
It's fabricated. It's not actually like mistreatment of a group of people if they don't have existence in reality.
Okay.
Right? This would be the equivalent of saying so you wrote a fantasy story, and in the fantasy story, there actually is a group of people who are like slaves and being mistreated by another group of people in the fantasy story. That's the plot. And then someone says, well, you wrote a story that's racist. What are you talking about? It's not real. The people who are oppressed, you're supposed to side with them. Like, that's the plot, is that it's fantasy. You're supposed to feel for them, and it's their plight is that they're slaves and they're trying to fight back.
What if they should be slaves?
It's not real. It can't be racist.
What if they deserve to be slaves?
It's a metaphor in real life.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just there's
metaphor
just out of
to
their
real
mind.
life.
No, you're supposed
The
to
stuff
take
that
their
they've
side
written
automatically
over the
because we're
years
sheltered, shallow baby men.
It's insanity. Where was the article about where is it?
Yeah, good thing you have it ready for us here.
Here it is. This is the best. Hogwarts Legacy wants to make everyone happy, but Harry Potter gets in the way. Rowling Spectre looms above a vapid open world. Did you even play Hogwarts Legacy? Harry Potter isn't in the game, and J.K. Rowling didn't have any influence on it.
How much money did she make off it,
None
Phil?
of it, and didn't actually have a hand in the game.
If she didn't have anything to do with it, she wouldn't have made money off the sales. So obviously she had something to do with it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten any money off of it.
Being made at all.
They don't
And
mean
it's
the
not
little
even
person
the
Harry
plot of
Potter. They don't mean
And
Harry
this is what
Potter
Polygon
himself.
writes. This is some of their articles that they've written in the last 5 to 10 years have just been
Harry Potter's not even in the game, you dumb fuck.
insanity. Okay, ranked animal characters. Wait, what?
Now that's interesting, though. I would have that. That's a top 10 right there, Nala. Not gonna lie. Go ahead,
bro. You have allegedly, according to you, you have sex with like pandas and horses. So.
Go ahead.
Whoa. What is
You're not
going
funny.
On?
You're
Supposed to be
43.
A reputable journalistic website. Okay.
They knew what they were doing with that look. That's all I'm saying. It's a clickbait article, though, by the way. But yeah,
Reputable. Anyway,
can we click that link?
Remember when he said he got robbed and all that happened is like he walked away from his shopping cart and someone returned his cart and he said he got robbed? That's not clickbait though.
Oh, God damn it. I wanted to see the entire list.
Massive layoffs and have been sold to Valnet. So essentially, most of Polygon is now gone. They basically are operating on say, a skeleton crew. And if they continue to even exist, all right, they're not going to be a gaming journalism website anymore, it seems. It seems like they may be retooled into something else. And of course, the internet is reacting, basically saying good riddance to bad rubbish and stuff like that. But the thing is,
I've been saying this about every games journalism site.
oh, here we
that
go.
has
A
gone
substantial
under.
number of Polygon staff members have been laid off or quit, including site co-founder and editor-in-chief Chris Plant. It is near impossible for me to feel pity for Polygon or its army of game journalists. Since it was Polygon that was one of my first to start Gamers Are Dead push and deliberately insulted and attacked their core audience in 2014. No one is obligated to feel pity or sympathy for people who attack their customer.
Are you going to say who wrote that
customers
tweet? You're going to give them
themselves.
credit? No.
So,
any other Twitter takes you want to say? Or?
Here's the thing.
It's okay, Sarah.
Polygon actually was.
But then it can still be a game that is telling the tale of slavery and have themes in it, Phil. My favorite game of all time, Tales of Symphonia, has people living in camps being used as human experiments by elves, and you fight them to free the humans, amongst other stuff. Then later you find out that the elves were mistreated by humans, too. So this is them fighting back from humans being trashed to them first. Does it make it okay? No, but it makes you as a player think about the elves differently. Thank you. It reminds me a lot of BioShock Infinite, where you went around and you saw like minorities, like not just blacks, but Irish being oppressed, but they lead a revolution, the Vox Populi, and they ended up being worse than the people who were suppressing them. Which is a very bold statement to make and got Ken Levine in a whole lot of trouble, which is probably why he's not at 2K right now, but you can't stifle genius, I guess.
A reputable place. In 2012, they wrote a very positive article about me.
That's when they were reputable, guys. When they wrote a positive article about me, they were reputable. Now they're not, though. But back then, they were.
Now, this was, of course, before the entire internet turned against me and turned me into a negative meme. And, you know, this is how you don't play. Basically became the norm, right? But they actually covered me in a very objective, positive way. And a lot of people saw that article and came and checked me out because of it, right? But that was 13 years ago. So much changed during that time frame where they just were so desperate for attention and trying to be relevant in the whole gaming journalism landscape that they went off the deep end, okay? Now, you may say, wow, that's bad. Well, guess what?
What?
Giant Bomb is effectively dead as well.
What?
What happened with Giant Bomb? Well, basically, they got bought out by this company called Fandom, all right? And when they got bought out by Fandom told them, we only want you to start doing game facts or walkthroughs.
All right, cool.
Basically, we no longer want you to be a site that has shows, that has editorials or opinions. We just want you to write game guides. That's it.
What shows?
And I guess when asked why, they basically were, well, we don't like your content. It's not resonating with an audience. And so they took offense. So,
hey, Giant Bomb to me is like, I've heard the name, but we're talking at least over a decade. I mean, more than a decade old when they were relevant, right? That's what in my mind, Giant Bomb. I can't say I've ever like used the site regularly. But.
Basically, I think Dan Reichert was the guy who was the head of Giant Bomb. So he had a scorched earth meeting on May 1st saying Giant Bomb is dead. Fandom wants to convert the site into a guides-only content. Fandom executive once asked Dan if Grand Theft Auto even has a large player base. After Voidberger and Jason were fired, the Giant Bomb crew found out that Fandom was pocketing all of the subscriber money and giving them none of it, so they stopped promoting premium subs entirely on their business. Dan dared Fandom to fire him and will not show up to meetings. Some Giant Bomb crew may stay at GameSpot.
Can you like stop reading shit you know nothing about?
Maybe be starting some new thing called Party
It's really bad
Mode
content.
Games.
This is the guy's tweet saying, my idle thoughts. This is just some guy's opinion of what's happening, by the way.
Okay. Fandom will likely convert Giant Bomb into an AI slop house, including guides. Get ready
This person described it as my idle thoughts. So just their guesses at what's going to happen. But we're reading this as if it's fact. Very cool. Dissension says, will Phil's book someday be titled Mein Kampf? Maybe.
Video game guides that contain AI hallucinations and references to enemies and locations that don't exist. Okay.
Philip, you know that's just a joke, right, Philip?
Giant Bomb. I've heard about them. From time to time. Every once in a while, I heard that they wrote a story or they have a show that's entertaining. But in truth, can I be honest about all this stuff?
That means listen up.
What a name.
All right,
Super
I really like to be, and I hope that you guys don't
Man,
take offense.
I love
Some
Giant
of you guys
Bomb.
may be big fans of this content.
Yeah, like Dark Maggot.
I have seen this all from a very different perspective, and here's why. I'm a creator. All right, I'm not a gamer or common viewer or fan of gaming like you are. Okay, I've been inside of all of this, and as someone who's been covering games and everything for the last 15 to 18 years, I see things differently. I literally never went out of my way to read an article on Polygon unless it was linked to me and it was something pertinent that I needed to cover for like a show.
Okay, so you did
literally
then.
Never been to Giant Bomb. I've never seen a single video.
Unless I did go there
know who that
until
guy
I do
is.
sometimes.
Right there. I've never seen him before. But it's just funny because so many of you were like, oh my God, Giant Bomb, and I like that site, and I like the people there, and I like the content. I don't know anything about them. I can't say a negative word because I've never seen any of it.
I'm looking for negative words, but I couldn't even find one.
The way my take is as follows.
Please.
This has been quite the ride the last 15 plus years that I've been a YouTuber, all right? And I've seen people come in and go out. I've seen people who weren't even involved in games decide one day that because games were profitable, they were going to be gaming content creators. And now all of a sudden, overnight,
anyone can be a gamer, bro.
They're being flown out to
anyone
events.
can be
They're
a gamer.
Consoles ahead of time and shit like that.
Except for apparently you.
I want as many people in games and game content creation as humanly possible who are actual gamers.
Oh.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
From what I can,
whatever that means. Whatever he wants it to mean.
Polygon, sadly,
you're not a
the last
real
decade
gamer.
Changed. At one
not
point,
like me.
They were a bunch of gamers, and they wanted to do gaming journalism for the sake of actually being not corporate. But over the last decade, they changed to just be politics. Push left-wing agendas, politics, and do rabble-rousing. That's our clickbait articles. That's our business.
Such just shallow, surface-level takes
rabble-rousing
about everything.
Excuse me, I touched the mute by accident. I don't think
Why
Giant
did
Bomb
you
was
even?
that at
Okay.
all. I think the reason that a lot of people say that Giant Bomb resonated with them is because the people that worked there actually felt like real gamers, people who actually had passion for the industry and were covering it in a way that felt more like
Name one.
someone who's like you actually is talking about games. And that's a very different thing.
Yeah, he
correct?
thinks he's being really deep when it's just the most shallow commentary you could ever imagine.
Not in agreement.
But I hate
don't
to
know
say
what the
it.
fuck we're talking about.
They weren't real gamers, and that's why it all went downhill.
It seems like games journalism is on the way out. And here's what I mean by this. The last 15 years have seen the rise of influencers. Okay? An influencer is someone who is very popular on the internet. It doesn't matter if they actually know what the hell they're talking about or not. But because they have such a following, right? They now are allowed to get access to everything early, get exclusive coverage of games, game consoles, E3 and other events, all this stuff, right? They're the ones who are like the golden selected group. And the funny part about those people is they're huge, but I don't even know who the fuck they are. I've been around for 15, 16, 17 years. And if you ask me, who's this influencer? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, because you don't watch anything. You don't know anything. You don't collab with anyone. So how the fuck would you know who's pertinent?
I don't even know how they got a rise or how they even have popularity because they kind of came out of nowhere. Isn't that funny? How all of a sudden someone is a golden child of gameplay content creation and they get everything out of nowhere.
Similar
and now,
to
like,
PSP in 2009?
overnight they become popular. Isn't that weird? But I think what's actually happened is, in general, game developers, game publishers, the big AAA companies are thinking that their strategy needs to be different. We don't need to give exclusive access to our games to Polygon or Giant Bomb or Kotaku or anything. What we need to do is now we need to have the influencers be the ones who are going to have that access, because when an influencer makes a video or a stream, they get more clout and attention and actually can push more game product selling than anyone covering this stuff on a journalistic website. And I think it's just times are a-changing.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Wow,
I've
that
been
was
saying
deep.
for the very longest time that the days of these gaming news websites has passed. Why
You
do
know,
we
as
need to have
they
a gaming
say,
site to get
times
access to a game
change
2 months
over
early so they
time.
can play it and do an exclusive early
Whoa.
review?
Because that sells games?
The reason that used to happen a long time ago is because everything was in print. You had a print magazine, right? And so in order to actually write that review early, they needed to have time to play through a game and then actually write the review, print the physical magazine, and ship it to stores all before the game released.
I'm so tired of
That's
this.
why
I'm so tired of this argument. We don't need games journalism anymore because we don't have games magazines anymore.
Content readily go
No connection to anything.
well else of a
We want people to review games early so people know if they're good by the time the games are released. It has nothing to do with magazines or print. But he's a fucking retard who can't get off this because autism.
Game Informer, not to say
I don't care.
Article, and that's the last time I heard, first time and last time I heard about Polygon.
Throat dog eat dog, and now you're trying to bring it back. Like,
Make sure you make this a whole clip and upload it to your
How can
channel
you
so it
speak
can
so
get
confidently about
200
all of this
views.
if you know nothing about it?
I don't care. I myself buy every game, cover every game. You know, I'm
No,
doing
you
it
don't.
for my own, so I don't seek that kind of
You don't
information
buy
from
every
other
game or
places.
cover every
But I know
game.
that people
You don't
do.
even
I know that
cover
many of
every
you were
game
fans
you
of
buy.
Giant Bomb, and it's very sad to see the business basically implode and go away.
Why would it be
But
sad?
man, I just feel like this is the beginning now. This is finally the bubble is burst, and it just can't support itself anymore.
Yeah,
it's not
finally.
sufficient,
It hasn't been leading up to
All
this for
right,
like
that a
years
good
and
clip,
years.
Philip.
Okay. I got a $2 tip. Someone
Whatever,
says back
man.
in
What a take.
2020, Polygon did a full article. They called Sega a bunch of cowards.
Shut up! I don't care. I don't care about your
There wasn't
your
enough for him to
opinions or the
stream it
opinions of
was.
your audience.
But yeah, that was kind of interesting how
Gamer
he
Stevie
did
with
try
another
to say things
$5.
Patrick
What a
Klepek said, even though he
loser.
did not say that at all. And Patrick Klepek on his own blog or something.
Like this is the DSP pay pig in 2025. Just obnoxiously retarded. Just financially ridiculously irresponsible to the point that people are just like, wow, that guy's fucking retarded. That's the gamer Stevies of the world are now firmly in DSP's corner.
Something clap back at him. But anyway,
Wow.
movie sign in the house.
What a
says,
flamboyantly
in his tiny brain,
stupid
I bet
idiot.
Dave thinks he's got the same clout as those influencers. That's what he's saying. Is that he thinks he's one of these influencers. People are going to check out his stuff. So why do we need these stupid sites anymore? He definitely thinks he is. Ascension says, ladies and gentlemen, time's changing. Time's changing by Big Dylan. Shout outs to Big Dylan and Ascension. Commence the jiggling again says, DSP is so toxic he has no concept of how easy it is for any content creator to get early copies for reviews. It's not an exclusive club. He just sucks. And no one wants him to be one to review their games because he's a negative asshole and everyone knows it. Correct. Quasar953 says, as always, Phil's a decade late and $1,000 short with his takes on the industry. Yeah, like he thinks he's saying some mind-bending shit here, by the way. That's going to change the industry. I'm on the inside of the industry, which is very funny. Iwamoto says, hates journos, gets all his level 1 material from them. That's the funny part. It's all of his news content comes from people online and their news stories. You know? But yeah, we hate them. Fuck them, man. Who needs them? Movie Sign says, well, Dave, you exist, but you're not necessary too. Good point. He is not necessary. And Tony T says, doesn't he hate Polygon because of the article towards him? Tony T, no, he doesn't hate Polygon because of that, because the article was positive, Tony T. It was a positive article. It was about how, I can find it real quick. Hold on.
News story for today.
I'll show it to you. It's on his Twitter, actually.
Here we go.
It says like he's doing gaming or something. It's very dumb. I'll show you.
Xbox/Microsoft, whatever you want to call them, are raising the prices of everything. Okay? Just
Now
take a
what,
look. This was
Phillip?
just announced the other day. The Xbox Series S 512 gigabyte.
There you go. If you want to see the article, let's just do it real quick because it's better than the news. How a regular guy went from laid off to living off.
What a
games.
regular guy.
You see, Phil Burnell is
The ultimate
more
normie,
commonly
Dark
known
Side
as
Phil.
is more commonly known as Dark Side Phil, one of the most prolific video game Let's Players in the history of the medium. In history of the medium. Great grammar on this one. In the history of the medium, Let's Players, for the uninitiated, are more or less people who film themselves playing video games while injecting their own personal commentary. The phenomenon, and it is indeed a phenomenon at this point, started as a series of forum threads in which players would upload screenshots of the games they were playing and add accompanying text blurbs to describe what was going on. Is that true? What? There we go. There's that picture. There's this picture. Anyone can play a game, but it takes a certain mixture of outlandish personality and instant accessibility to make this
You mean a
game work.
sociability?
Phil's childhood brought nothing really out of the ordinary to speak of, but does note that he always had a knack for speaking in crowds. Some ornery competitions in grammar school here, a few college presentations, and group meetings at past jobs there. Oh my God. How long is this? All the time he's wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with a middle finger and his name on it. It was a messy time, to be sure. Yeah, Vons. The top comment on that one, if they make children, the kids will be the luckiest kids ever, like 2 gaming parents. That would be awesome. There it is. Oh, the file name for the image here, let's see. What's it called? Save image as Jeff Dunn 3 Sweethearts is what they say. Let's see, hold on. Let's save the image as. The title they gave it is Phil TV Image 3 Sweethearts. That's it. There we go.
Will now go up by $80 in price. The Series S 1 terabyte is going up ridiculous. Another $80 in price.
Gamer Chris again. This is Gamer Chris and
fig.
Gamer Stevie cucking out for Daddy.
Bunch
That's the
of
only thing that's
fucking
happening this stream.
Xbox
losers.
Series X digital only. Going up $100.
Hope you have a good day, Phil. Hope everything is well with you, bro. You're a cool and hilarious person, bro.
Which has the disk drive. Going up $100 in price.
What a life.
Series X 2 terabyte Galaxy Special Edition. Going up.
You're cool. Here's more money.
The limited edition gonna be. This is the most I paid. Last time I got one was like $35. So you can
It was
get
the
these on
attention
sale
you
all
paid
the
for,
time.
dude.
So why they
What a
think raising the
fucking
base
dork.
price is a good idea makes no sense when already these things are sold on discount. But anyway, as you can see, they
want
raised the
money.
prices of all the controllers. The Elite went up by $10. The Elite, that's the full case with all the accessories, went up by $20. The headset went up by $10. So here is the statement that Microsoft gave IGN about this.
Go ahead.
We understand that these changes are challenging and they were made with careful consideration, given market conditions and the rising cost of development. Looking ahead, we continue to focus on offering more ways to play more games across any screen, ensuring value for Xbox players. Okay, folks, I have something I have to say, and
This is
some
a
people
clip.
aren't going to
Get
like
ready.
it. All right? You ready?
Just say it or
You can
don't.
raise the price on your product when you are sought after as an industry leader.
No. They can raise the price whenever the fuck they want. But go ahead.
People see you as the premium experience. For example, recently Sony announced they were raising the price of their PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro consoles, correct? They said we're going to raise them because why? They are the definitive console experience. If you want to get the absolute best graphics and the Sony exclusives, you need a PlayStation 5. So if they raise the price, it's kind of like, well, I'm paying for the best experience. I guess I have to accept it. Okay? Nintendo. Everyone knows Nintendo's gaming experiences are pretty exclusive.
Yeah.
Right? First party Nintendo games are huge. Everyone knows that Mario Kart World's going to sell like gangbusters when it comes out at the release of the Switch 2 in early June. That's how Nintendo rolls. So if Nintendo says, we're going to raise the price of games, and we're now going to charge $80 as a premium experience for games, gamers may cringe, but they accept it. They say, well...
Do you know what cringe means? Gamers may cringe. Gamers may cringe.
I guess we just got to kind of bite this bullet, because if we want to be part of that premium Nintendo exclusive experience, right? I guess we're going to have to pay more. We don't even have a choice, right?
Wow,
like, this is just
cringing,
something we have to accept.
I mean, we do have a choice.
But Xbox, Microsoft, is massively trailing this console generation. They are by far behind in the number 3 spot, okay? They are not selling or moving consoles at any kind of a very good rate.
Not any kind of a very good rate.
The only thing they have going for them is Game Pass, which is a great value in my opinion. I mean, just take a look at all the games that I've played that were Game Pass games over the last several months and the great value I'm getting out of that service. But they're just not moving product at all. Okay, like I said, you can get Xbox controllers regularly at a big discount.
Yeah, so why do you mad at them?
Online, you could get one for $30, $40 tops. So let me ask you this question. If you are in a situation where you're the industry loser, you're behind all of your competition, do you think it's a good idea 4+ years into the life of your console to raise the fucking price of the console by $80 to $100+?
Okay.
Does that make any logical sense whatsoever? Really? Do you think that this is going to entice more people to buy your already loser of a console and all the accessories that no one is currently buying? Do you think that that's going to, wow, make me feel like it's a better premium product because I have to spend more on it? Or do you think that this is going to push people even more towards your competition who already are being seen as the premium gaming choices in the landscape? Microsoft was seen as the budget console this generation. For $300, right? I can buy an Xbox Series S, get Game Pass, and now I've got access to all of these games running at a pretty good frame rate, a pretty good visual experience, and I didn't spend a lot of money. You're actually going to
financed two $1,500 computers
now by raising the price of all of your consoles.
Financed two
by $1,500, and you're no
computers.
longer the discount option. So what are you? No one's buying your console because it's the cheapest. No one's buying your console because you have good exclusives. No one's buying your console because you have the best graphics. So why would anyone buy your console? Every time,
because they want to, because it's a fucking luxury item, because it's entertainment.
The last several years, I have to shake my head and be like, they should all be unemployed. Phil Spencer should not be the head of Microsoft Game Studios. He should be flipping burgers somewhere.
God damn it.
Yeah, definitely.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He's an actual idiot. And the sad fact is, I think the reason that people liked Phil Spencer so much is because he was so much better than Don Matrick during the Xbox One era. But in the modern era, we're seeing more and more how the guy is a fucking buffoon. He's an armpit scratcher.
Armpit scratcher?
Just call him a monkey.
That must be some hip street lingo I'm not familiar with.
Boom. He's an armpit scratcher. Raise the price. But no one's buying your product anyway. Raise the price. What are you, stupid? Yeah, you're dumb. There's no other explanation for it.
Good job agreeing with yourself.
He's an idiot.
Idiot.
Why would you do
He's
this?
an idiot. I'm smart.
Already
Everyone else is an idiot, okay? I'm smart. Everyone, you get that, right? You get it? I'm smart, okay?
You're going to make your product more expensive?
This is like every pre-stream. I'm smart. Everyone else is dumb, okay? Everyone thinks I'm dumb, but actually I'm smart. And then he does that for like 2 hours and begs for money.
How will this help?
I'm sure if they had the choice, they would have done differently, man. I think they know more than you do.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
There's actually
you can't make sense of anything.
You can't
That's your
even say
takeaway.
that there was a mentality behind.
DSP doesn't know what's going on. That's the entire rant. We can just skip. Because that's the only takeaway. DSP doesn't know what's going on.
It's in storage that have to be sent to the place where they will be sold.
Things that come.
Yeah. What a great clip, man. Great clip. I'll watch it later. I'll totally watch it later, man. I promise. Now we're live. We're out of skip juice.
Or the loser, the far
God, he's still going.
dragger, right?
The armpit scratcher, tail dragger.
But you keep continuously making choice after choice that's bad for your company. You don't even want people to think that they have to buy an Xbox because you're saying, my phone is an Xbox, my laptop is an Xbox, my boombox is, my refrigerator is an Xbox.
Dude, I have Game Pass on my laptop. I'm playing Xbox games. That's what they mean by that.
Anything is an Xbox that
because they're trying to push Game Pass, which is how they really are looking to make their money.
Run a Microsoft game.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do I need to buy your console that you just raised the price $80 on? If everything else is an Xbox too, you stupid mouth drooler.
Okay. Well,
yeah, that's how you convince people to listen to you.
Scratcher. Big up, Zotsky.
You are
correct.
So smart. Everyone else is dumb.
Really stupid story, right? Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Good
you're
clip.
smart. They're dumb.
Yeah. Let's get to a Gamer Stevie mini field trip here.
As he has a crash out during his stream.
I've never done that in the first place. I'm not gonna be treated like I'm being threatening when I've never done that in the first place. That's what people do. That's all people do is play mind games, bro. That's all people do. All these people act like you're real. Like,
You act like you're real.
I don't know how you're acting like you're real. Like, make no goddamn sense. You sound like a fucking retard, bro. You talk sexually about women. You talk sexually about women all the time, bro. You're wearing a fucking cross around your fucking neck. People are nothing but retarded, bro. You make no.
All right, I'm just gonna say that I think this guy was in like when he was in school, he was probably in the crew of people that didn't have a crew. If you know what I'm saying. Let's just leave it at that.
A really interesting story, because this story, all right, the real reason that this story is interesting is because it shows how just actual fan desire for something can almost will something into existence, but how sad it is that people kind of ignore what the fans want. Allow me to explain.
Oh, please.
Holy shit.
DSP attracts other DSPs, and it's always been true. But I don't know what Noti's talking about.
I'd like to show you
I
something.
don't really care. Yeah.
From May 2nd, rumor, Yuji Horii
It's just a
leads Chrono
rumor.
Trigger remake
We're
in
reporting on
development.
rumors now.
Rumor,
I thought that was...
Yuji Horii confirms accidentally a remake of Chrono Trigger. Yuji Horii just leaked the existence of a Chrono Trigger remake at the Naples Comic-Con because of course he did. Apparently, Yuji Horii spilled the beans on a potential upcoming Chrono Trigger remake in Naples. Keep going. Chrono Trigger remake is real. So we keep going, all right?
We keep going.
So
We can
for
keep
half
going.
a day yesterday, the entire internet was abuzz with this news that Yuji Horii, okay, one of the creators of Chrono Trigger, was in Naples. He was getting interviewed about Dragon Quest. And as he's being interviewed about Dragon Quest, someone talked to him about Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
And he accidentally let slip with the translator that there's going to be a Chrono Trigger remake. And the translator said it to the crowd. And then Yuji Horii heard this and realized, oh no, I wasn't supposed to say that. And he kind of grabbed the translator and then went like this, like to say, oh no, I shouldn't, just don't say that or whatever.
Oh, it's
And then they
fake?
all moved on and never addressed it ever again for the rest of the show. So the entire internet
fake news.
is abuzz for half a day with the news that Yuji Horii has let slip that Chrono Trigger is getting a modern remake, and everyone's excited.
That's
everyone's
the story.
freaking out.
Nothing
Everyone
happened.
is so
The story is
pumped
nothing
for this.
happened. Cool.
We want
Great.
Chrono Trigger. We've been waiting forever for a Chrono
It's
Trigger
the
piece
whole-
of content. Thank you so much.
You'd be asking yourself, why would DSP report on a story where the entire takeaway is that nothing happened? Obviously, like I said before, the whole point of DSP reporting the news is for him to feel like he's smart and for him to claim that everyone else is dumber than he is. It's literally the entire point of DSP news.
Our prayers have been answered. Content creators are making videos about it. People are making social media posts about it. Everyone,
People, it's on Twitter. Can you imagine? It's on Twitter. It made it all the way to Twitter. God damn. Soon Reddit's going to pick it up. And then what?
everyone's going crazy. Guess what? It literally...
Like that means something. People are having social media posts about it. Oh my God. That started to happen too? Now what? Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense. Fucking Suikoden, which was a much less highly loved game, outsold I saw the company said like that outsold their expectations like wildly, right? So like, you think that company that made Chrono Trigger's not seeing that and saying, all right, if fucking Suikoden can do that, you imagine what we can do, boys? You know? I mean, it's gonna happen at some point.
It didn't happen. Where's the full story here? Here it is. Here's what actually happened, okay? Yuji Horii didn't actually say anything at all about Chrono Trigger Remake at a Comic-Con. It came from the translator. Horii was saying, back when they made the original, he always liked time travel. So they made it with the concept of fighting bosses in different eras. But the translator mistakes what he said and brings up a Chrono Trigger remake out of nowhere. The crowd gets excited. The translator goes back to confirm with Horii, but we can't hear what they said and if Horii recognized the misunderstanding.
Okay.
Sadly, as Horii didn't actually say anything, it's hard to take it as a reliable confirmation.
There you go.
So basically, the translator misunderstood what Yuji Horii was saying.
Man, sounds like we need game journalists, huh? If we had game journalists, they could really get to the bottom of this and tell us the truth of the matter. But we don't need them, right, DSP?
and thought that he was saying something about generations of games, and saying like there would be a new generation of Chrono Trigger or a new era of Chrono Trigger. And he thought, oh, that means there's a remake. No, what he was saying is that there were different bosses in different eras in Chrono Trigger. He missed half the sentence. And the translator goofed.
Twitter spreads rumor as news. Wow.
You might say, well,
what a
why is
story.
this even a
What a
story?
headline.
Because
you're
listen,
reporting on it, that's
you
why.
have to understand something. For guys like me, this is like huge. We grew up playing classic Square Enix and turn-based RPGs.
What's guys like me mean?
Chrono Trigger,
Guys
Secret
his age,
of Mana,
I guess, with no
Earthbound,
friends.
Final Fantasy. Those are the big four. Okay? Either turn-based or even action-based RPGs from that era. All, Square Enix stuff. Of course, well, I guess Earthbound wasn't Square Enix, but it was very similar, right?
Yeah, okay,
These are
very
the kind
similar.
of games that like our childhood is based around, quite frankly.
No.
Chrono Trigger is one of my favorite games, obviously, but it's not my childhood's not based around it.
Whose childhood is based around a
on a
video
day when
game? That
nothing else
seems
is going
very
on, playing
parasocial
these
and
epic
unhealthy
story-based
mentally.
games when otherwise everyone else was playing like action games and stuff. But these things had epic stories, right?
What?
And because of that,
Fuck you talking about?
we've always wanted.
You got traumatized by Final Fantasy VII because you thought Cloud was being gang raped. You hated it. You hated Final Fantasy so much that in your 30s you're like, I'm gonna make a show that just makes fun of Final Fantasy VII. I'm gonna call it the worst game ever. Yeah, his childhood was totally based around it.
Someone to do something new with that. Why is it that they've mostly been forgotten? Or the most that we ever get is like, oh, Final Fantasy HD Remaster, right? Which is good, by the way. I like the HD remasters, the new pixels, the new music, widescreen support, all of that.
You don't like Final Fantasy Rebirth?
But just kind of looking back at the past, and you're like, these games were so amazing. They sold like gangbusters. Everyone in the world talked about them. They were culturally relevant.
Yeah.
And then it's just like these companies said, put them on the shelf.
They resold Chrono Trigger how many different ways now? I know we got the 3DS version that had a new dungeon, the mobile version as well. I mean, they didn't put it on the shelf.
Yeah, there was Chrono.
They made sure they got their money from them multiple times over, but all right.
And then it's just like these companies said, put them on the shelf.
Okay.
Yeah, there was Chrono Cross, that's true. But for the most part, they just don't do anything with them. And so people get so excited about anything Chrono Trigger related that even when a translator mistranslates something, the entire internet went crazy for half a day, making videos about it, getting excited, getting hyped, only to get deflated at the end of the day to find out the whole thing was actually a misunderstanding. Okay? So if anything, it's a little sad that people run with stories before they're even confirmed.
Yeah.
But I do have to ask the question, okay?
Right.
That's like how the
Why
news.
don't they do something with that? Like realistically, if you know that the entire internet wants Chrono Trigger content, whether it's
I thought remakes are bad, but now they're kind of good if it's a game you like.
HD 2D remaster, a full 3D remake, a sequel, a prequel, anything. We want Chrono Trigger content. We want to pay for it. We want to digest it. We want to play it. We want to experience it. It is something from our childhoods that we love, and you've taken it away from us by essentially shelving it for 30 years. Right?
What?
So why not do something with it, Square Enix? Instead of sitting around and pumping out Final Fantasy 16 and then complaining that it undersold because you changed the entire franchise into something people don't
I know,
want.
they did make a sequel to it. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Why don't you listen?
Okay. People like that game, but okay.
What people do want. It's pretty darned obvious. People want Chrono Trigger and are willing to pay for it, so make it.
Okay.
Stop making
just
stuff
make
people
it.
don't want.
Just press the make game button, and it'll
then you'll
pop
be
out
successful.
of the
Yeah, the main
game
guy's
maker
dead,
machine.
by the way. Yeah, that's a good fucking point too. Maybe they're like, you know what? We released a masterpiece, and fuck it, that's the masterpiece. I don't want anyone touching it.
It's almost like Business 101.
Doesn't Philip get pissed every time they do remake stuff and it's not as good as the original? Maybe they don't want to make that happen, right? They're saying, you know what? It's fucking done.
But I swear to God, some cases with these
He
game
swears to God.
developers and these companies, they don't get it.
They don't get
understand
it.
If
I
you
need to
just
go
listen,
there,
put your
and
ear
I
to
need
the
to
ground,
go into the
listen to what
boardroom and
gamers
say,
and
"Do you
DSP
get
are
it?"
saying.
Over and
If
over
you
again
actually
until they get
deliver
it.
the things that they're asking for, that they'll actually give you money for them. It's like it's a new concept or something, right? Like,
okay, so milk is
like I saw a tweet the other day. Someone showed like what Final Fantasy VIII would look like if it was remade in modern graphics, and I was like, that's cool. Like, I doubt that's gonna happen anytime soon, but that's cool. And then I moved on with my day. I didn't like stop and dwell on it. And
you get it?
I didn't go, guys, I'm gonna make this a new top news story in my gamer news segment of my live streams. I just mentioned it because, yeah. What?
You can
move on.
The money to purchase the products, exchange. Get it? That's
Brave
called business.
take. What a brave take here. Juddercut says Phil Spencer needs to sell cologne. He needs to be flipping burgers, according to Philip. And Scoot Towalker says, oh, Philip, no one is quite like you. He said, guys like me, our whole childhood revolved around Chrono Trigger.
We have one more news story for today. I know this has been a very news-heavy day. Correct? Okay, ready?
I would take it. I mean, I'd be hyped for a Chrono Trigger remake, but I want it to be a real fucking remake. I don't want Suikoden level remake. I want full remake. Like, I want all new graphics in that bitch. Let's do it all the way. You know what I'm saying? Make it look as cool as like, what's that like? What was that other game that was RPG that came out new? There's like 8 different people. Something to do with 8. Like that pixel art looks like awesome. That's like so modern look. Like, I want it to be like remake everything, but you can still make a pixel art. But
iDubbbz put out another video trying to take down H3H3. This thumbnail looks insane. Like, just based off, just forget about everything you know about these people. Who do you think is the good guy in this situation? Just which one of these two people looks like an unhinged psychopath? Oh man, you need to like take a break, dude.
Octopath Traveler, bingo. See, my brain got there. I said something to do with 8, and it was Octo. That art looks cool. Remake it in like Octopath style, make it look new, and I'd be down with that. Even though I didn't even finish Octopath Traveler, I played it for like 15 minutes. Like, yeah, this is fun, but just never picked it up again. One of those kind of things. Modern problems.
Rockstar Games yesterday officially announced that Grand Theft Auto 6 is canceled.
Uh-oh.
Just kidding. Grand Theft Auto 6 has been delayed significantly. Because originally, it had a projected release date of fall 2025. But the funny thing was that we were not seeing any concrete information about this game. And you would have thought if this game really is coming out in the fall, right? By now... gameplay? Wouldn't we have seen, some kind of promotion? Are you aware that the gameplay trailer came out over a year ago?
A gameplay trailer, yes, exactly.
A gameplay trailer is over a year old already.
All right.
So, what's going on with this game?
I don't know, man. I want to see more gameplay.
We would know more about it if it was actually coming out in the fall. So, officially, here is the full statement from Rockstar. We're very sorry when he's exciting, no expect and deserve. Oh, it's different ways. Or this? No. To this day, still the longest development cycle for a game was Duke Nukem Forever, which started development in the late 90s and didn't come out till 2011. So that one actually is technically still beating GTA 6, okay? But, what's going on with this game? Why on earth did they actually announce it and say it was going to come out fall 2025? With nothing to show.
I don't know, man. Unforeseen complications.
They could have maybe just said coming, it is in development, but no release date or no estimated time.
They could have done that, man. Yeah.
And maybe that would have been better. Because now, of course, people are going to be disappointed.
I thought today could be a hype pre-stream, but oh God, was I wrong. Worst prediction I've ever made.
This last week, that this year, all right, seemed like an underwhelming year so far. The games that have been the best games are not the big ones, the AAA ones, the ones that everyone expected, but instead are games like Blueprints or Clair Obscur. These are the games that are like the Game of the Year contenders right now. We needed a big AAA
Blueprints is not a Game of the Year contender, my friend.
So damn good that it actually feels like the old days of games.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
It's been a long time since we had a feeling like, AAA studio is really putting out a banger that we could depend on to be good. Instead, it's kind of like every time one of these studios now puts out a game, you're apprehensive it's going to be good or not.
Yeah,
and everyone seems to feel like GTA 6 is the one. You know, Rockstar doesn't put out games often. So, man, they're taking their time with this thing. They're letting it cook. They're letting it simmer. They're seasoning it. They're finishing it, putting those garnishes on it.
Yeah, it's food.
finishing
It's a
touches,
food,
side
Phil.
dishes.
Imagine
This
being
thing's
so
gonna be the
fucking
best
fat and gluttonous. You look
main
at video
course of
games and you
gaming
see food.
that we've had in a very long time. People still are speculating.
Love the green screen, King. Working out perfectly. Look how much his green screen is spazzing out.
I think this thing's going to be.
It adds to the points.
$100 or more.
Yeah,
when it actually
awesome.
releases, not this typical retail price.
And he makes it worse by like swaying
some
back and
people,
forth.
admittedly, are pretty disappointed. Others are like, we
Such
never really
garbage.
expected it to come out this year anyway. You know, me, I was kind of in the middle. Like, I wanted it to come out this year. You guys kept asking me this last week. Do you think it'll come out this year? And I said, I hope it does. But the thing is, it doesn't have a release date. It has a release window. Without a date, it's hard for me to believe. Like now,
And even with a date, it's hard to believe. It's like 50-50 now. When they give you the concrete date, that means there's a 50% chance it comes out on this date.
Thing, May 26, 2026, that makes me feel like that's a date that they're absolutely, positively pushing for. They want that to be the release date.
You
'Cause
think?
Now, promotional materials will start being made.
They want
Stores
every
will start
release
planning
date they
giant
announce to
launch
be
events.
their release
Everyone will
date.
be psyched for GTA 6 on May 26th. We didn't have that
He's just
date
mad.
before, so it's not really that.
He's just mad because he bought a PS5 Pro exclusively for GTA 6, and now it's his autistic schedule is disrupted. That's all. That's why he's mad.
That big of a deal. But now the push will begin. So there you have it.
Yeah,
Is it good? Is
okay.
it bad? You know what they say? Well, you know what?
The beauty
I forget
is in
who
the
it was.
eye
Was
of the
it,
demand. Yes, that's what they
Iwata-san who
say.
said
Miyamoto, I believe. Or was it Iwata? He
At
might
one
be right
point
on that.
that a delayed game,
Beauty is in the
comes
rainy
out
day
late,
fund of the
but
demander.
a bad game that's rushed is bad,
It's bad forever. Yeah, that's not really the case anymore
true.
though, because it can be patched.
In his honor. In his honor, guys.
All his life.
This is in his honor. Please. In his honor. Thank you so much for that amazing quote, sir. Start the tribute with a sigh. Here we go. Yes. Yes.
Always gonna show you.
Having too much fun.
Why don't you kill yourself? Why don't you kill yourself?
I believe the same in you.
Thank you. Yep. Why should I believe the same thing in you? Why should?
Thank you for re-upping your membership. I appreciate that.
There we go. Whenever he says that we have to play it, you know that. Dissension says, my brother-in-law literally worked on GTA 5 development for 4 years. All he was grass, plant texture, and rendering. They take their time on everything. Big ups, Dissension. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, they take their time. They try to make a good fucking game.
You don't want this game to come out with all the bells and whistles, but half of them don't work. Not
Big ups,
polished,
anti-distortion.
falling apart,
Worked out for
stumbling on
CD
its own
Projekt
self,
Red.
tripping on its own shoelaces.
Nailed
you want
it.
this
Just
to
saying.
be a throwback
Big ups, Nibbity.
era, right? Where basically games that come from a AAA developer can be
Oh my God,
determined
man.
to be good or trusted to be good
Yes.
and not a disappointment.
Yes. thank you.
Rockstar
Good
may be
point.
the one studio. I mean, take a look how the mighty have fallen. We've had BioWare. We've had Ubisoft. We've had, I keep going. I probably named 10 studios.
2-item list, bitch. Oh, if you could name 10, start.
Bethesda in general.
Oh yeah, Bethesda's done. Yeah, fuck Bethesda, man. They're running out of money as we speak. Definitely.
Have all fallen from grace. Used to be the Titans.
I could name 10.
Used to be the dependable guys, and now they're putting out crap. All right? Now, Rockstar, remaining the bastion of good gaming quality, delaying their game hopefully is a good sign. And hopefully when this game comes
That
out
was
next
gross.
year, It'll be amazing. A true groundbreaking experience that will revolutionize things in gaming. New gameplay elements, new graphical abilities, insane amount of content, storytelling, right? We want this game to be what games used to be back in the day that we don't get anymore.
Okay.
We don't want the game that's just phoned
Thanks,
in,
Grandpa.
paint by numbers, cookie
Dialed in,
cutter copied everyone else and taped together. We want something that truly feels
okay. Thanks,
like
Grandpa.
something special.
Let's get you to
in
bed,
gaming
brother.
culture.
Let's
because
go up.
delay hopefully gives them that time to do that.
Yes.
That's my opinion anyway. To be honest, I wanted it to come out this year, but I think we'll be all right. And I think that when it comes out, everyone's going to be psyched.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay.
Oh, so beautiful. What
Folks,
a tribute. That's it.
That's the show. I have a shout out or two to do here. We've got
Shout her out.
folks.
Shout her out or two to do
That's
here.
the show. I have a shout out or two to do.
Shout
here.
her out
We've
or
got
two to go.
a
Shout her outer.
$20 super chat from Gamer Chris, who says, "Hope that you've had a good day, Phil. I hope everything is well with you. You're a cool and hilarious person." Well, thank you, Gamer Chris. I appreciate that very, very much.
Thank you, Gamer Chris. This is Gamer Stevie, but it's a friend of his.
I love watching him explain the gay love.
People are nothing
Good.
but retarded, bro. What is this, bro? I'm hallucinating everything. You sound like a fucking... Like, why is this kid molesting my sister in front of my face, bro? I never did anything.
Okay, I'm gonna move off from that. What?
Good to see you. Sorry it took me so long to shout that out because I was in the midst of those stories and wanted to
God,
make sure that I got
what?
through them before I got back to shout outs. It's good to have you here, man. So, Gamer Chris,
Very normal.
thank you. And I appreciate the compliments.
As
He
dented
definitely
as they
seems
are,
cool.
he
Now we're up to
appreciates the money.
$113 of support. And what I'll do is a very brief Q&A session. If you guys have anything to talk about, tag me in chat. Last chance if you wanted to support the
Last
podcast.
chance
Like I
until
said,
later
I was
you
hoping
can
to hit the goal
donate.
by the end of the show.
But
Because we had such great momentum. Now we're less than $40 away. We could do it. We could hit it. And that would be amazing. Going into the Oblivion gameplay portion of the stream, already hitting the goal, would be outstanding. Okay.
Ready hitting second goal though. That's the cool part.
Do I think they're delaying GTA 6 for next generation hardware? No, absolutely not. They never do that. They're going to absolutely put it out for this gen of hardware, and then they're going to port it to the next gen and sell it again. And then they're going to port it to PC and sell it again. That's what Rockstar does. That is the Rockstar way. Sell and sell and sell and sell the same thing 72 times. I mean, Skyrim learned from GTA 5 how
More
to do
from
it.
Gamer Stevie.
Oh my God, Phil! What do you think of
That's what
GTA
you want,
6? Probably will
Chrono
be
Trigger
good.
to
LOL.
do, right or no or getting confused.
What an absolute loser.
Gamer Nerd Stevie, 8 months as a member, says, "Phil, what do you think of GTA 6? Probably will be good." Again, you just heard what I just said.
Yeah.
I don't know, did he?
Gamer Nerd Stevie.
Anything like that. Never did to me a few times. What the fuck did I do?
Okay, that's Gamer Nerd Stevie. Go
Dude's
ahead,
giving
Stevie.
Phil like
This
$100
is
already.
An actual
What an actual
representation
retard.
of the old school.
What an actual
mantra
representation
that if
of
you're gonna
retarded
buy
people.
A game from a AAA studio, they go above and beyond, and they actually release a game that's revolutionary, that's different, that's good. Because sadly, it's not happening anymore. AAA studios are releasing underwhelming game after underwhelming game after underwhelming game, and it didn't used to be like that. You used to be able to trust them. Rockstar, we still kind of trust. Let's hope that they live up to that expectation. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Just sitting, staring at his chat,
Easy
waiting
going to
for
highlight a
money. We're at
message
that
now.
stage
He knows
already.
They were all fake. So.
Any idea when PS6 will come out? No. I mean, they just released PS5 Pro last year. Typically, when they release a more souped-up version of a current-gen console, you've at least got a couple of years before they start talking about the next console. PS4 Pro had a good, 2-3 year run, and then PS5 came out. So I would expect probably no new console from Sony until
Correct,
maybe
Wandering Monk.
2028 would be
He
my
will
guess.
complain no matter
Could
what.
be wrong, but I'm thinking 2027, 2028.
It won't be as good as he hoped. Blah blah blah.
Do I currently own an Xbox Series X or S? I had the X, but it's downstairs now. My wife uses it to play games because I don't need it anymore. I literally will never need an Xbox console because I have PC with Game Pass Ultimate. So I play the exact same games on PC that I would be playing on my Xbox. Okay?
Just threw it off to her.
You counted that as a business
If I hit the
expense,
marathon goal
though.
earlier, will I schedule the marathon for the weekend? No, I'm not going to hold off. We're going to do the marathon when we hit the goal.
Yeah.
If we hit all the goals right now, if someone jumped onto Kick and gifted 500 subs right now.
Yep. Now they only do that on to Kino Casino streams.
Which isn't going to happen, by the way.
That's what It's a Me Ken did to Kino Casino stream, not yours though.
We would do the marathon
So-
tomorrow. Okay? If we hit the goals, 8 goals by the end of Monday, we will do the marathon Tuesday. If we hit the goals by the end of Thursday, we'll do it on Friday. So it all depends.
Yes.
All right? But we got to hit 8 goals. So that's why we got to get it moving. Like I said, we hit the goal by the end of this
Yeah, yeah.
podcast.
Hear that, Stevie?
It's already 2 minutes overtime. Let's
Go
get outta
even
here.
deeper
We're
in
gonna have
debt
fun
over
today.
this guy, man. Do it. Do it. That's
Figure
what he
it
wants you to
out,
do.
dude.
That's
I
how
think
he
that
thinks
is
you're a
major
cool guy.
concern for a lot of people. I'm
He'll
one
think
of
you're
them.
really cool if you go
Because I
deeper
feel
in debt.
GTA 6 is going to be a cash grab for GTA Online, and the single player will suffer. When you look at GTA
Thank you, figure it out, dude.
5, it is arguably one of, if not the best-selling game of all time, but that's because people kept rebuying it to play GTA Online over and over with each new console release, right? First it was
No.
Xbox 360 and PS3, then it was Xbox One and PS4.
So this all
Then
came out at the
it
same
was a
time.
PC, right? It came for PC eventually. And then it was the current gen, PS5, Xbox Series S and X. And the game resold every time.
Remember this when this guy said he wasn't even sure if GTA 4 even released on PC? Remember when he said that like a couple days ago? And I was just like, what the fuck?
But the content that they kept making was for that. In fact, they had all these story-based DLCs, single-player DLCs, designed and ready to go. The one with Trevor was literally 90% done. They were almost completely done with it. But then when they saw the money rolling in from
90%
GTA
is
Online,
not
they said,
almost completely
why are
done.
we working on single-player content? This makes no sense. And then they just went right to online content. I mean, some of them were even converted. That Franklin expansion for GTA Online was confirmed was originally a single-player
Classic.
DLC. That then they converted into that.
Oh, definitely.
Because online is where all the money was. So I agree with you. I am a very, very skeptical.
I am a very, very
Okay,
skeptical,
that
okay?
GTA
I am
6
a very
will be as much of
skeptical.
a focus as it has been the single player experience. You know, with GTA 5, no one knew if online was going to work or not. In reality, it didn't at launch at all. Remember, GTA 6, GTA Online did not work for several days after launch. Everyone tried to join it, we just kicked them off. In fact, it is a considered $100+ on GTA 6. I don't want to spend $100+ on GTA 6 just to have the campaign be an afterthought, and everyone just wants to play online, and that's all they focused on. Well, I guess we'll have to see.
That'd be the funniest
I
outcome.
received a $10
Nice haircut and shirt.
People be all right with. You think GTA 6 is going to be a $80 game? Why might people be all right with Rockstar increasing prices, but are upset Nintendo and how Microsoft are doing the same thing? Because it is understood that this game will be a groundbreaking experience. GTA games
that
typically
understood?
do that. They break the mold. They have better graphics, more gameplay elements, longer narratives,
What?
more content for your buck.
What?
When you bought GTA 5, you received
Gameplay
a very lengthy
narratives?
single-player campaign, and you received GTA Online. So if they're doing the same thing this time around, I would pay $100 if the game's like 60 hours long, and then on top of that, we get GTA Online, and I wouldn't even complain.
Cuck.
I
Cuck.
see the $2 tip from Billy Bowanka. As a streamer, what do you prefer, to gain followers or gain eagers? I don't know what an eager is. I've never even heard of that term before. So you'd have to clarify. I don't know what you mean by that.
Thanks for the $2, though.
That I did multiple runs. Bird in GTA 5. Well, do you remember that I did multiple runs?
I
and
wouldn't even
playthroughs?
care if it's a $100
I don't
game.
remember
As
what
long
my
as I
original
make more
ending
money off of
actually
playing
was.
it.
I just know that Michael survived because I remember when I was playing GTA 5, some idiot came on the stream and said,
Idiot.
Michael dies at the end. And then everyone thought it was like a giant spoiler. And then I played through my game and Michael lived, and everyone's like, well, the guy
So
was
why'd you get pissed at that
If
person?
he's an
Shit,
idiot
now
and he
Michael can
managed
die
to
depending
trick
on your
you, what
choices
does that
and the way
make
play the
you?
game.
So why'd you get pissed at that person then?
Scenario endings, I guess that's a good thing. So Trevor, dies. I've seen the ending where Trevor escapes and survives. I've seen them all. So
Well, thanks for the spoiler.
And DJ did a $2 super chat. Nice haircut and shirt combo. Thank you, DJ and DJ. Yes, we're still continuing on with the spring summer vibe here.
We're still continuing on with the spring summer vibe, as you might have
Big
guessed.
Papa Phil just gifted a membership this morning. Thank you so much, Big Papa Phil, for that. Okay. So unless someone does an $18 from hitting the goal, but sadly, guys, we are pretty much out of time.
Yes, let's have
last chance, everybody. Last chance.
Right now,
last chance. Last
you
chance.
didn't hit the goal.
That's what my mobile game tells me, and I give them my money. Maybe this will work on you. Last chance. Last chance. Last chance. Last chance.
Topics I wanted to cover.
Ah,
So here's
fuck! It
the
didn't
deal.
work.
Tomorrow, we talked was we wouldn't get to it so very much for a great
Thank you, great
episode
show.
of the
Fucking
Level 1
sucked.
podcast. I will see you all tomorrow.
Not even a Phil's Day Off
We'll do it all
segment.
again. It's gonna
Worst
be a great
idea
week coming
ever.
up. Thanks for
So
being here.
that one really
See
fucking
you
sucks.
soon.
We'll get to band names in a second. Hang on. And then we'll get the fuck out.
Okay.
All right.
Shirt has green trees on it. And so if I were to actually try to use the green screen effect today,
Yeah, what would happen?
it would look like this. And I'd have holes in my shirt. See?
Ah, can't have
So,
that.
No green screen today. You will see the chair behind me. There's not much I can do about that.
You
But,
can
outside of
think
that-
when you buy a shirt.
Hit the goal, Tribal Chief.
Yay.
Chief, thank you so much for
All
all payment. If you work to the
payment.
other payment. Only $13 to go. But
All
we'll start with
payment.
Oblivion Remastered. Short break to use the back stream. Okay. In the meantime, enjoy these funny clips, and I'll be back with Oblivion Remastered.
All right, 13:10. 5 minutes later. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 9 minutes. 10 minutes. 12 minutes. And we are live. And he's still not back yet. All right.
Five
well,
more
let's get
from
to some
Gamer
band
Stevie.
Names. We got Cat's Thyroid.
Dude, it's been literally like the most over $100 from Gamer Stevie and his little butt buddy. Wow, this is your entire supporter base, Phil. At this point, you must be so proud of yourself. What a successful guy.
And ovary cancer, pig and horse, DoorDash Fort, detractor.
Like when those two fucking losers get locked up for whatever heinous act they're most assuredly in the middle of, DSP will be completely up shit creek without a paddle.
A PP Burnell, DoorDash Flower to Mom Funeral, Miserable Beggar Real, Drunk Watching John Rambo, Undershirt Sleeves Too Long, Bamboo Shirt Soothes the Tism, Mark My Words, I'm Bursting Today, Happy Birthday Philly, Linda Smoking But Pregnant, Renton Salt Mine, Rainy Day Fund, Too Dumb for Lego.
Pause. This is Gamer Chris, by the way. This guy. We saw Gamer Stevie, and this is his buddy Chris.
Jamal on Kick Origins, Fat Cat. Entire income is begging real. Unhappy narcissist real. If he ain't banning, he flying. Dent Cuntamaran. Happy May 1st, beat it. Oh no, Happy May 1st burst. Beat it, piggy, beat it. Only climb secure tree. Sissy. It's the final countdown. I'll do it this one. It's the final countdown. Okay. House full of pets, but no panda. Cat Jasper, who dies first? LOL. It's okay, boss man. Cat is just fat. I think you're requesting something in that one, aren't you? I'll give it to you. Hang on. It's okay, boss man. Cat is just fat. Boss man, it's okay. No. Boss man, no.
She's not dying. She's just morbidly obese, okay?
Hold on, hold on. A few more left, but hold on. Let me finish this first, okay.
Giant black
DSP
meat.
Gaming jet lagged. Linda's funeral, ha ha ha. Skinwalking Kino Casino real. And there we go. That's a hell of a list from the last 2 days. Holy fuck, guys. Some of those were extremely toxic.
Okay, everybody. I'm gonna get set up here.
God damn. You guys
pretty
went
much
to
are
work.
set up. Just gotta get the game open, right?
You guys never take a day off.
And again, sorry, today I can't take the chair out of the equation because if I use the green screen effect, It will actually make my shirt disappear. Shit. So I hope that if I just kind of sit here as I'm playing like this, it should be okay.
No.
It looks decent. It doesn't look that bad.
No,
right?
it looks bad.
It'll
It
be
looks
fine.
really bad.
Oh, I got to get
Looks
the
pretty
Xbox
bad, actually.
MasterCard. There we go. Sounds like a great idea.
Why not? You have a history
Okay.
of credit cards. You know how they work.
So what graphical problems will we have today? Seriously, what graphical problems will we have today? Because I'm sure they patched the game and destroyed the settings again, right?
The green screen is fucked
Oh, by
up.
the way, Gamer Nerd Stevie did
Again.
another $5 contribution. This was a super sticker this time.
What a fig.
This world is nothing but a joke.
This world is nothing but a joke.
Thank you for that. Gamer Stevie. So now we're
Cool,
up
dude.
to
That's him, by the way.
142. We're only $8 away from hitting the support goal here before we even played, which is excellent.
Excellent. I don't even have to play a game yet, and you guys are like wailing out. It's excellent. That's awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
matter.
really
It
cool
doesn't.
when I get money for
It
nothing.
appears in my
That's cool.
chest.
I love that.
Looks like
It
it's
makes
a
me feel
black
proud
shirt.
for some reason.
All right, turn that back on.
All right.
La 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 la.
Well, that's enough of that. Here's the time DSP got his channel demonetized, and Gundam made a video about it. This is the only one I could find. I couldn't even find it on PicPicGo.
See what happens, okay? But basically everything right now is in flux. I don't know what's going to happen. It looks like DSP Gaming may end up being an archive channel, much like Darkside Phil is, where it just sits there forever and you can watch the content, but I make no money on it, which sucks because I was actually making a significant amount of money every month on just the 40,000+ videos on that channel. I've done nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with the channel, but
Be
it
seeing
seems like
you
the
around
monetization
then.
has been suspended or just terminated.
I think it's over with DSP. Every time me and Zill go through this, we go through a DSP burnout. We're like, yeah, done. Nothing interesting happens.
And you always go back.
Because he knows how to keep an audience.
God damn it.
He doesn't know, but God decided. All right, what next?
As soon as we're through with DSP, something like this happens.
Oh my god.
Cursed gets rid of his ass. Then YouTube blocks him from making any ads on his videos because of inappropriate ad monetization clicking bullshit.
So is that what it's all about?
Yeah.
No. So basically, I'll explain this once more.
Okay.
So when he started YouTube and he got, monetized his videos, he told people to click on the ads because if people click on your ads, you get more money for it.
Right. You get
But
it.
that's against the terms of
I didn't
service
see
of
those, Billy.
AdSense.
Oh.
Who reads
Tenma
that?
rooting on
Who
Tenma the
cares?
horse.
It's not my fault.
Play the user agreement.
And no, there is no video on YouTube literally for me telling people to click on ads. You're absolutely wrong.
There literally
Just said
is.
that in the stream chat. You are wrong. I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing. I mean, it's not cheap to do what I'm doing. Based off of selling any product is basically going to be based off of my partner channel, which is this channel, The King of Hate HD, and basically how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. Saying, well, what did I say? Comment, rate, and participate does not mean click on ads, but people interpret it as they want to say negative shit about me. But keep after 8 years, please keep propagating the same bullshit that people have said for 8 years that has no factual basis, because it makes you seem very intelligent to just keep saying the same bullshit over and over.
So
Yeah, I don't think
that
anyone ever
AdSense
reads
account
that.
got banned. But then the thing is, he got taken in by an MCN,
Yeah.
YouTube network.
What was it?
Machinima.
Metacourse? That's it.
No, Machinima, which is a big gaming, and that was when he's at his peak. and he was making loads of money because he's using their AdSense.
He was making so much money. He has a closet full of like rare sort of sideshow figurines that are like $300 or $400 a piece.
So instead of saving the money, he doesn't do that. And, time goes
Instead
by.
of paying his taxes, he doesn't do that.
No, he moved to a state where he thought he didn't have to pay taxes.
Oh, Jesus.
What state don't you have to pay taxes?
Well, there's certain states that you don't have to pay state taxes, but you always have to pay federal taxes.
Or like income taxes.
Okay, we're getting.
You still have to pay like
then,
business
the whole
taxes.
Conglomerate goes down, and he gets kicked out of Machinima, or at least he was a preferred partner, so they took really good care of him and made him pay a lot. But then after renegotiation, he got less, and then a year later he got even less, and then less, and then less, and then less.
He like renegotiated like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah,
Oh
to the
my
point where
God.
he was not earning shit, and eventually, he was just shit talking them. It's like, all right, you're fired.
No, this is how it went. Like DSP was complaining about them not protecting him and doing enough for him. And he sends them a message with one of his grievances. God only knows how many messages this motherfucker sent. At the time, DSP used to have a contact that was a manager or something in Machinima because he had some juice. But that manager left years ago. DSP didn't know. So DSP comes in there, he's a huffing, he's a puffing, he's going to blow your house down, dude, snort. And the guy he talks to says, we're working on it, Mr. Phil. This and this is going on. We'll get back to you. He's like, I am not getting enough. This is not how you talk to me. This is not how you talk to a customer or a partner. I want to speak to your manager. And they're like, don't worry, we'll forward this to the correct channels, blah, blah, blah. DSP that goes out of his way to try and get in touch with like the CEO or something of Machinima, didn't he? Like some wild shit where he went way over the head of his representative. And, it must have went bad for the representative. You sit there, you get your DSP message. You're like, it's that fat fuck who jerked off on Twitch, man. He's on my last good nerve. And then the CEO's like, Gregory, get in here. Yes, sir. What is it? Do you want to explain to me why the fuck this douchebag that jerked off on Twitch is talking to me when he should be talking to you? Oh my God, sir. I'm so sorry. Please don't take my paycheck, So the guy goes back to Phil. You can't go doing this. You can't go over people's heads. Please only talk to the direct channel. The guy you're looking for is gone. Don't talk to anyone higher up in the rankings. All right, you asshole. So DSP goes, I don't think you know who I am. Let me remind you, I came in 4th in Evo, motherfucker. It was 1996.
5 years ago.
I was the #1 American player because all the other good players didn't come to play this bootleg port of Super Fighter Turbo. Suck a dick, I'm Phil Burnell.
Oh, shit.
So the guy goes, okay then. And Phil goes, if you're not going to treat me with the correct respect, then I don't want to be with you guys anymore. I don't think I want to be a part of Machinima.
You do a stream.
And they go, all right, bitch. Next day, he's let go. DSP, after talking all that good shit the day before, does his emergency stream where he sits there all defeated. Guys, I got some bad news. Machinima let me go. It came out of nowhere. There was nothing I could do. I feel just as bad as I felt that day 10 years ago, Snort, when I was let go from my real job and had to turn to YouTube as a career. Then that led to, Laveri and all sort of stuff. But point being, after that, you got his L.
All right. So then eventually, Curse picked him up.
Well,
Curse
first
is
he went to
another
Laveria, and there was a whole thing.
That's too long. But main
All right.
point is he got to Curse, and he's finally
No, wait, you're right. First he got to Curse. Then Laveria came in, and they're like, we got better deals for you, Phil. We understand you're a star. So Phil's like, snort, fuck you, Curse. I'm going to Laveria Media.
But you didn't check if Laveria was real.
Finds out it's a shell corporation. So Phil comes crawling back to Curse. But not after going through all this stupid shit where the CEO of Laveria talks about what an idiot Phil was. Get out of here, Chuchi.
I'm dying.
So he goes back to Curse, and that leads us to the usual bullshit. Continue, Zell.
he's basically earning like what, $2 a video? Not even.
Curse gives you
Dollars
like 90% revenue, and they take 10. So Curse is one of the better ones out there. That's like open to everybody. Usually, most partnerships you have to be managed to even get close to that. But Curse is a decent deal, and Curse is also in with Twitch. Don't lick the mic. So I guess Phil was probably getting some good scratch, and if anything, Curse had better ads than he would probably get from AdSense. So he was making money.
But I guess today, Curse dropped him.
Oh yeah, I forgot. In the sense of like he's still getting good money, but Phil does what Phil does. And when I say that is, he doesn't give a fuck about quality control. Like Phil doesn't bother editing videos. He doesn't bother putting something together that's digestible. He just shits out video time after time after time in 10-second and 10-minute intervals because someone from Machinima told him to stick with that because it made him the most money or some shit. And he did it so much that his Google Plus account was like, what's all this fucking spam? Because basically Phil's so lazy. That's right, Chuchi.
Yeah, YouTube once took down his channel.
Good work, dog.
Chuchi is so correct.
Someone opened the back door. Chuchi's now on it.
You know you were saying you should upload a video about this gun?
Go!
That is the video you should upload.
What's the video?
You and Zill describing, like, DSP's timeline.
I agree.
Oh my god, we should.
We spent so much time on it.
That'd be so funny to listen to.
What was it again? Like, where were we? He was right before. Okay, so Google AdSense sees all these spam videos, and DSP puts up the same shit over and over again. Even uses the same thumbnails and occasionally changes the numbers till like he gets to 99. Like Phil pre-makes them. He goes from 1 to 99, and if a playthrough passes 99, well, sucks to suck, little babies. The rest of the videos won't have numbers in chronological order, so you gotta figure out your fucking self.
In case you thought he was kidding, this is his Simpsons hit and run.
Quality content. And don't you dare tell me otherwise.
Holy cow.
Wait. Look at the numbers.
4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 13, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 3, 7, 8, 11, 12, 18, 17.
7, 8, 11, 12, 18, 17.
These are fucking
Math with Phil.
Look at this content.
Make this shit up.
So of course YouTube's algorithms looks at this and Google's like, what is this crap? You're done. Channel deleted. They probably thought he was some Russian or Lithuanian trying to get like a few extra rubles to buy meth. They thought he was a character from Escape from Tarkov. So DSP loses his channel for 4 hours. Gets on the internet, and of course, like, everyone tells me DSP lost his channel. Chuchi has to chime in. I begin to wake up with a faith in God, a renewed faith. He does his emergency stream and begs for money. Did he get like $1,000 or some wacky ass shit? But he knew he could get his channel back because he already contacted YouTube. 4 hours later, DSP's channel is back. Emergency's over. Head on with your fucking life. But most recently, is there anything I'm missing, Zell? Feel free to chime in.
I don't know. I think you're going. I think you're on the right path.
But most recently, he's been really irritable as of late, more so than usual. You know, you step in there and you tell Phil what to do on YouTube, it equals a permaban, even if you're a sub.
Maybe he's finally reaching puberty.
No, we found out that DSP knew that Curse is going to let his bitch ass go.
Really?
So he knew for a while. That's why he was always begging people to support him on stream, to watch his videos, send tips and donations because he gets those immediately. It's very important. And finally, yet today, while streaming, he got shit canned by Curse. Curse dropped him because Curse is getting rid of everybody who doesn't make the money. And it's obvious DSP doesn't make enough money despite the numbers he's pulling in. But his popularity is definitely waning more so than usual, simply because there's nothing there. He's not doing anything interesting.
It's 1.9k views. You break that. Even you break that.
Yeah.
Well, he
You need
gets
someone to listen.
he gets 1 million views a month, 1,300,000. Well, he's down a lot actually.
How do you know that? Where do you see that?
Because
Social
he
Blade.
has 10-year-olds looking at the Simpson playthrough
I don't.
fucking 50 times.
50 times
That
is
was a
only
really good
50
game.
times.
Oh my gosh. So how much does he make? He only makes estimated monthly earnings are 331 to 5.3K. He only makes 5K a month.
That's a lot in my book.
Well, yeah, of course it is. But
The way I
How long
figure
he's
it
been doing it?
is DSP's got to be pulling $600 to $900 a month from YouTube. What are you chewing, you little freak?
Well, right now he's not making anything.
This is true. Like, that game is over.
wait, does he have a Patreon as well?
Oh, yeah, he still has a Patreon.
Oh my gosh.
So basically, where Zill was coming in is he got kicked by Curse. And YouTube comes in and goes, your AdSense account, like your YouTube videos can't be monetized because of erroneous clicks or something with your AdSense account. So this is his new account that he used to circumvent his old account that got in trouble for people erroneously clicking his ads to give him extra money.
Ah.
So I theorized that his fans might have been clicking ads to try and inflate the money he makes off YouTube. Or maybe YouTube caught on that it's this asshole, and they finally have a reason to fuck him now. On top of that, he should be in trouble in the first place, because with Curse, when I tried to sign up with them, it's already in the EULA. You can't join Curse if you've ever been banned from AdSense. You're not supposed to.
Really?
Yeah. So he should.
He was.
Yeah, he was. He was bad from
Prior.
AdSense, and you can't use someone else's AdSense account or a workaround to work with Curse, but he did it anyway.
Yeah, he used Pandalese.
So YouTube's whole, so DSP's whole, I did nothing wrong is bullshit.
Huh. Oh my gosh. This is like him aiming and missing a guy, but yet blaming the game.
Yeah. He's destroyed himself
Oh
on so
my
many
gosh,
levels.
He just doesn't get old.
One, he fucked himself in the past, and two, he fucks himself presently because he has no curation. Yeah, he has no curation. If he actually tried to make his channel better or be a better YouTuber or entertainer, he wouldn't have been kicked by Curse.
It's not his fault, Gundam.
Oh, yeah,
He's
you're
done
right.
Nothing wrong.
I'm
He's done
fucking-
everything correct. He says this so often.
Oh, I really dislike the guy. I cannot stand him, but this is fucking beautiful.
I'm going to grab some tea.
How do you
You could
dislike the guy?
grab
He
some
got
tea.
caught masturbating on stream and, like, he's still streaming.
It's amazing, right? Oh, Jesus Christ, this is some funny shit.
Like, Soda Poppin got banned for 24 hours because he showed a penis dressed as a cowboy. Whereas he actually masturbates on stream. He's still fine.
And doesn't get banned. Oh, my word.
I can't wait to see how this all plays out, but I wouldn't be surprised if DSP saves his own dick again.
He will.
I hope he
I don't
does.
know how, but he will.
It'll be
Why?
easy when he's holding it.
Still, you just want more content?
Yes.
He'll probably, like, put his AdSense account under, like, his girlfriend's name or something.
Oh, that's true. Could be.
And his fucking girlfriend leaves him and takes all the money. He can't do anything. That would be awesome.
Is he still with that one girl that's like on one of his streams or something? I
Yeah.
remember seeing the photo.
Dude. Wouldn't it be awesome if Kat put her AdSense account, right? And then fucking leaves him? She's making dough by the day doing nothing. It's her AdSense. He can't change anything.
I think he could technically de-link the AdSense account himself from his YouTube. So as much as
No,
I'd
he
like
had
that
trouble
to
doing
happen,
that. He had trouble doing that, though.
if he's that stupid, then I don't know what to say.
No, because he's banned.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's just beautiful.
But
Just beautiful.
he is talking about possibly doing a new YouTube channel because his main channel may be blacklisted entirely.
How can... If your main channel's blacklisted, what do you do? Just create a new channel and go with the flow again?
I guess that's his
Is
game
that
plan.
how YouTube works?
Yeah, that's his game plan.
You could do that technically, I guess. You'd be starting from
Because
scratch, but here's the thing: like, if he does, he's gonna have such a smaller channel. He'll probably have like maybe 10K subs tops.
Man, this is interesting.
The other idea is he's telling people that he might put all of his old videos on Twitch to archive them. And he's going to hope that people will
Twitch
appreciate
isn't
it
an
and sub to him
archive.
so they can watch all of his old videos. Because you want to see a fucking video of a camcorder recording GTA San Andreas on Twitch nowadays.
Yeah, but when he uploads it to Twitch, it's gonna be part 98, part 3, part 34.
Exactly.
And you can't sort it when on Twitch.
And there are no playlists on Twitch, right?
Right. Which means all the videos are just it's gonna be like Simpsons Hit and Run Part 3, Hitman Part 4.
Oh man,
Me playing
Part
PUBG
3.
beta.
he's fucking done.
It's gonna be so bad.
Oh my god.
It might lead to him getting banned on Twitch, and if that happens, DSP's gonna commit suicide.
No,
He's gonna commit suicide on Mixer.
Okay, so this is his Patreon.
It's just gonna go on Plexstorm, so he can do both, like how he normally does. He can masturbate on stream and play games and still get away with it.
Man, that would be a fuck fest.
I pride myself on being an opinionated yet independent source of content that streams uploads on a daily basis.
No, you don't.
Oh my god.
What's going on, everyone? Phil here, and welcome to KO Gaming, a channel that I've sought to make your source for highly edited gameplay content here on YouTube since 2016.
Since 2016.
A few moments later.
There's nothing that 100 men or more would ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa.
Stop, get some help.
I stop the rains.
He hasn't done anything specifically for his Patreon since February 26th. And I think it's 2 years ago. Yeah.
I was about to say, which February?
Oh, T, you need to look at this, by the way. We need to get VR. We
Okay,
all
but
need to
this,
get VR.
real quick, says, pledging allows me to continue doing what I love
And what you love to watch. You love this.
Where does it say that?
Just scroll down, like,
Patreon,
so
Patreon.
the overview, right where it says pledging allows me to continue. It's like the second...
Oh, here we go. Pledging allows me to continue doing what I love and what you love to watch daily as a full-time job due to YouTube's
love
consistent
this.
changes and woes. Changing search algorithms to hurt the little guy. Technically, Phil... whatever.
Yep.
The mass exodus of sponsors and advertisers in recent years, etc. It has become necessary to supplement my income in various ways. Your pledge on Patreon directly aids in the daily cost of doing business, such as electricity, internet fees, new game and equipment purchases, and more. He's a liar. The only thing he buys is games. There has not been an equipment update since the foam blocks he put on the fucking wall. And that was like in 2015. Fuck you, Phil. What a fucking asshole.
Oh, and I get to do awesome things like direct actions with my viewers. Yeah, no shit.
Mr. Bilbo Baggins
off
sent
on
me
stream.
50 cents telling me about how Tevin sucks. You're right. I don't watch these detractors. They're all sick freaks.
Wait, this is even better. Overall, Patreon has allowed me to do things I never would have even thought of by myself. And my content has gotten all the better for it.
Wow. That's an amazing one.
That's a debatable one, that's for sure.
I know. I got to screen cap it.
That's the best, oh, Jesus.
Because nothing has changed. That's why he's in the predicament he's in. He never evolved.
Oh my gosh. This is just some funny shit.
Phil gives so little a fuck. People literally make him like stuff, like banners and whatnot. And then they Photoshop in Tevin, in each of the little bid things.
Really?
I'm serious. You missed that? It was like the face of Almighty Tevin in the donation box. And I'm just like, are you serious?
Almighty Tevin is like one of the biggest detractors.
Almighty Tevin, yeah. This fat stupid motherfucker sitting here looking for money.
That's a pretty good impression. iDubbbz and Anissa have given up control of Creator Clash. So I don't know. Maybe they'll toast her bath here soon, because that's what they talked about doing last time. Creator Clash was a big failure.
Oh, here we go. Phil got a $100 tip, and the person paid Phil $100 to tell him maybe you should sell those statues. Whereas to Phil replies, he can't sell those statues because there's not enough money.
God.
What?
Exactly. See, I follow Laughing Archives because he literally archives everything DSP says. And when it's in
Really?
text
That's
format, it's
fabulous.
even more fucked.
The first one. Comments disabled on KOG because he's a pussy and can't handle feedback.
Blames organized slander and defamation for why he can't get a job. Says he'd have to move to another country.
And do something not related to the internet to get a job. These kids who think it's funny destroyed any chance of me getting a job. Oh,
Well, you heard
woe
it,
is
Zell.
me.
It's me and you. We're the ones who've done this.
For some reason, the McDonald's cares about
Like the faces here,
popularity
like
of,
this
of-
one.
of their fucking fryer, their fry cook.
Like, for real, though. Like, if you saw DSP working as a fry cook, I'd be like, holy shit, it's DSP working the fries. That guy jerked off on stream. Is this a wise decision?
He's jerking off into my fries.
Someone get a camera in the
We found the special sauce recipe.
See, maybe he has a point. But seriously, nobody did that to him but him. That's not our fault.
Honestly, it's hard to blame someone for,
For you streaming yourself jerking off. Who can you
for all
blame?
your own faults, yeah.
That had nothing to do with us.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
I honestly, okay, I do believe some people, slander DSP a lot with the whole escort thing, which I knew from the beginning was bullshit,
I was on the fence, and I decided I'd let it play out, because honest to God, it's hard to believe there's any woman that wants to fuck him. Have you seen that one stream he was doing where someone paid him to see his feet? And then Phil does, this Humpty Dumpty roll back and kicks his feet in the air? And you see these, man, I can't even describe his legs, because they're very odd. It's just
Well, he does have gout, remember?
Yeah, it's like he has these oddly skinny legs for such a fat man, and you can see the muscle only because the angle. It's just like a chicken that had a really rough life, a really rough life. I can't think.
What muscle does he have?
Wow, what a Gundam video. It's mostly just driving footage. Most replayed is this part.
Oh, I really dislike the guy. I cannot stand him, but this is fucking beautiful.
Wow. From 6 years ago, 266,000 views. And it's 25 minutes of mostly just talking in a Discord. Very different from the Gundam videos you get nowadays. 266,000 isn't even that high compared to the average video that gets put out now. Anyways, that was 6 years ago. That was one of the first videos about DSP you watched. I don't think I've ever seen this one, because I already knew what was going on. I didn't need more commentary surrounding it. But now I did. Let's go raid Anli. He's playing Nier Automata. Really good game. See you guys tomorrow for a lazy Sunday. Right now I have some home construction happening. Hope that didn't come through on the microphone.
Did you look at my moose?
You can see them coming from a mile away.
What is this?
But I let my gameplay do the talking.
Yeah. Gum commercial with video games.
Misery Food X Enjoyer. Thank you, some jagass. No, I'm not.
Thank you,
calling
Kurnox. Thank you,
jagass,
Zarazabuza. Thank you, Chris
jagass.
Farrakhan. Thank you, Kurnox. I already
Thanks,
said that.
guys.
Thank you, everybody.
For coming by.
Oh, wait.
Out. I might be on later tonight.
He's leaving.
Maybe, possibly asterisk, big asterisk.
Oh, this is a perfect time to raid
If I
then.
am,
Hurry.
I'll play something else. Or maybe a little more money.
Don't worry, we'll get fun to save you.
Yeah, no, that's maybe. No, shut up. All right, go.
Bitch. Bye-bye.
Do something else. We'll see ya.
This will make him mad. Come on.
All right, guys, thank you for coming out. Thank you for putting up with the nonsense. Sorry I was a little indecisive earlier, but kind of like doing bullshit was also kind of fun too, you know? I'm being bullied, help. No, that's just your name. That's literally your name. All right, we're gonna go over to Shroom's place. No raid message in particular. Oh my God, Ludwig, no! Ludwig, I'm raiding Shroom. I gotta go out for dinner. It's okay. Ludwig says I'm gay. Yes, because you're a gay boy and we're gonna make love to each other tonight or something like that. Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm literally I'm having to go out.